Yep. Yeah, just sorting out the stream and then we'll, yeah. It's all professional over here, you know. Okay. Right. Oh, I need to do that as well, don't I? Right, okay, almost done. Huh. That's weird. I'll probably cut, if I remember to, I'll cut this bit out at the start of the stream. Let me know if anyone's in chat, by the way. I'm just sorting something out. Ah, hello, Jezza. Willkommen to the birthday stream. MediEvil, of course. Yeah, so it's not actually the remake we're playing, but you can play the PS1 version through the menu. Couldn't think of the word menu for a second there. You can play the original version through the thing. I really like this ambient sound just for a background of a chatting stream, though. It's beautiful. Yes, hopefully more people will turn up. So yeah, I'll probably cut in the stream on the YouTube version now. Well, a bit before this probably, so that explanation gets left in. But basically, yeah, you have to complete the remake 100%. And that means doing all the Lost Souls quest and all that. And then you unlock a new item on the menu called Old Game. And when you select that... Hey, Neo. Ah, the sound. Oh, it's a shame it cuts it off slightly too early, but yeah, I love that sound. Helene, Helene, hey Helene, happy birthday. I'm going to leave all this stuff in. That is a bit loud, but I'll leave it until the actual game's on and see how loud it is. But yeah, thank you for the 10 bits, Neo. So to further explain, why am I playing this game of all games on my birthday, and we're taking a minor break? Oh, actually, no. Wait, I'll tell you after this. I forgot about this. The story of MediEvil.
Long ago, there lived in the kingdom of Gallowmere a sorcerer named Zarok.
Is it sad I can voice this without
pitiless man hated
looking
his
at the
fellow
screen?
citizens for their simple and peaceful ways. So he raised an army of demons and set out to take the realm for his own. The king's champion, Sir Daniel Fortescue, led the militia into battle against this unholy horde. Songs are still sung of how he spearheaded the charge deep into the aggressive
shit.
how demons fell before him like wheat before the scythe, and how at last, though mortally wounded, he destroyed the sorcerer utterly.
I'll work out the noise sound in a minute.
History that day as the hero of Gallowmere, and a time of peace
began, which was to last for 100 years.
And
And then the sorcerer returned. There we go, I voiced it for you at the end there. Yeah, it's a shame that was a bit quiet, because Tellini mentioned it was quiet. Unfortunately, I can't hear how quiet it is, because I've not got the stream on. I've only got it as loud as I've got it in my headphones. I can affect the volume as much as I want, but we'll have to wait till we're in the game. But this doesn't last long, so... And I don't think there's any talking in this bit anyway. But yeah, it's mostly just sound effects and, you know, basically what happens leading up to the start of MediEvil. But yeah, so just to quickly explain, you know, I play this every year on my birthday, but I've never actually recorded it for YouTube before now. So, I might leave in all the books and all the heroes talking and all that sort of stuff. Because that's why I've started a bit early, so hopefully I can get this all in one night. I like how his cape looks like a face with two little holes above it as well. I love that shot as well over the city. So supposedly Sedan killed Zarok at the Battle of Gallowmere and now he's come back. I've got to stop myself humming to all the music as well. Taking all their souls. So that's the Mad family now. That's Mr. Mad, Mrs. Mad, and Nellie Mad, their daughter. We'll meet them later. Zombies. Cool. And then this will then lead into the menu that you saw earlier on the remake version, but this is the original PS1 version. But yeah, I hope everyone's having a good day, etc. I didn't really get a chance to say that earlier. And there's the statue that was built of us because we're a hero in the realm, because we won the Battle of Gallowmere. Or did we? Right, and there's the menu. So you get new game and load game. No old game, no options, no nothing. Options are in the game. You start the bloody game if you want options. Oh, and the guy on the menu is called Mr. Bones, apparently. Never officially given a name, I don't think, but I think someone said his name was Mr. Bones. Helene is still poorly. Oh, actually, I forgot to ask you about it. Yeah, I hope you feel well soon. So, Zarok's spell has accidentally arisen Sedan. This is what actually happened in the battle. So Dan was actually killed. He didn't. He wasn't a hero. All right, cool. Dan's crypt. And there's a little bit of talking, and then I can sort out the volume and such. Tell me if this is too quiet as well. This talking bit.
It has risen again, Sir Daniel Fortescue. See? The hero of Gallowmere who fell at the first charge. The fog of war and the shrouds of time conspire to turn the arrow fodder into the saviour of the day. But we knows better.
Oh, that sounds fine, okay. It might have just been because the video was quiet.
Let it alone. Fate has given it a second chance. A chance to forget the ignoble truth. A chance to defeat Sarek and live up to the legend. We hopes it does well.
I mouthed and voiced all that whilst looking away at the screen. Okay, so I'll be throwing in trivia throughout if I know any. Helene said she played the remake of this. Yeah, this is actually on the remake technically. Oh, I need to turn the vibration off because that's going to be annoying. I don't like the vibration on. Vibration off, there we go. I'm not used to having the vibration on for this game, so... yeah, we'll get to that later. Using a dark magic called Science. I'll be using the D-pad for this as well, because again, I'm not used to playing this with the analog stick. Yeah, the gargoyles know that Dan is not really a hero, and it's basically... Dan was best mates with the king, so the king lied and made Dan a hero in the history books. So yeah, that's that. This game came out in '98 on the PS1, and if you don't have a weapon, even though there's one there, you can do this. You will swing her, you will throw her, and it comes back like a boomerang. Alright. Small sword, not short sword. You can swing it like that. Oh, you can jump and stuff, obviously it's platformy. You can do square for a circle attack. Like his body spins round because he's just a skeleton. You can power up the sword and then do this. Multiple swing, and it's really powerful compared to the normal attacks. Is there a MediEvil 2? There is, but you cannot get it outside of a PS1. Still. They've not re-released it, they've not done anything with it, they haven't touched it since the year 2000. They released it on PS1 and that was it. I'm going to have to turn this down a bit in my headphones, I'm shouting over myself. That's better. Right, yeah, I don't really want to be shouting over myself because it'll just be annoying for everyone else. When you're ready to leave this crypt, you'll find an exit at the end of the hall. To unlock the gates, you must find the rune stone and place it in the ornate hand set next to the doorway. Which button's carrying? It's that button. Yeah, so the hand they're talking about is that one. So you go to it and it says Star Rune required. Up here you will see the life bottle. That's like your, if you've ever played Mega Man or whatever, it's like your energy tanks or whatever, I guess. When you die, you get your health gets filled out of one of your life bottles. So, hold on. Excuse me. So yeah, throwing daggers are your first sort of projectile weapon. You can throw them singularly like this, or you can charge it up, and you can throw 3. Now the other advantage is with throwing them 3. When you throw a single one, it throws in an arc, but when you throw 3 at once, you throw them in a straight line. So sometimes it's better. So select as your inventory or inventory. There's your arm, small sword, daggers. You must be out of shape after 100 years lying on your back. Use the crypt to get to grips with your new lease of life. So it's basically taking this as a practice level, essentially. Oh yeah, in case anyone missed it, we are playing this through the PS4 remake of MediEvil through the menu for completing 100%. There's the star room we need to get out. Happy Bell, thank you Akari, hello, hey, happy birthday, thanks. To do a power attack, press and hold the square button on the controller for a second or two and then release it. Yeah, that's that one. So most weapons have some sort of power-up move. So yeah, there you go. No, unfortunately attack is the same button as read a book, but yeah. Fitting game for the occasion, yeah boy, my favourite game of all time. Well, maybe not, but it is one of my favourites, definitely. Feel free to have a paddle in the shallow water, and don't be tempted to go for a swim. Buoyancy can be a problem for those of a dead disposition. So basically they're telling you, in not so many words, you can do this in shallow water, but if the water's any deeper, you would drown. I don't know how you drown without lungs, but then how do you walk around without muscles? So, what would be your top 5 games of all time? Ikari has asked. Interesting question. I will grab that money and this shield, and then I will read this book, and then I will tell you. Any treasure you find will go into your coin score, displayed in the top right of your display. Coins are used to buy items from the greedy merchant gargoyles. So you can see the money up there, I've got 10 gold. Merchant gargoyles you will meet later, you can buy things like ammo and power-ups and stuff like that. So yeah, that wall is a suspicious different colour, but we can't do anything about that right now. We have to come back later. Luckily, you don't have to select things from the menu to open the gate. You just walk into the hands and it auto-selects the right one if you've got it. If you haven't got it, it'll tell you, but... top 5 games of all time. MediEvil. I'm just trying to think of the games I've replayed the most. Metal Gear Solid. Final Fantasy 7, maybe? You can tell what type of time period I'm aiming for here. And then after that it gets a bit tricky because I can't... There's loads of games that could go in the other 2 spots, and they're in no particular order anyway. I mean, the Metal Gear Solid series and the Final Fantasy series I guess you could condense into one spot, and the MediEvil series you could condense into one spot. What other games do I really, really like? Let's see... The Yakuza series, maybe now? I'd have put the Yakuza Like a Dragon up there in my top 5, maybe. That was really good. Seems kind of weird to put something like Minecraft up there. I'm just glancing to the side to look at my games. But I do play a lot of Minecraft, so I don't know. Mainly for the trophies, I must admit. But yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe... It's a bit of a weird choice because I can't really play most of them on... Oh. Music is drowning you out. Oh, sorry, hold on. Yeah, people have got to tell me if it's... I'll turn it down a little bit and let me know. Yeah, when the music soars up, yeah, but let me know. Because I can turn my voice up and down, although I can't remember how to do that, but I'll try if I need to. But if the music's too quiet for you to hear now, let me know, but... Anyway, yeah, so I don't know other than that, but yeah, good question, thanks. I do like being asked questions on stream, it's fun. Track down Zarok by retracing his diabolical odyssey through Gallowmere. Gallowmere is the name of the whole world, I guess. You can spot the exits from an area. Yeah, I've always thought this was a bit dodgy grammatically. You can spot the exits from an area by looking out for his stinking trail of green slime. I know what they mean, the exit from the area you're in, but it makes it seem like they're saying from a distance. But yeah, this noise and this green slime is from Zarok, so it basically indicates an exit. So there you go. So the exit always leads out to the map of Gallowmere with a little transition screen. There you go. Oh, I love this map. Right, okay. So we have to save after each level. Hey, Neo. So the thing up in the top right there is how many chalices you've got. We'll get to that in a bit. Save to memory card. Oh yes, the internal memory card. I'll save it over one of these. I don't really care. I've played it so many times. The graveyard. I've done I'll do another challenge run of this one day. I did the whole game with just the small sword and the daggers. It's not that well. Some parts are difficult, but yeah, for the most part, it's not really that difficult. It just takes longer. And also, if you noticed, our second name is above the gate there, Fortescue. People are saying hello to each other in chat. That's nice. This was genius, I thought, when the PS1 first came. Well, not the PS1 first came. This game came out. The hands, how good they look for PS1 models. They're brilliant. You can squash those later on for a gold coin each. I don't know why, but do I actually have this game on PS1? Yeah, many variations of it. I collect versions of it. Unfortunately, I kept them all in a big carrier bag, and then an event happened, which I'm not going to go over. But an event happened and it went missing, and I haven't found it since, and that was years ago, so I think someone stole it, but not much I can do about that now. So yeah, our first zombie, look. And he's dead. Right, yeah, they're not very strong, because they're the first enemy, so... Yeah, there's a very small chance somewhere in the house there is a big carry bag with loads of MediEvil stuff collected. But I've just never... it went missing after something happened, let's say. And yeah, I've never found it since, so I don't know if it was stolen or not, but... Oh well. And there's some stuff in there that's literally one-offs. Like, I had the only version of something, like, really rare. So, I hope it's still in the house somewhere, but that was a couple of years ago and I've not seen it since, so... I stopped looking for it in the end, because I was getting depressed over not being able to find it, frankly. Welcome back to your beloved Galamir. The lifeless dead have risen up to dance with the lifeless living. No, the stinking dead have risen up to... Yeah, okay, sorry. And they want to do it over your dead body. Yes, indeed they do. Right, I'll show you the power-up attack. Although, not the best on a downward hill, but still. Yeah, that kills zombies in one go. So you could just power up and constantly run away, but it's honestly quicker just to do the weaker attack. Or you can do the square attack on its own, which hits them for the same power as the X attack, but actually pushes them away slightly. So, or maybe... I hit him twice, he didn't die, so maybe the square attack on its own is weaker. Although it does push enemies away, so... There you go. Earth Rune, that's another key. So that's the gate we need to go through. We need the Chaos Rune. Don't let zombies get you down. Tend those wounds by stepping into this fountain of rejuvenation. Yeah, so that heals about 2 life bottles worth of energy each time. They do restore, so if you need multiple restores, you can just do the level a couple of times. They take that away in MediEvil 2. The fountains literally only last once. So, yeah. So my advice is, if you're playing MediEvil 2, don't use the life fountains on the first level. Leave them for the end of the game and then do it. Sounds like birds chirping, yeah. It does a bit. Never thought of that. Load of zombies here. Chaos Rune. Money. Oh, the only thing I've noticed, there's a bit of a little weird that you wouldn't notice it if you hadn't played this extensively before, but there is a slight emulation issue with this version, where if you collect money or if you do the dash attack, which I can't do yet because I haven't learned it, it leaves a slight trail behind in terms of colour. It doesn't do that in the original, so I don't know why it's doing it in this, but anyway, just thought I'd mention it. For the most part, if you stand still and attack, the enemies will bounce past the sword, which wasn't carried through to the remake, so it throws you off a little bit. Remember, nothing remains hidden under the gaze of an angel. Ooh, a clue. Cryptic. I don't mind about taking damage, because I know where all the heals are and stuff. Yeah, so this always confused me as a kid. So, I thought it meant nothing remains hidden under the gaze of an angel, because, don't know why the angel's got any gaze. But, there's a closed thing there, so you knock it like this, right? Now it opens. Now, I thought it meant the gaze of an angel because it's facing away from this gate, right? I.e., that gold thing there is its face. It turns out, in the remake, it's more obvious. It seems obvious now that I look at it as an adult, but the gold thing is its hair, and the face is on the other side, and its wings, it's like it's holding its wings... It's not holding its wings forward, it's holding its wings back. So, if you look at it, you can actually see that it's got slight boobs on the front. It's hard to get the camera to stay there, but yeah. So, you have to face it towards where you want it to open, not away, which I never understood as a kid, but there you go. I still did it, I just assumed it was doing the opposite of what it's actually doing. There is a mysterious thing, and we can't collect it. You saw that straight away. The trouble is, if you see something wrong as a kid, you just think it all the time you're playing it. A lot of things that were in the remake, because they were designed with a lot higher graphics, made people who played this for years go, is that what that was supposed to be? So yeah, there you go. The object here is the chalice. Every time you dispatch an enemy, the chalice fills a little more. Once the chalice is full, it is yours to collect, and you'll be worthy of visiting the sacred Hall of Heroes to claim a prize. There is a chalice to be found in every region of Galamir. Not all of them, but that's technically true. They are all hidden or well guarded. Only a true hero will collect the full set, and indeed, we will. So we need to knock that round the other way, so it's facing the other way. Would you not think, though, that the nothing remains hidden under the gaze of an angel would mean that you'd have to... Oh, excuse me. You'd have to turn it away from what you want so the gate would open so it wouldn't see you going in. But apparently it's not. That's partly why I understood that the angel was facing the other way, because of that clue. Trap! Alright, there's some money. So, bags of money are 10, and then chests of money are 50. So you see it go up into the counter there. Another life bottle. So that means we've got another extra life if we need it. Now this bit you don't have to do, but I do it just because it saves us some backtracking. Kill 2 zombies from up here. And then you've got enough to collect the chalice. Now normally, I mean, you could drop down there and kill them, but then you'd have to walk back anyway. Whereas, if you kill them from up here, you can come through here, collect it, and then go round the long way anyway. So, yeah. Badly explained, probably, but... oh, yeah, we need to turn the statue again, don't we? Go round. Right, now if we time this right, we can jump off this gravestone and go over the fence, so let's see if I can do it. Ah, fucked it, hold on. We could just walk through the gates again, but I like doing this. There you go. You're supposed to be able to do it in one smooth movement, it looks really... What all the hands have gathered. Yeah, if you do it in one smooth movement, it looks quite cool, but I didn't manage it, so... right, yes, a mysterious gate. It makes wooden sounds. The living world lies beyond these skull gates. The master of the Hilltop Mausoleum, the stained glass demon, has possession of the skull key. Oh, and also there's a ledge here. If you walk back along it, kind of carefully, because the ledge is pretty thin towards the edges, like that. If you run it, you tend to fall off, so, and then you can drop down here for free money. You don't need it, but that is used again later on, but they put something else in there, so... I keep pressing the charge button, because in the remake they give you the charge from the beginning, but in this you've actually got to do something to get it. We don't have to kill any of the enemies anymore, so I won't bother. Once you've got the chalice, you don't need to kill any more enemies in that level. Money. I will kill any enemies if they get in the way, though. Just why not? Neo says, I managed to find Battle Arena Toshinden, disc only for PS1. It's my very first PS1 game I ever bought. Nice. Glad you got it. Oh, these... So, green gargoyles are information and blue gargoyles are merchants. The green ones have fatter faces as well, so... You can buy throwing daggers, but that'll be pointless because you can... replay Dan's crypt anytime you want. There's no enemies in it, there's no way to get hurt as far as I know. And you can pick up 100 free daggers there anytime you want. So you could literally play the level 3 times and fill up your daggers for free, so I never buy any. Not that you're ever short of money in this game, but you know. So we'll kind of avoid enemies because we don't need to kill them. Well, I could kill them, I suppose, just for fun, but you don't need to, that's my point. So, generic zombies come in a couple of different colours. They come in, hello. They come in green and purple, beige, and the little sort of skinny ones, and then there's sort of a female-looking one as well. Funny. What I tend to do is, if I'm going to leave the level fully healed, come down here and kill these zombies first, which are likely to get hit at least once. Told you. And then go and heal, because then you don't have to go and heal twice. Hikari says the first PS1 game he bought was Tomb Raider 1. I think that was one of our first ones as well. And the first PS1 game he played was Need for Speed 1. Nice. I think our first PS1 games, because we got kind of a bundle, because we didn't get the PS1 early, we got Ridge Racer, probably Tomb Raider and something else. I can't remember, but yeah, something like that. They were in the first glut of games we got anyway. Another shield if you want it. Oh, yeah, triangle is block, by the way, but you're not going to see me do that because I've never really found a reason to block in this game. I suppose you take less damage sometimes, but I mean, if you're playing this game for the first time, I recommend it. But yeah, if you played it a load of times, you know how to avoid damage. You don't need to. Right, so that thing from earlier about going in shallow water. You can go in shallow water over the bridge, but if you fall over the bridge into the deep water, you will actually lose a life, so worth noting. Oh, you can miss these gargoyles as well if they don't auto-activate, so yeah, go up to it and press the attack button.
Tread softly. Zarek awaits beyond these gates. The master meets with the demon from the mausoleum, hatching plots of purest evil. Forgotten nobodies would be wise to make themselves scarce.
I love that when he, the way the voice actor read the hatching plots of purest evil. But yeah, hopefully the voices are at the right level where you can hear them. I try not to talk over them, so you've got a chance to hear it. But yeah. So what you do is before you leave any level, go into your inventory and check you've got the Chalice of Souls. Because if you don't have it, you need to go get it. And then we can go and hatch plots of purest evil. Neo Sprite says, it turns out Ridge Racer was the very first PS1 game. You can check on the spines of the game cases. Yeah, the code is like 0001 or something, isn't it? I think so. Technically, isn't the demo disc the first PS1 game? Kind of. The PS1, the demo. The funny thing is, the demo that came with the PS1 changed a lot over the years, so it depended on, yeah, slash, and then 4 zeros and then 1, yeah. Depending on, sounds are fine, the other bits still sound a bit loud for me, like music and sound effects when you fight. Okay, let me see if I can turn those down a little bit. Yeah, and if anyone's having problems hearing or overhearing or whatever, then let me know and I'll turn stuff up and down. Because you need to tell me, because I can't tell. Lighting. I misread that as a kid and thought it said lightning. Turn that up a tiny bit. I don't think that'll affect the game too much, because the game is kind of dark anyway. If everything's really bright, it means you've got the brightness turned up too much. It's supposed to be sort of gothic-y. Sound effects, and what else did you say? The music. Yeah, I mean, I'll turn the music down a little bit more, but hopefully that'll be alright. But yeah, let me know if anything's too quiet. So if you listen carefully, you can hear people sort of talking and drinking in... Oh, no. Drinking in the background.
Welcome to the Hall of Heroes, where the bravest warriors from history spend eternity, feasting, singing, and arm wrestling. If they think you're worthy enough, you may be able to persuade them to give you a new weapon.
Oh, as an added note, if you hear a whirring in the background, that's I've got a fan on. It's way too hot not to have one on, sorry. But yes, yes, you may be able to persuade them to give you a new weapon. So that's good to know. So that's why you collect chalices, to get weapons and goodies. Oh, I've got death in one ear. Ugh. To pay homage to the heroes, stand in front of their designated statues and await spiritual guidance. So in other words, just stand on the holes in the floor. So we've got different statues here. You can only pray to one at a time, or in each visit. Sometimes you get a choice. I'll tell you what I go with on each choice, because some weapons are better at certain points. This one is not prayable to, because if you look carefully, it's a ghostly version of you. I might be able to go into Dan mode, which is something I never normally use, but you can use this. Hold down L2 and R2. Yes, a ghostly. It's the version that you saw during the opening credits. He's not a see. He was made a hero in the folklore, but he's not actually a hero, so therefore ghost. And all the heroes know he's not a real hero. So, and we sat at the table here at some point because if you look, there's Dan scratched into the table there. There's some other things scratched into the table, mainly sort of patterns and stuff. But yeah, I didn't know about this for years until someone pointed out. But yeah, he carved Dan into the table. What's the fastest I've completed this? 100% and skipping all the dialogue and stuff, about 4 hours, I think. Which isn't fast, because the speed run's like an hour and a half. But you have to... That means falling through the level and opening the menu at the right millisecond to skip the entire level and all that complicated shit. But I mean, just running through and grabbing everything and killing everything, about 4 hours. But because I'm including all the books and explanations and stuff, probably going to be a bit longer tonight. So, oh yeah. So before we read this, look, see how the stairs are sort of glowing slightly. If you fall through them, right, you can't go upstairs yet. And there's a door there that's not open yet either. Only when you are truly worthy as a hero will you be able to ascend to the higher level of this hall. When you have paid homage to all of the heroes in the lower hall, the ghostly stairs will then become solid. So yeah, once you've appeased all the heroes in the lower level, they become solid and you can go upstairs. And I don't know if... Yeah, you can kind of see there's other statues up there, but it's kind of difficult to see from here. But yeah. Anyway, yes, so, praying to a statue, so you just stand there and you get some nice dialogue, and then a thing afterwards. You learn who they all are.
Captain Fortescue, it's me, Canny Tim. Does the battle go well? How I wish I could fight at your side again, sir. But hold, you could take my crossbow. It's got rapid fire and you can ricochet the darts off walls to shoot around corners. I used it at the Battle of Ganymede. After you were slain, I shot Zarek's champion, Lord Kardok. A clean kill through the eye at some 1,000 yards.
What's wrong with it? Oh, one thing I forgot to mention as well. The way they get Dan's voice to sound like that is the guy who recorded his voice had a bucket on his head. Genuinely true. He recorded the voice with a bucket on his head. What's up, birthday boy? Hey, Mr. Green Fox. Welcome. So I accept his gift, his crossbow. Could ricochet the darts off walls, shoot around corners.
Not that there's anything clever about shooting someone in the eye, sir.
Which he did.
Oh, goodbye, sir.
So as we've learned, Canny Tim, even though he's a coward, is more of a hero than we are, which is why his statue's solid, because he killed Kardok, who was Zarok's second in command, apparently. So we now have a crossbow. This is one of the few weapons without a power-up attack. If I hold square or press square, nothing happens. I know you can't tell, but that's me pressing it. But yeah, X just fires crossbows, and I'll fire a couple just to show you what it's like, but you can fire them off walls. Now, that's sold as a feature, you can fire the crossbow off walls. I've never found a place in the game where that's useful, honestly. Maybe in a small space where you're firing at enemies and they bounce off, and if you miss you can still hit them, but the angles have to be so precise that I don't know when that would ever be useful. I guess you could hit enemies you know are around corners but don't know you're there yet. But again, I've never found a reason to use it. If you hold it down, you can fire it. It's pretty much one of... I think it's probably the fastest firing weapon in the entire game. And for early game, it's a good projectile as well, because it's far more powerful than the throwing daggers, and it's far more accurate as well. So it's your reward for getting your first chalice. So you leave the Hall of Heroes. And for some reason, because this is the EU version, that sound effect is always the same. If you play the American version of this, it's a randomised sound effect. Sometimes it's a wolf noise, sometimes it's an explosion noise, whatever. I don't know why they decided that was a good idea, but anyway. Further on through the land to Cemetery Hill. You have to save after every level, because if you lose all your lives, you have to go back to your last save point. PS1. Yeah, so you said about still pretty fast for completing this in 4 hours. I think that 4 hours is kind of slow, but I like doing stuff slower anyway. But I think it's not that long of a game, particularly, so... I like this as well. I really like this when I first saw this, the zoom out across the whole level. Sometimes there's a zombie noise there, depending on if the zombie's making a noise as it passes by. Sometimes not.
So, even from the shackles of death, my old enemy pursues me. You're too late, Fortescue. Already my army has risen from the grave. You will never leave this necropolis.
Necropolis is not a word you're ever going to hear again, but sure. So he starts rolling boulders down the cliff, which makes it harder to get up. And then we hear the classic track Gallowmere Waltz beginning now. Right, okay. So we'll show you the power of the crossbow in a moment. Nope. That's the trouble as well. Try not to read books while you've got a projectile weapon or a weapon that can be used, because if you press X and it doesn't activate the book, you'll use one of the ammo, which I just did. This would have terrified me they would have terrified me as a kid. Yeah, I loved it. I think I was... How old was I when I first played this? It wouldn't have been the year it was released. Although I played it on the demo disc first, so technically, if we got it in... Let's see, I really don't know when we got the PS1. Say it was 97, for example. I'd have been 11. So around that sort of age. Oh, the gargoyles, yeah, the boulder gargoyles, yeah. Kari says this game was the first time I ever heard the term necropolis. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard it anywhere else, funnily enough. So the book nearby says some obstructions can be smashed down with clubs and other weapons. Try experimenting, which is a massive hint for this level. So they tend to give you fairly good hints early on. Show you the power of the crossbow. So you can kill zombies from far away pretty easily. And I mean really far away. But yeah, I won't waste the ammo that too much, because why not? Right, let's go left first. Now, if we gather some zombies, i.e. get them to follow us, so I can show off the explosion chest, which in this version doesn't hurt you, but in other medieval versions it does, so... Nice. So it scatters them far and wide. Look, you can actually... Oh, the body parts disappear, but sometimes they stick around. Yeah, if they're whole, they tend to stick around. But yeah, those explosion chests don't hurt you, but they do push you back. Which, in this level doesn't matter, but in other levels it really matters. So you've got to be careful of that. The torches do nothing, they're just light, I guess. Also, and I never noticed this as a kid either, but the atmosphere of the skybox is pretty cool. When you're in a more sort of... see that, by the way? Those body parts appear depending on what way you're looking. Yeah, look, there you go. So they sort of phase through the floor. This is an energy vial, not to be confused with an energy bottle. So an energy bottle will give you... Well, a life bottle will give you another bottle above your health. Energy vials just restore what you've already got. So, yeah. In the Japanese version, when you pick up a life bottle, they're empty, so you have to pick up empty ones and then fill them. Supplies, so you can't get free crossbow bolts anywhere, so it is worth buying some. So I'll just buy 50, because why not? You're really not that short of money. unless you're massively wasting ammo for some reason. Right, we can go over there, but we'll go up the mountain slightly a little bit first. So you can hide in the alcoves and on stairs and things. Okay, that doesn't normally happen. Right, okay. The red ones roll down the stairs, so you have to be careful of that. I drop down here, and you get attacked by what I thought were like little football players. They're really powerful as well, they're fast. They are headless zombies, which is why they run like that. So you can jump over them and let them run into a wall, and then attack them from behind, or whatever. But yeah, they're headless, as you can see. So yeah, it's rendered slightly better in other versions, but a thing. Oh, yeah. So you can't get back up that little hill, and you can't get out here because there's boulders in the way. So this club is a crude but effective weapon. Bash with it, burn with it, but beware, one bash too many and it will break. So that's how you break rocks and stuff. So there we go. Like that. Hey Z, oh Z can't hear me. Hi, can't hear you right now. I'm currently hosting a party and my PC is a speaker for music right now. I want to chime in and say happy birthday. I've just got to type to Z because he can't hear me right now, as I say. So yeah, I'll put that message in chat for him so he can read that. Excellent. Just said thanks and appreciate him being here. Clubs will kill enemies in one go, or well, zombies in one go, and completely flatten them. So the club, if you notice in the top left, has a percentage marker, which means how much use it's got left. I can't think of the words, but yeah, you get the idea. So don't use it too much, in other words. Money. And we can use it to break the boulder. Yeah, there's a better word than usage, but I can't think what word I'd use. Sort of wear and tear, maybe, something like that. Of great archaeological interest, destroy the boulder and plunder the valuable treasures within. Well, we just destroyed the boulder, so let's go in. Now, a lot of the game design is based on... So if you look at that window, how it's weirdly sort of wider at the top than it is at the bottom, and the way that the lines go from the corners to the sides, you would think that's the limitation, particularly of the floor. If you notice, none of the tiles are even. They're all sort of weird lines that aren't completely straight. You think, is that a limitation of the PS1? Technically, yes, but it's to do with the weird... shapes, particularly the windows, are reminiscent of a film from 1920, I think it is, and it was a German expressionist film, which a lot of the architecture in this is based on, called the what was it called? The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, and it's considered the earliest horror film, essentially. Hold on, it's a silent film, but it's brilliant. If anyone wants to know what it's about but not have to watch a whole silent film, James Rolfe on the Cinemassacre channel did a review of it on its 100th year anniversary in 2020. And it's interesting because it's a film with... It's really fucking weird. It's weird in a good way. But the story in it's got a plot twist. And you think, okay, I don't want to know what the plot twist is in case I want to see it, but the fact that it's got a plot twist is what's important. It's a film from the 1920s with a plot twist. Probably the earliest plot twist in cinema, I'd have thought. I can't think of any films earlier than that would have had a plot twist, but yeah. So it's a really interesting thing to look up, and the art from that, you look at the way they drew, because most of the buildings in the background in that game are just a paper drawing, but they're on a wall and they're at such weird angles with lines coming from the edges and stuff. You can tell where they got the look from a lot of the stuff in this game. So yeah, I just thought I'd do a little bit of history there.
Fresh air. We hate these dark old caves and their filthy stench of old witches. A coven of the warty old hags lived here once, Unholy fires burning all night while they brewed up unspeakable muck in their cauldrons. They moved on years back, but the smell still makes our eyes sting.
There you go. Yeah, I told someone that story once about the, so he's thanking us for opening it and he's telling us that there are witches nearby. So yeah, people said, oh, I didn't know you were into horror films and stuff. I went, I'm not, I'm just into the history of, I'm always interested in the beginnings of things and where architecture came from and stuff like that. So there's an art book you can get with that stuff in it as well, I think. So as good as the club is for crushing enemies, particularly the zombies in one go, the sword has a lot longer of a reach, so despite the fact that it's weaker, it might actually be more safe to use. So you know when you kill an enemy and those pink things fly off them, watch. If you notice they've got a slight black trail behind them, that's not in the original version, it's the way it's being emulated. I don't know why, but it just is. So yeah, you'll see a lot of Dr. Caligari type sort of windows and buildings and stuff. So in here, there are lots of zombies and things behind hidden gates. Or not hidden gates, locked gates rather. So that means we can't do anything about that right now. There is a stone in the middle of the floor. Now, for some reason this stumped me as a kid, and I think it stumped people a lot, because they just walked around and went, I can't see anything else to do in here, and all that, and then they just leave, and then can't work out why they've missed something. But it's one of the very few times, that's the thing, you will find a mechanic introduced in this game, and then never see it ever again, or maybe once, like 5 levels later. But you can destroy some bookcases with the club, which again only happens in this game like twice. Neosprite said he saw it on film 4 and it freaked him out. Yeah, things like if you look at the film The Golem as well. Is it The Golem? No, not The Golem. What's the Jewish version of Golem? I don't know, the big thing they make out of clay and then bring it to life anyway. And there's a lot of that sort of imagery in that film as well. That's another silent film from about 1920 something anyway, I think. But yeah, it's technically an early horror film as well, sort of a proto-horror film, so it's not got a lot of the tropes you would expect to find in horror films, but this was, you know, sort of pre-Frankenstein, pre-The Wolfman, pre-The Mummy and all that sort of stuff. That stuff hadn't even happened yet until the sort of mid-30s. So they were just guessing how to make horror films at that point. Well, they didn't even know they were making a horror film, they were just making a film, and it started an entire genre of cinema, so... A guide to covens for witches and witchcraft enthusiasts. A witch's coven would reach the height of its power only when all of its sacred flames were alight. Witches have been known to offer help to the questing adventurer, yet they are a reclusive people and have to be summoned by the aid of mystical charms or talismans. Let it be known that help from a witch is rarely given freely, and the witch will more often than not make a request of the adventurer before any such help is given. That will come in handy later to know that. If seeking to summon a witch, remember that they are quite territorial. Any signs of previous witch activity in an area is a good indication that a witch can be called upon. Apart from here, because that's why the gargoyle said there used to be witches here, to give you the clue that this isn't one of the areas you can do it in. However, if you look at that, it looks like the thing in the other room. So what you do is you have the club. Now, the normal attack is this. The power-up attack is this, right, which pokes forward, really does nothing. However, it is useful for doing this. So you set the club on fire, which for some reason doesn't use up the percentage, does in the remake, and then light the thing in this room. And then all the gates are open. Good to have the club stay equipped here. Now you can press square and hold out the club, and if it's still on fire, it will set enemies on fire. Which, given that they're zombies, will not kill them as quickly as just hitting them, but still. Helene said the first moving picture they showed audiences was a train at an angle that looked like it was coming towards them. All the audience screamed as it terrified them. Yes, if you look at the earliest examples of animation, is it Edward something? I can't remember what his name is, but he's French, and he did that, like a kinescope or whatever it is, where you spin the thing and you're basically looking at still pictures, but because they move so closely to each other, it looks like movement. And it was a horse galloping, and because he'd taken all the pictures at different points of it galloping, he was the one that proved that at some point in every gallop, all the horse's feet leave the floor, which people didn't know until that point, apparently. So, yeah, Edward something or other. It begins with an M. I did my degree dissertation on movies from the early days of today and how they evolved and the techniques they use. Yeah, you want to look up either the full version or the review of that film, Dr. Caligari. It's fascinating. Now, we have killed enough enemies. If you pause, you can see your chalice total. So we can collect it. So technically this was a hidden area. Money. Now, the witch talisman we were told about, that means if we find anywhere where there are witches in later levels, we can summon them. And another shield if you should need it. Right. You will find in any level that you need to smash something to continue, they will always give you a place to get a club. So they never soft lock you into thinking, ah, shit. Because the club can run out any time, of course, because it's got a percentage on it. Now it's time to fully scale the... I keep saying the mountain, it's not a mountain, is it? So you can smash the light boulders, but you can't smash the red ones, so you have to remember that. Now, in this version, you can skip most of the boulders by knowing the pattern. There's a trophy in the remake for avoiding all damage, but it's a lot more difficult than in the original. So, nope. Oh, that was lucky, I almost got thrown off the edge. Yeah, I've thrown off the pattern, so yeah, okay, never mind, I got up here anyway.
We have failed the Master. We give our lives.
And they self-destruct. Now the thing to remember is if you need to go back down the hill, not to go too quickly, because any boulders they release are probably still on the hill, going towards that lava pool at the bottom. So, money. The adventurer would be wise to be thorough in the exploration of an area. Hidden locations reap great rewards. So that's basically a hint at the fact that don't leave yet, because here is the exit. It's telling you about that place where we got the chalice and all that. Health fountain. So you don't need to worry too much about being injured by the boulders, because there's a free heal at the top. Now interestingly, I'm not going to go through all of them, but I just want to show you that this is a thing. Any little rocks that you find along the way are actually smashable. Now some of them have energy vials underneath. Some of them have money underneath. I'm not going to bother collecting them because I don't need it. But you will find at regular intervals as well, there are chests up the mountain. Now, my assumption is, if you collect that one, I think this is an energy vial, this one. Yeah, there you go. I didn't know about this for years. But yeah, there you go. So you will find a lot of chests up this hill, and they're all copper shields. So my assumption is, the way they want you to do this is either smash the boulders incoming as they come towards you. Oh, there's another energy vial, because you're supposed to be smashing and collecting these on the way up if you're getting badly injured. Or you block every time a boulder hits you. Now the boulders cause a lot of damage to the shield, which is why I'm guessing they leave you so many spare shields on the way up. But I mean, it's easier just to jump round them essentially, so I don't know. I think that was probably the intended way to do it anyway. Yeah, so chalice check. Yeah, we got it. Oh, the other thing as well, there are some key items that you need to collect in certain levels. So in this level, the key item was the witch talisman. I will show you on the map once we get back there, that it tells you if you've got all the key items in a level or not. You missed a treasure chest. No, all the treasure chests on the way up are all bronze shields, so it doesn't matter. That's what I was saying. They give you loads of spares. The bronze, you can't collect multiple bronze shields. All it does is refill the HP of your shield. So 150 is the maximum on bronze. So I see, as I say, I assume the reason why they give you so many spare ones is because they want you to use them on the way up.
From the battle so soon? It must think it is a hero by now. But only a true hero is worthy of a place in the Hall of Heroes. See the ghostly statue of your fraudster self?
Yes, we did.
When it has turned solid, a true hero you will be.
So I like the fact that they talk about you in front of you and to each other. They refer to you as it. It must think it is a hero by now and all that. So yeah. So the ghostly statue it was talking about was the one I showed you earlier there. So there you go. Right. And sometimes... So my understanding is that any statue that glows green means you can pray to it. Any statue that glows yellow means essentially you've appeased that particular statue. So that if it's glowing yellow, it's the last time you'll visit it. Hey Catatonia, in chat there. Welcome, and thank you for the happy birthday. Much appreciated. Hurrah!
Hurrah! I knew it would take more than an army of the evil dead to throw your strider. I've something that may help you on your quest, Captain. I give it to you freely, though I have no idea what it is.
Always accept things when they don't know what it is, because it's always worth it. They remind me of the door knockers in Labyrinth. I think I know what you mean, actually, yeah. Because they've got the head that moves, but none of the rest of it moves. And the thing he didn't know what it was is a life bottle. So that's our third life bottle. Sometimes you can jump the chair, but never mind. Just stupid things I used to do as a kid. Yeah, the sort of... I can't really animate because you can't see my head, but... I don't think I've ever actually seen the full film. I've seen bits of it. Now, this might be a stupid thing to say, but assuming I'm thinking of the right thing, is that not the David Bowie thing? Or am I thinking of something completely different? Right, okay, so... If you hover over any level, if you look at the... So it says graveyard, and then there's that black space. Along to the right of it, there is a picture of the chalice, which means you've collected the chalice, and then a green tick, which means you've collected all the key items in that level. So if you look, we've got chalice and green tick. The only exception is Dan's crypt, which hasn't got a chalice at all, but does have a green tick. So we'll go visit Dan's crypt again. Get some free daggers, because why not? Yes, David Bowie. Okay, that was the Bowie thing I was thinking of. I have the Funko Pop of the Goblin King, of course, why not? So any key items in levels that you've already done are replaced with little bags of money, because, you know, all keys get restored, because obviously you've still got to be able to get out of the level and stuff. So I'll just quickly collect stuff, and yeah, I don't need that. You can turn the camera to come around here, but I know where I'm going, so... Right, now why did we come back here? Well, that wall from earlier. Now you can use a number of things to break these sort of panels, but the club is the earliest thing you can break it with, so... If you notice, the geometry of the wall slightly changes each time you hit it. On the third hit, it collapses. And inside we have money, and another life bottle. So there you go. So there is a life bottle hidden here. So that is technically the key item of this level. Money, free daggers. Unfortunately, collecting daggers does equip them, which means you have to re-equip whatever you had. But Labyrinth is apparently Catatonia and Helene's favourite film, or one of them at least, which is good. Right, yeah, so you see there's a green tick there now. That means you've got the key item. There is no chalice in the first level and the last level. There is a chalice in Dan's Crypt in the PSP remake, by the way, which is now on PSN. So anyone who ever wanted to play the PSP MediEvil and doesn't have a PSP can now do it. So we now go to the Hilltop Mausoleum, which is where the... we know where the stained glass demon has the skull key. So let's save that. So yeah, the shroud disappears as you unlock more levels, essentially. The Hilltop Mausoleum. The music in this level's great. Once it kicks in. It's great organ music, and the lighting effects in here are pretty good as well. For a PS1 game, let's face it, that is good. Right. You are entering a house of pain. Jump around! No. That's a 90s music reference for anyone there. Rumours abound of evil doings in the secret catacombs below this very hall. This was the first time I'd ever heard the word catacombs as well. Although it is used in, what's it called? Broken Sword as well. So there are graves that things will jump out of. Let's use the club, because I know it's good. Imps! You can use the crossbow, it's pretty good if you want to fight them from further away, though. Fight them from further away. Jump up and get down. Yeah, see, everyone gets my references. Because everyone here is about as old as I am, so... So yeah, you can fight him like that with the crossbow, but I'll just use the club because there is a free club there which will restore the health of your club to 100%. So I will leave that for now and get that later. Okay, let's just check there are any imps left. No. Okay. So what you can do is start grave robbing, and you can smash the graves with the club like that. I can never remember what grave stuff's in, so I just do all of them. Even after playing this for 20-something years, I still can't remember what ones have got stuff in them. There you go, there's an energy vial in that one. Some money in that one. I know there's money in at least a couple. There we go, yeah. So the last one, if you look, you can see light escaping around the edges of it. So if you smash this one, because there's nowhere else to go, because you can't go through the gate up there or anything. Lots of light. There's something down there. Dunk. So we fall down. Evil abounds down here. Watch out for sticky-fingered imps. These thieves will strip you down to your armoured undies. See, it's the EU version, so they've spelled armoured correctly with a U in it. Unlike the American version, which spells it incorrectly. So yeah, it's saying about sticky-fingered imps. Now, if an imp's carrying a torch, it's a normal imp, which means it will just burn you. Sticky-fingered imps are the ones you really need to watch out for. They're the ones that don't hold any weapons and will steal yours. And if they steal it, you can get it back if you kill them quickly enough. If they manage to get into a little hole in the wall, your weapon's gone forever, and you have to buy it back from a merchant gargoyle. Now, the prices of some of the weapon buybacks are ridiculous. And I mean to the point where pretty much the best weapon in the game, if it gets stolen, which has happened before, and they get it into a hole and you don't get it back, it's 4,000 gold to buy it back. Now, to give you some perspective on if that's a lot or not in medieval terms, I did a test once and collected every bag and every box of gold in the game once. I didn't double collect any of them, and there's 4,100 and something gold in the entire game. So to say that the buyback of one of the later weapons is 4 grand is utterly ridiculous. So don't get it stolen. Sometimes you can kill the imps with one hit of the club, sometimes it takes 2, depending on if you get them right in the middle. They spell colour as color, which is really annoys me for some reason. Yeah, tell me about it. So you can use the sword to break the glass walls, but not the spikes, weirdly. Which in the remake, you can break the spikes with your sword, but in this you have to do it with the club, so... I've just realised how low the percentage on the club is. I'll go collect another one in a minute. If you stand in the middle, you can break both sets. Like that. Okay. Or just smash one, it doesn't really matter. Right, now do not collect the rune key yet. Go collect the vial there. You want to make sure you killed all the enemies here first. For a couple of reasons. One, because when you collect the rune, this happens. The floor is collapsing! Yeah, no, it will auto-destroy any spikes you left behind. If you fall here, for some reason, right, it brings you back alive to the middle room. The spikes stay forever hovering in mid-air. Don't know why. Because the floor doesn't have time to destroy them, I guess, before you respawn. So, why do you need to be quick about the enemies? Well, if you... any enemies that are already in the room, if the floor's collapsing, they will fall and die, so it counts. However, if you run in, collect the rune and run back out really quickly, some of the enemies don't spawn, which means that because they don't spawn, they don't die, and you can lock yourself out of the chalice for this level, as it turns out, which I did once by accident, so yeah, you need to leave collecting the rune until the last thing, really. You can jump over these, but... yeah, I've got 0% left on the club, so I need to collect another club in a minute. We've got the green rune. What? The green rune. Now you can shoot the imps from up here, if we get the angles right. Now run down before you run up, for a reason. You can kill these like room wide. Chaos room required. Right, when you go past the money, something comes out. Right. Now that is a sticky-fingered imp. Now he can steal most of your weapons, which is why you use the crossbow and kill it from far away. Now him stealing the weapon, as I say, isn't bad, but if he goes back into that little hole, that's you fucked, and your weapon's gone forever, and then you have to buy it back. Some weapons he can't steal, so technically if you were doing a rush through of the level, you'd either equip the club, which for some reason it can't steal, and it can't steal your arm either, because they're permanent weapons. So you could equip one of those, and then the sticky-fingered ones don't come out. So there you go. The stained glass demon is the master of the mausoleum. His wretched soul lies preserved inside a frozen glass heart. Isn't that a Blondie song? Shrouded in a veil of darkness beneath the mausoleum, you will find this pre-frozen menace. Right, now be careful going up these stairs. Go up the stairs and instantly walk along the ledge that's on the left. Like this. No, that was too far. Right. Because if you walk up the stairs, that sticky-fingered imp will basically steal your weapon the second you enter the room. But what you can do is, you can jump and fire crossbow bolts over the top. Just giving you strategies to stay safe, essentially. He doesn't look happy. Okay. Yeah. So you can always tell there's a sticky-fingered imp nearby because there's a little hole with teeth on it in the wall. We don't need any healing, so that's fine. You could use daggers for that, actually, if you want to save crossbow bolts, which I probably should have done, but a moon. And there's a big stained glass window and a big Medusa face on the floor. Now those open, which means we can go back through and collect our club. But we have a little bit of extra business first. Ah, that must be where the organ music's coming from. There's 2 energy vials there, but we'll leave those for now, because we don't need them. Chaos room. Yeah. So there's a merchant gargoyle here, which we'll buy some crossbow bolts from. Yeah, I'll buy 100, why not? Stock up. If they steal your weapons, you lose it for good. Yeah, technically, what it is the sticky-fingered imps work with the merchant gargoyles. So when you go into this menu, any merchant gargoyle in any level, so at the moment we've only got supplies. What would happen is you would have another menu for stolen weapons, and you have to buy it back, because yeah, they're all in a fucking conspiracy with each other. The prices of the weapons depend on what weapon it is, and yeah, as I say, the magic sword is basically a reset, because it costs so much that you can barely afford to buy it back. But again, you don't get that sword for ages, so yeah, it can steal any weapon, including the sword. It can steal daggers, crossbow, anything. It can't steal club or arm. I think they're the only two things it can't steal, because technically you can pick up a club anywhere, so it detects it as a permanent weapon, and it can't steal your arm, because your arm is basically your safety weapon. So if for some reason you get all your weapons stolen, or you haven't collected any for some reason, you would still have something to fight with. So yeah, it's like a backup weapon essentially. So they can't be stolen because it's part of your body. This would-be Phantom of the Opera is here, longs to play a new tune, but he seems doomed to repeat the same chords of despair over and over. So we will help out the Phantom, and he may give us something in return. These are church pews, by the way, which is another thing I never understood as a kid, but, you know, whatever. For some reason, in the... is it the remake? Yeah, you can smash these, but there's no reason to. So I don't know why you're able to, but whatever. So, fall back down here. Well, so you can do a couple of things now. You can either help out the Phantom, or you can release the Stained Glass Demon. Now, if you start the Stained Glass Demon fight, you cannot do the rest of the level. They fixed that in the remake and the PSP version. So you can fight the demon freely now, but if you're playing the original version, don't do it yet. So do the this bit first. I know all the songs from Phantom of the Opera. I only know the Phantom of the Opera song from Phantom of the Opera because of Nightwish. So yeah, they do a version of it. So you can essentially just smash the spikes down one side of the room to get to the rune hand. Because we've now got the moon rune, which you can tell what rune you need because the rune and the colour of the hand is the same. So blue and blue, red and red, etc. So let's unlock that. Don't collect what's in the alcove back there yet, because again, you know what's going to happen. The chalice can now be collected now. There are more enemies that can spawn here, so I'll show you what happens when they you escape first. Let's collect the energy bar, which makes more drop. Collect the money. As long as they've spawned in the room, you're alright. So let's collect the music sheet. So they fall and die. Yeah, if they haven't spawned in though, they can't die, so yeah, again, you can block yourself out of the challenge this level. You're safe once you get back to the middle, so just wait for that to stop. Alright, okay. Technically we could release the Stained Glass Demon's soul right now. I would not recommend doing this if you haven't played this before, but I'll show you how to do it anyway. It's safer to do it a different way, but I'll show you that in a minute. So this block of fire, you can avoid all the spikes in here. You don't have to smash them. That is free throwing daggers because they know you're going to use them in a minute. That in the alcove up there is a bronze shield, I think. Yep. And now for my favourite sound in all of video gaming. Unfortunately, Yakobu's not here yet because I think he's probably still asleep. But yeah, it makes a bonk, bonk, bonk noise. That is the sound of his skull hitting the ceiling because he's got an empty head, of course. So I just love the fact that was added in. There is absolutely no reason for that sound effect to exist other than for making that noise. But yeah, that's my favourite sound. I love that sound. Right, so you push the fire under the icy heart. Right, now technically you can go back without this, but it is pretty dark, so you can just push it back along the pathway. Oh, still got hit by the things. Somehow we set the club on fire. Don't know how we managed that. I didn't even know you could light the club on that. Fair enough. Always learning something about MediEvil. Also, I like the candles here as well. Looks nice. Key up. Right, if you've released the heart, you have to do this like this, because otherwise you will activate the fight. Come in, straight away go to this wall, crawl round it, because the trigger for the fight is the middle of the room. Carefully get around the door, carefully get around the other door, and then walk along the ledge there. So ideally what you would do to be safer is not release the heart yet, do this bit first, but I'm just showing you that you can. We're never going to use these, so I might as well collect them. Sheet music, so you select the sheet music. I like the floor, yeah, the floor's great. So the Phantom was so happy that he's allowed us access to his secret room, which is some money and the chalice. 150 coins. So here is the time when you want to stock up your throwing daggers or crossbow. I guess there's no point in doing So if you don't have any throwing daggers, they will give you some free in the next fight. So is it Medusa? Yeah, I assume so. I don't know what relevance it has to where we are, but it looks like her, doesn't it? It's better seeable from this angle, I guess. But yeah, there you go. So our first boss fight to get the not the stained glass key, the skull key. So if you've walked this far in, that's it, you're locked in now. If you want to get to anything else in the level, you're going to have to replay the whole level. That is a really cool design for a PS1 game. Right, so, if you were playing the demo that came on the original disc, this is where the demo would end. So that's how much of the game you get to play. You don't even get to fight the first boss, I don't think. So, you can use the throwing daggers, but the crossbow is much better. Because its heart is only a vulnerable point, you've got to wait till it's... Now, technically, you can keep hurting it during this phase, as long as you don't mind tanking the damage. But I'm going to show you the long version of this fight, because you can basically finish this in 2 rounds, and you don't even get to see most of its attacks. Jump over the glass shards, avoid when it double stomps. So you could kill it now, technically. So it creates a glass and then you can hit it. So that glass pyramid eventually starts draining your health into itself, but if you destroy it quickly enough it can't. So as the fight goes on, he will become more aggressive. He is way more aggressive in the Japanese version for some reason. This attack is unavoidable, but you can block. And it will damage the shield a little bit. Now, if you ever run out of throwing daggers or shield in this fight, it will drop you another one, so that's nice. I've let this fight go long just to show you. So now its attacks will now cycle back to the beginning. So it will do the glass shards one again. And I'll show you what I mean about hitting it while it's doing this move. So as long as you don't mind taking the damage, you can still hit. So yeah, technically you can finish that after it's done 2 attacks. Cool death animation. So if you look, you're now locked in here entirely, and collecting that key finishes the level. So if you miss the chalice or anything, you're going to have to do the whole level again. Skull key. So you only get to visit the Hall of Heroes if you collect the chalice, obviously. Thank you, Neo.
It's the Hall of Heroes shopping mall. Bargain hunters should check out the ground floor. Well-to-do shoppers should check out the upper floor. That's where it's at.
That's where it's at. So yeah, he's basically telling you you've unlocked the 2nd floor, and better prices are on the 2nd floor than were on the 1st floor. I think. Or... no, wait. No, the 2nd floor's not open yet, is it? No, I'm sorry, I'm thinking of the wrong thing. He's basically telling you, yeah, if you want the better weapons and stuff, you're going to have to go upstairs. but obviously you can't do that until you've pleased all the people on the first floor. So, yes. Now, stand your iron, Hewer.
Ah, Fortescue! What's this I hear about that archcad Zarok still being alive? Thought you killed the fella.
So, some of the heroes think you did what the history books say, but some of them know you didn't.
Warhorse. Better show him what's what, eh? I expect Johnny's zombies a bit more of a handful than you remember. How are you doing for weapons? Here, take my warhammer. It'll smash anything and it won't fall apart like a club. I only ever get to use it cracking walnuts around this place.
And he's obviously not listening to you, because when you select yes...
Nonsense, Fortescue. I won't take no for an answer. Knock a few heads for old Stan your iron hewer, eh?
Stand your iron, Hewer. In the remake, they nerfed this weapon slightly, but look how quickly you can attack, even though it's supposed to be a massive hammer. The power-up attack is great. So it swings down like a normal one, but it does a shockwave attack. Now that is good for hitting multiple enemies at a time, or for... It's got a great pushback on it, which will come in handy later. Helene says, all I see in my head is someone with a bucket on his head. Yeah. The brilliant thing is, right, you're not supposed to be able to understand what he says. Now, obviously, because he's got English subtitles and he's speaking English, you can kind of hear him saying, oh, not too good. But because you're not supposed to be able to understand him, in the foreign language versions of MediEvil, they actually keep the English voice. So if you don't speak any English, it would sound like gibberish. So, yeah, technically, Dan's voice kind of works better in other language versions, because you can't understand what he's saying. So he's... especially if you can't understand English. So, yes, we've got our Warhammer. Nice. So yeah, Sir Dan's voice is the only one that didn't get revoiced in other versions for that very reason, because you're not supposed to be able to understand him, because he doesn't have a bottom jaw. Right. So in between levels, you can visit earlier levels, easier levels, to refill your health and get weapons and stuff, but I mean, I don't really need to, so... Now you would think, because we've now got the skull key, you would go back to the graveyard and access that door, but there's actually a level called Return to the Graveyard. Now if you actually go to the real graveyard and try to use that key, it doesn't work. So yeah, you have to go to the level Return to the Graveyard. Return to the graveyard. So you actually start, if you look from the end of from where you ended the level graveyard. So try our charge up weapon. So it hits them all, you see. If you hit them directly, it will kill them. Or throw them up in the air. But yeah, the Warhammer's about as powerful as the club, but it never breaks. The only benefit to having the club from now on is because you can't set the Warhammer on fire, but you can set the club on fire, which you will need later on. So there is a little bit that's a different colour on this bridge. Walk onto it, quickly jump off. And you can see coffins floating below you. So fall onto one of those and face that way. Floating along the river. Do you know the most watched ever clip on my channel is from when I did this in the remake, and I fell and didn't land on the coffin, but somehow it still carried me along the river. Weird. I was floating next to the coffin because geometry pushed me off and the game thought I was still on top of it. So, weird. 2 energy vials. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chests of gold. It's a hidden area. Who's a clever skeleton then? Remember, there are many more secret areas like this throughout the land of Galamir, some offering more than just treasure. More than just treasure indeed. So you can't get back via the coffin, so you run along here. Bag of money. and then this was the other side of the bridge. So I would say go to that platform over there quickly, avoid everyone, because for some reason zombies can't climb, so you've pretty much got free reign to attack them from up here. But what I will do is do this. There you go. So you can stand up there and use projectiles just to hit them without them hitting you back, essentially. But if you know you're going to go into enemies like the ones over there, power up the hammer, and then like that. I'm not worried about taking the damage because I know where the heals are and stuff. And there's two of the headless zombies coming. Nice, got them. Right. Money. Oh, so this is something I never got as a kid either. The fact that this is a dried riverbed, which is why you can see skeletons and stuff in the floor. Why there are gravestones, I don't know if it's a dried riverbed, but that's why there's such a low river, because the water's supposed to be up. Now, the water has actually dried out from where we were in the graveyard earlier, because the before the water came up to the bridge and we were practically trudging in it, and then this bit was all covered in water before, if you remember. That water has now dried out completely. So, yes, ecological disasters going on in the land of Galador. Zombie circle. The normal attack on the hammer has actually got a pretty good range. I think I killed a hand there. If I find another walking hand, I'll show you what you can do. These two, lure them over, and also walk over here and spawn these zombies, so they're all in the area, and then come over here and hit the explosion chest. Take them all out. Scatters their body. Oh, that one survived somehow. Don't know how, but there you go. Oh, there's a hand. Right. So the hands. Squish. So you get a single gold coin and you can crush them. Doesn't do anything, but it's funny. Energy vial. Weirdly, this trap doesn't activate this time round, but yeah, there were zombies up here before. Our first silver shield, which instead of 150, now has a protection of 250 points, which means it can take more damage essentially. Merchant. Oh, I'll buy some more crossbow bolts, why not? That could come in handy, you never know. So, for the most part, you're essentially playing the graveyard level in reverse. If you hit them head on as they're running at you, you can kill them instantly. Or that can happen, I guess. Dick. How far you can make them fly just with the power-up attack. It's ridiculous. Right, yeah, so this is the thing where you can walk along the ledge, but we'll do that in a minute. Like that. So if you stand far enough out of their radius, you can hit them with the crossbow bolt and they don't react, which is funny, but... so that's back through where you would find the angel statue earlier, and there's a health fountain there. So, come back along here. This was the pathway you could use to get to the money earlier. Just be careful still. If you fall off, you don't lose any health, it's just annoying. Drop down there. You can use that. You can jump out using this. Now, the book outside this door is the same as it was earlier, so I won't read it. Select the skull key. Now, any enemies in here can't go past this line, so if you lure them over here and then stand outside, you can hit them with projectile weapons and they can't hit you back. But, anyway. Now, if you avoid using the hammer in this area, you can stop all the dogs from waking up. They will all wake up when you go close to them, but yeah, you can hit them from far enough away. But I'll show you. So that's woken up all of them in the area now. Most of them are awake anyway, but yeah, zombie dogs. The Undertaker's house. Star room required. Want to be faster on your feet? Want to be able to bash down walls just by charging into them? Well, all you have to do is defeat the evil guardians of the graveyard and gain this new ability. You'll never know why you left the grave without it. I love the fact that it sounds like a modern day sort of infomercial. Neo says, I'm off to bed late as a night lying secret. Thank you very much, Neo. I will say hello to Yakobu for you if he... God, it's 11 already. Yeah, he's probably still asleep. But yeah, when he comes in, I'll let you know. Didn't realise what time it was. Glad I started a bit earlier. Alright, Star Room. Now, technically, you have to kill some enemies here and then come back for the chalice, but you can hit enough from here to fill the chalice, which I will try and do. There's also a way to skip most of this area, which I'll show you as well. Neo says thanks and happy birthday. Thank you very much appreciated. Thank you for coming, I'll see you on Discord, etc. Money, and there is a vial hidden this side as well, but I don't need it. Oh, I could, nah, don't really need it. Chalice there. So you can either go left or right, so whichever way first. Zombie drop! So headless zombies will drop from the ceiling for some reason. Never quite understood why, but why not? Come on. Yeah, trouble is the hammer sometimes hits the wall. Stand in this sort of ghostly thing and jump, and you go outside. Again, I don't know how that works, but don't need to know, I suppose. Push this block along. Don't just keep holding left, because if you look, Dan is sliding along the block as well. He's not sort of holding it steady, which means you can fall in the water really easily. So readjust yourself every so often towards the back of the cliff like that, like a little push, and then see, I'm sort of tapping towards the cliff there. I assume you're supposed to use this to get in that cave to get that energy vial, but if you just jump you can get it anyway, so I don't know. So the idea is you push these towards the end, because the bridge is broken, so you're creating pathways for the bridge. However, what you can do is just jump from here to the end of the bridge. So I don't know why you need to do this, but sure, why not? But I'll show you the long way of doing it anyway, because it's more interesting. Yeah, sometimes you can kill them in one hit, and sometimes it takes 3 if you don't hit them straight on. So I mean, one hit and he's dead. And it's also quite difficult to see in here, so chalice can be collected. We might as well. That's our visit to the Hall of Heroes secured. This one is now going to the right because you're coming from the other side. Give me a sec. Oh, that's better. Wow, oh, hello. Happy birthday, thanks very much. Didn't expect to see you. Right, so you can go up or down here. You have to do both anyway, so... One funny thing you can do is you don't have to kill that zombie. If you keep him on the other side of this block, you can push him into the river. You have to make sure he doesn't go down the back though, because otherwise he'll get stuck and then he'll attack you. But yeah, much appreciated. Thanks for the happy birthday. I just... And there he goes. Oh god, I almost fell in there. Right, so that's the second step. And then energy vials, why not? Now we are dropping down here and then climbing over that. And then there's a third one to push, which again you can push the zombie into the river. I say river, I think it's supposed to be mud because it's sort of brown. Well, no, it's blue, isn't it? Maybe it is supposed to be water. Wait, where'd the other zombie go? Huh. Maybe I already killed him, I don't know. Doesn't really matter. There's a merchant gargoyle here if you need it. I could buy crossbow bolts, why not? I don't really need them right now, but later I will. So from here you'd have to go back down here. So the idea is that you killed all the enemies, you collect the chalice here, and then exit the undertakers from the front. And you can collect that energy vial, I guess. And then go back to where the broken bridge was, and it's now fixed. Well, not fixed, but you know what I mean. So you're supposed to do some slightly tricky platforming, but as I say, if you go down the left to right hand path, you can just jump off that ledge straight across the bridge, so you don't have to do any of the block pushing at all, you can skip the entire thing. Now be careful about walking too far past the fountain if you want to use it. So use it, because once you've walked past it, prepare to battle the guardians of the graveyard. Ooh, if you're careful, if you're quick, you can injure them a bit before they start. Like that. So they will basically charge and solidify, so the best thing to do is power up the hammer, and then as they hit you, release it, and it takes off a shitload of health. There's no extra attacks, this is literally the whole fight, so I'm tanking the damage because I don't really care. So yeah, normally you would have to, if you were going to attack them from, say, the side to avoid the damage, you would charge up the sword, wait until they go ghostly, and then walk to one side so they don't hit you. Like that, and then hit them on a backswing. The evil guardians of the graveyard have been vanquished. You have claimed the daring dash ability, so when you run now, if you press the block button, hey. Now if you notice, can you see that black line that's being left behind me? That's not in the original version, that's an emulation problem, but again, if you didn't know it wasn't supposed to be there, you wouldn't care, so. You can no longer get into the rest of the level, because in the original you couldn't. In the remake you can, but there you go. So yeah, that dash thing is good for fast travel, it can break down walls like in Dan's Crypt, and you can injure enemies with it, and push them into you know, off the edges of things and whatnot. So yeah, it's handy for a couple of things. Oh, yeah, the edge of the skybox, I forgot to show that. So if you look in the far distance, hold on, let me go back here. You can see like buildings and stuff like that. So yeah, it's a pretty cool little skybox. Talk to the exit gargoyle.
All has changed outside the necropolis. Paths go this way, paths go that way. Nasty, painful death waits round every turn and over every hill. Bon voyage. Bon voyage.
Oh, that was the other thing as well I forgot to mention. Yeah, if you're using this as a guide, because someone might be in the future, because this is going on YouTube, as I say, yeah, don't come in here if you haven't got the chalice, because if you have, then you've screwed yourself and you have to do the level again. We have got it, so it doesn't matter. Paths go this way, paths go that way. I like that. Nasty death waits over every hill. Bon voyage. Oh yeah, technically this is the Discord anniversary stream as well, because our Discord turned 4 years old 3 days ago. So yeah, 4th anniversary for the Discord, and 37th anniversary for me, I guess. 37? Yeah. I should know my own age, but I just never keep track of it. I think I'm 37 anyway. If you walk into the Hall of Heroes and the gargoyle doesn't automatically talk to you, it means he's got the same speech as he did last time, which I'll show you.
It's the Hall of Heroes shopping mall.
Yeah. So he'll only auto-activate if it's a new message. So yeah, sometimes he has the same message as he did last time. We have not appeased everyone on the first floor yet. It's kind of hard to see some of them sometimes, yeah. So we need to finish off Stanya Ironhewer first.
Bravo, Fortescue! Some of the other chaps wagered Zarok would be using your ribcage as a toast rack by now. But I knew you'd pull through. Here, I have a little extra something here I can give you. Could help the old quest. You want it?
Sure, why not? So he's fully happy that you're a hero now and all that, as is Kenny Tim. Money! Yeah, unfortunately, money is not in short supply in this game. The money you get from Hall of Heroes is kind of a crap gift, but they had to fill out the other spaces somehow. So, because there's like 21 chalices to collect, there's only so many weapons they can give you. So yeah, you will find a lot of the prizes are just money or health or whatever, but I mean, you have to get them to get to the better prizes later on, so... Helene says, I'm getting sleepy, I'll watch, but if I go quiet then sleep has happened. That's fine. I shall drift you off to sleep, my dear. My voice in your ear as you go to sleep. We go to sleep in bed. It's not for the first time. Okay, more of the map has opened up. So, actual choice now. Well, sort of. Yes, I'll tell people that on my birthday, Helene, I went to bed with Helene. So that sounds like a really bad podcast. So we've got Scarecrow Fields. Yeah. I fell asleep watching you last night. Last night? Or do you mean last stream? Unless you watched it on VOD or on YouTube, I guess. People have said I've got a good voice for falling asleep to, which again, people would go, oh, they're calling you boring. No, it's not, because I watch ASMR, so I take that as a compliment. Particularly if they mean it in a good way, which most people do, so... there you go. So you've got Enchanted Earth, which I will tell you now, you can't... Well, you can't finish the level, but there's a secret level you can do, which I may well do now for a specific reason, because... There is an enemy in Scarecrow Field that's really difficult to fight. Well, he's not that difficult to fight, so you could do this level now. But I will do the secret level first, I think, just because why not? So you cannot complete Enchanted Earth properly now because you need another item. The secret level is within Enchanted Earth, so you have to go in there to get it. And you get a good reward out of it as well. Yeah, you fell asleep. Good night, Mr. Green Fox. Got to go, boys. Have a good one. Thank you very much for coming, and thank you for the birthday wish. Was it the night before when you last played Yakuza? Yeah, that would have been on Tuesday, yeah. So, yeah, I noticed you went quiet, and I thought, oh, maybe you've left. And I checked the list, and your name was still on there, and I thought, huh. That's fine. Yeah, we'll be back to playing Yakuza on Tuesday for anyone who follows the channel for that, or whatever. So, yeah. Let's save. And go to our first secret level. Well, the only secret level in the game, but yeah. You can do these levels in a different order, but this is just the way I choose to do it. Technically, the secret level is a lot easier with better projectiles, which you could pick up later. But it does put you... it does put you a chalice behind if you don't do levels in a certain order, which, if you were just playing it for the first time, you wouldn't care, but because I know what weapons are best for what levels, I know whether it's worth it or not. So we will read the books and look at this level properly later. We're just going to avoid everything for now, because we're not getting the chalice here, and you can't anyway at the moment. So, let's read this one book though. There used to be a coven of witches in the caves beneath Cemetery Hill. We know, we went there. This whole forest never smelt the same since. That should be smelled the same since, because smelt is something you do with iron, I think. which again is a thing we'll be doing later. So yeah, I think smelt is an old English way of spelling smell. But if you stand behind these plants, you can kill them without them spitting at you. Because they're dicks. Yeah, I woke up and it said you'd stopped streaming, but it was about 4 AM. Yeah, we stopped about... what would that have been? Sometime after 3, I think. So yeah, I think about that. I don't know exactly the amount of time, because I think the stream was about 5 hours or so. But yeah, anyway. So, the way to call the witches, we were told to use the witch talisman, so let's do that. Again, this secret level is a lot easier if you visit here later, but I'll do it now because I can. Witch voiced by Helen Lederer.
Who has summoned the witch of the forest? Oh, it is you, Sir Fortescue. Forgive me, my lord. I have never met a real hero.
Ha ha ha, cackle cackle.
Forgive me, just an old lady's little joke. In truth, I am glad to see you, Sir Fortescue. I need 7 pieces of amber that are hidden in the ant's nest. Bring them to me, and I can grant you a special reward. I will only offer you this quest this once. Are you willing to give it a try?
Yes, I will have to get amber from the nest. That'll be easy. I can just scoop my hand in there and grab it. Ah, perhaps not.
Sorry, didn't I mention I'd have to shrink you to the size of an insect? Now hurry back.
I love that they recorded his voice and just sped it up because he's supposed to be tiny. Brr, 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 brr. Right, okay. So we're now tiny, but because we're in an ant's nest, it looks normal. So there you go, or normal sized rather.
Run, little man. If the master found it now, he would crush it like a bag. Hark! We can hear the soldier ants approaching. Onward and meet your tiny nemesis.
Yes. Tiny, meaning it's not tiny because we're tiny, so it'll be massive. So, a club, which is a clue that you'll have to smash something in this level. So I could equip the hammer, I suppose. This magic portal was crafted by the fairies. I always thought that was an interesting way to spell fairies, but anyway. It appears to have been created to prevent something escaping from the tunnels below. Indeed. So we have to find a way to open that. So if you go back a little bit... Oh, turn slightly. So there's a wall there that you can break. Now you've got the dash ability, which you can break it with that. Like that. Or you can use the hammer or whatever.
Thank you for releasing me, sir. My people wish only to live our lives in blissful harmony with nature. But alas, the wicked Egg Queen has many of us imprisoned. Rescue my people, Mr. Fortescue, and you will be richly rewarded.
Cockney wide boy fairy. A dead ant. Dead ant. It's the Pink Panther tune. Dead ant. 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 So you can see on the wall there's a little hieroglyph they painted of the ants attacking them because they're tiny and the ants are massive. Well, the ants are also tiny, but they're smaller. So, well, that could have been the Ant Queen, I guess, because there's a. I think you can see, yeah, you can see that hieroglyph in a couple of places. So, it might be the Ant Queen attacking them. My
Here
people.
we are. I shall open the entrance for you. These fireflies are my friends. They will light your way through the darkness below.
So yes, this is basically free light around you to explain why you're able to see in a very, very dark environment. You don't get to keep them after the level, sadly, but it's something. Right, so, ants in the nest. Now, normal ants will not attack you unless you attack them first or destroy their larvae. Soldier ants will attack you, because they're the protectors. So the little ants like that won't actually attack you. Unless they see you destroying something in their nest or whatever. This level is very, very easy to get lost in. So I may get lost, but we'll see. Because even after 20-something years of playing this, I still get lost. So, yeah, we have to collect amber, and we have to also free the fairies if we can find them. 1 collected, 6 remaining. Right, now you can destroy larvae, which will annoy the nearby ants, but... money. If they don't see you do it, then they won't attack you, but... I think this is the way you're supposed to go first. Yeah, see, that ant's pissed off now. You don't get any chalice for attacking them or anything. Those big bastards are soldier ants. They'll do proper damage and they'll spit acid at you as well. They're pretty much infinite, so... just attack as many as you want and get past them. I recommend at least getting the hammer before you come here, because otherwise the club's going to run out pretty quick. Oh, we got another thingy back there, I forgot to mention it. Piece of amber. So I would go right from here, I think. And then... oh, the normal ants will attack you if they see you attacking the soldier ants as well. And then... I think left? You can just avoid the ants, essentially. I think I've gone the wrong way, you know. We're supposed to have found a fairy by now, I think. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we went the wrong way. But I'll carry on anyway and backtrack, maybe. Ah, the honey tunnel. This reminds me of... ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Yeah, from Family Guy. So if you stand close to them... ow! Ow! For some reason in the remake they took that sound out, so you can't hear them. Stupid, but anyway, you smash the stuff. Sway! And that usually releases soldier ants. So that's 1 fairy there. Now, annoyingly, the menu does tell you how many pieces of amber you've got, and there is more amber than you need, so don't worry about missing any amber. But it doesn't tell you how many fairies you've got, and given that there is only the amount of fairies exactly that you need, you do have to get them all. So I think I'm going to have to backtrack later on and find the 1 fairy I missed. Because that normally does happen. We shouldn't be here yet, so I've taken a couple of wrong turnings, I think. But anyway, sometimes I manage it first time round without having to backtrack, and this time I haven't, so... you get destructible walls. Yeah, I think we're near the end of the level already by accident. I've taken the shortest path by accident. We're supposed to take the long one and find all the fairies, but... anyway. I think one of these has got some amber under it. Yeah, there you go. Some of these will just have nothing and some of them will have money or whatever, but... yeah. Oh. You can go left or right here. I think I'll go left, because why not? We're going to have to go through the whole level a second time anyway, so... luckily the fireflies will keep us visible. Oh, well, keep everything else visible, to some extent. Ow! Sweet. Oh, piss off. 2 rescued, 4 remaining. Yeah, we're way too close to the end of the level already. I've missed loads. I don't think I've ever done this badly before, but typical. The one time I record it for YouTube and I do badly. Oh well. I swear I normally do better at this. Sweet. So that means we've missed 2, I think, because we've got 1 more at the end of the level, which is coming up on the left here. We've collected enough amber at least, but there's loads of that, so... and this is essentially... Sweet. Right, yeah, so this door is essentially the end of the level. If you are brave enough to go beyond this point, you will enter the chamber of the dreaded Queen Ant. Be aware, once you have encountered her six-legged regalness, there will be no going back, meaning collect all your shit before you come in here. So that means we need to find 2 more fairies I somehow missed. Which I don't think I've ever missed 2, but sure. I usually miss 1. I think we were supposed to go right at the start of the level, but there's a merchant goggle there as well if you need it. So, right, so yeah, basically we'll have to go back the way we came. And you can tell where you've been because the pods that the fairies were kept in are still there. I don't know what to call them, like the side bits. So now we're going to have to do the level backwards, which is even more confusing. So yeah, expect this to take a while. Okay, we went left, so we have to go right rather than back. I think this is one of the ones we missed. I think the other one we missed is near the start of the level. I don't know. Some pathways have got objects on them, like health fountains or something. That will help you navigate, I suppose. Right, yeah, there's 2 ways to go. I will go... No, that's the way we came in, so I think we have to go this way. I could just have a map up, I suppose, but... so we either go down there to the health fountain or down there. So I think we go to the health fountain. I think... Is there only one way to go? Yeah, okay. Does this take us back round or not? Right, let's go to the right. I think... Yeah, I'm completely lost then. Typical. Right, okay. This is literally the start of the level, right, okay. So from here... I know where we are now. So from here we go right, and that should take us to the place with the boulders, I think. Yeah. Okay. Well, the boulders are coming up, so... Sweet. Yeah, that drops all the boulders, and then... Okay. So yeah, I missed the... You're supposed to go down the right-hand path at the start of the level first, I think. If you want to do a single clean sweep, which I didn't. Right. Destroy one of the boulders, because that will leave you a landmark if you need to come back. And you'll know which path you've gone down before. If you destroy them all, then you won't have that. Amber, and then... Yeah, okay, so left here, and that's the last fairy. We should have done these 2 first. So now we've got all the amber and all the fairies, we can just avoid it. There's, see what I mean? There's more amber than you need. So... And then we kind of get back on track by just following the tunnels. Which I think... Is it, no, hold on. Right, and then... Yeah, and then left. Down the honey tunnel. Yeah, because then you can see this would have been the 3rd fairy we got rather than the first one. So yeah, those 2 we did should have been at the start. But anyway. So yeah, I've done that in slightly the wrong order, but again, it just shows you can do it in the wrong order and still do it. So once you get to the honey column, breakable door, then left. This will take you down into the final bit. Think, or up into the final bit. Yeah, there you go. So you know you've got to the right place when there's this sort of tree trunky thing in the middle, and then on the right that's the second to last fairy, and then honey column, and then tree trunk, and then more trunks across the middle, and then we're back at the end. Nice. Even though I got lost, that didn't take too long, so that was good. So we got all that we needed from this level. Fuck off. So, as I say, the end of this level is a lot easier if you do it later because you've got more powerful projectiles, but you can do it with the crossbow, so we will. Thank you very much, Helena. I almost said Helena. Helene. Yeah, so this is the Ant Queen fight. You've got to walk close enough to activate her, and she will release soldier ants. Now, what's supposed to happen, I'll tell you the intended way of doing this, and I'll tell you the way I do it. If you fight her from close up, it means that she keeps spawning soldier ants, but for some reason, if you stay back this far, she never spawns any more soldier ants, so I don't know why you would go closer to her, because you have to fight her with a projectile anyway. So just jump side to side to avoid, and when she rears up like that and the screen starts going, hold down the button and stand on this hill, and you probably won't be hit by any falling rocks. So yeah, we did quite a bit of damage there, so just avoid the shadows, and yeah. If you get closer to her, I'll show you. She'll do like a leg sweep attack, but she only does when you're really close, like that. And yeah, sometimes she will... It also gives you less reaction time to react to the acid spit. So yeah, there you go, so there's soldier ants that come out. What you're supposed to do is switch between the hammer and the projectile for the whole fight. As I say, if you stay far enough back on this hill, they don't spawn, so... Not quite half. That's my name. So yeah, because you can see the acid spit coming. You can block the acid spit, I suppose, but you take damage on your shield, so... and then when it rears up and the screen shakes, that means it's time to walk back on top of this little hill thing on the left here. And then once you've got the rectangle over there, or whatever you want to call it, hold down the fire button. I got hit by a rock there, but once she stops, then obviously don't keep holding it down because it's a waste of ammo. If she's got a tiny little bit of health left at the end, then just switch to throwing daggers because they're free anyway, so... or you could use your arm, I suppose, but you have to be a lot closer to do that. So. Yeah, the carve point seems to be... So this hill bit that goes over the top, if you stay behind this, the soldier ants won't spawn. There you go. There's our first life bottle use of the game. So that means I've lost one, so there's now an empty life bottle above my health. Just down to 55 health. It's fine, so on the next one we'll get her. So if you come here with the longbow or the spears, obviously this fight will last a lot shorter. Or, well, the fight will be a lot shorter, I should say. Up. Oh, okay, I killed her. I was going to try and finish her off with a throwing dagger, but never mind. So if you look, her body in the background, which in the remake it's a lot more obvious, it's her body, sort of withers and spews out blood, I suppose. And yeah, there you go. Do not jump into that because it hurts. So technically, if you had a tiny little bit of health left, you could still die now, which would be a bit annoying. But yeah, there you go. So do not jump into this, just walk into it, let yourself fall off the ledge, I guess you call it. No, close to the middle, that's it. That's you coming out of the hill with all your amber and stuff. The fairies line coming up is great, by the way.
Bless me, if it isn't Daniel, Lord of the Ants. Hold still, and I'll remove the shrink spell. Oh, lovely, lovely Amber. Here you are, Sir Knight. A wart-covered and cabbage-smelling old crone I may be, but I always keep my promises. I grant you my reward.
Chicken drumsticks, genuinely one of the best weapons in the game, which I'll explain later.
You have helped to free all the fairy people from the clutches of the filthy ant scum. As a reward, I can grant you passage to the Hall of Heroes. I've never been there myself, but I've heard they got a free bar.
Clutches of the filthy ant scam. So for doing both of those quests, you get a chicken drumstick weapon, which is really good. It's kind of misunderstood for people who just throw one and go, don't do anything, but you've got to use it in specific circumstances, and you only get 30, and the only way to replenish them is either to do that entire level again, or the trickier way of doing it is make sure you've got at least one left, let it get stolen by a sticky-fingered imp, let him take it into a wall, and then when you buy it back from the merchant gargoyle, the ammo refills. It's fairly expensive, but it's a way of doing it at least. So yeah, don't waste them because you've only got 30. And the other thing you get from rescuing all the fairies is a free visit to the Hall of Heroes. Now, as good as that is in and of itself, what it also gives you in terms of an overall reward for the game is that it puts you one chalice ahead, which means that you get better weapons for the level you're about to do. And the reason why we did this first is because I want the weapon that's coming up for Scarecrow Fields for a specific thing. So, although we will have to visit another level first to get it charged up, possibly. No, we don't need to, do we? Because you can spare. Yeah, no, I think we should go straight into Scarecrow Field. It should be fine.
Fortescue, you jawless arrow magnet, what are you doing back here? Huh? What? Call me Mr. Woden the Mighty. How I pity the people of Gallowmere, that their fate should once again be in the hands of a chump like you. Still, I suppose it's not fair to take it out on them. Take my sword, and do try not to stab yourself in the foot. You know, I've always had my doubts about you, Fortescue. You're just not carved from hero material.
Apparently not. Yes. So, although he doesn't like you and he doesn't think that you're worthy, he still goes, well, you're the only way we can save Gallowmere now, so, fuck it, have my sword then. So, the broadsword. Broadsword! If anyone gets that reference, well done. Broadsword! So, it's basically a larger version of your small sword, which you'd expect. It has all the same power-ups and everything. That and everything. It's got a different colour when you spin it. If you notice, it's got 0% written next to it. Now, there's a reason for that. So, let's go to the map. So yeah, there's different ways of doing this. You can complete these levels in basically any order, but a bit of a Monty Python scene there. Yeah, they were heavily influenced by Monty Python with this game, so there's a lot of little bits like that. So yeah, we didn't get the key item or the chalice in the Enchanted Earth, but it doesn't matter, because the reason why we went there is to do ant caves. Because we wanted the broadsword for this level, Scarecrow Fields. And as I say, it puts you a chalice ahead, which means you seem to get on a number of occasions, you get the best weapon for a level when you're just about to do that level. So I think you were intended to do ant caves early. Although, as I say, if you wait till later, you'll have a better projectile and have an easier time against the Queen. So depends what order you want to do it in. Scarecrow Fields. Yes, indeedy. So this is what most people consider the first difficult level, I suppose, in terms of one of the enemies in it, at least. Although, as I say, there are ways to combat that, which I'll show you. So, speaking of which, the scarecrows are almost unstoppable, so don't be a hero. Try trapping them while you make your escape. So yeah, there's ways of trapping the scarecrows not to have to fight them, because they are massively... They've got so much HP and they do shitloads of damage as well. Now you can hit them with the broadsword, but what you can do is come around here, hit this cart to block them in that first area. Now, the broadsword in and of itself is pretty good, so we'll be using that. Zombie farmers will come out of the haystacks. Ooh-ah. I'm never sure of the amount that's supposed to come out, but at least 2 or 3 anyway. Beware of mischief makers in metal machines. Who knows what dark sorcery brings their metal limbs to life? It would be good to see the back of such menaces. So that's referencing that fella there. We'll fight him in a moment. The broadsword, even unpowered up, is really good against the farmers, so I'd keep it equipped, for now anyway. Just hit their house and it annoys them. You can screw yourself out of the chalice in this level as well. So you can set fire to the haystacks to get money out of them. If you do it too early, it means the farmers don't spawn. So yeah, again, another level you can screw yourself out of the chalice. Get that money. Right. Those two scarecrows I trapped in the first area, there's only one way to kill them, but we'll do that later. Because you don't need to, because you can kill enough other enemies still, but... Alright, energy vial. Now, unequip the broadsword for a moment. Now, when you go into the gargoyle, you'll get a new thing called services. You can enchant the sword, which will make it a lot more powerful. However, it doesn't go down by use, it goes down by seconds. So 100% means 100 seconds. Well, it's about 100 seconds. So if you're not using it, then don't have it equipped. Equip it for when you're actually attacking something that you want to attack with it. Alright. This is a use for the club. Set fire to the club. And then set fire to the haystack. And it will shrink. Sometimes it won't shrink all the way and you have to set it on fire a second time. I don't know why, but anyway. Money. Let's do the other one, because why not? The fire will go out, so you have to kind of be a little bit quick on that one. Oh, and don't stand too close, you can set yourself on fire as well. Jab the fire in every so often. You don't have to, but as I say, some of the haystacks don't shrink all the way for some reason. Right. Need the moon. Right, okay, so it said about mischievous, what brings them to life. You can use the daggers, but the... I forgot to buy more crossbow bolts. I'll do that in a minute. So yeah, shoot at the head. Got to be careful of the line of sight on that one. So now it's got no head. How is it still running? Wait a minute, there's an imp in it! So shoot the imp from behind. And it's dead. Yeah, they're not tough, but it's just funny seeing a little imp with controls in its back. That will drop the moon rune, which we can then use to open this. Technically you can hit the scarecrows from over here, but it will activate the crows, and crows are basically just infinite. They don't give you any chalice, so... now bats. Now an interesting way of dealing with the bats, they don't give you any chalice either, but they are fucking annoying. And if you're trying to fire projectiles, they'll take away the aim thing for themselves. Well, you'll end up aiming at them rather than aiming at the enemies you want to hit. So the one way I've found to deal with them the best is to get the hammer, power it up, and then do that. The shockwave actually hits all enemies around you, which includes the bats. It's a really good way of dealing with groups of bats, although bats only attack you like twice in the entire game. So there you go. That also happens in Labyrinth. What, bats? Yeah. I'll have to look into Labyrinth. I didn't realise how much they referenced that film. So yeah, there you go. Anyway. So you get a club in here and the Earth Rune. Ah, Yakobu, happy birthday, Mr. Apple Secret. Thank you very much. I totally forgot to do a voice party. But yeah, when you're available, join the voice party, baby. There you go, I've started it anyway, so you can join whenever. The metal monster that turns out there's an imp in it. Oh, is that a thing in Labyrinth? I didn't know that. Okay, that's something else I've learned then. Excellent. I'll grab my crossbow bolts while I'm here. Which I forgot to do earlier. Might as well. Yes, hello, welcome. Yeah, at the end. Okay, yeah, I'll have to look into that. I really didn't know that was a reference. Because I've not seen it, so... So the windmill has big things, but if you look at it, one of the arms is broken, isn't it? No, that's one later. just have to avoid them essentially. There's one later that goes a lot faster. One of the arms is broken, so you just speed through while it's spinning round. Alright. So the scarecrows have got a shitload of health, but the broadsword is really good at dealing with them. So if we can activate them, you only need to hit them like 5 times and they disintegrate. Activate the other one, come on. Unequip the broadsword as soon as you stop using it to save it, the percentage of it. New armour. So I don't know how you fight those without the broadsword, because the weird thing is, those drumsticks, if you've done the ant caves first, which I did, people tend to go, these enemies are really tough, I'll see what the chicken drumstick does. They throw it at the scarecrow and it doesn't do anything, and they go, oh shit. The trouble is, the scarecrow is one of the few enemies in the game that the chicken drumsticks don't work on. So they're kind of unlucky with what order they fight these enemies in. But I'll show you what the drumsticks do later anyway. But yeah, that is the best way to deal with scarecrows. Those 2 scarecrows at the start of the level, we'll go back and kill those later in a particular way. So we have to fight another one of these guys. Although this time, it shoots fire! Oh, it can spin around, by the way, if you're between, yeah, like that, and injure you. So you have to get out from between its legs. Take that bastard down. So you get the Chaos Rune, and then you use the Chaos Rune straight away. Right, let's use the hammer. The farmers get stunned by the hammer, so it's kind of a good weapon to use against them, rather than the broadsword, which is a little bit strong for them. Kalkatura, the Serpent Lord, yearns to fight alongside you, but has been captured by Zarok and sealed within a chest. Free this mighty spirit and earn a powerful ally. Now, you can unlock that whenever you want, but I unlock it at a certain point to give me the most advantage from it. So, first of all, I want to go around and kill all the farmers. So, because Kalkatura only lasts for a certain amount of time, and we don't want him wasting time helping us kill farmers, because they're really easy to fight. The chest that Kalkatura's in is the one up ahead, which is, that skull and crossbones usually means a blast chest. But right now, it means Kalkatura. The crows means there are scarecrows nearby. You can walk down here for some money. The crows will just endlessly piss you off, so yeah, unfortunate. Oh yeah, don't walk into the corn, by the way. There's probably a book about it over here. No, okay. These fields are home to many mad machines, yet the most bizarre of them is housed within this barn. We're going to leave that for now, because there are 2 scarecrows trapped behind this and we don't really want to let them out right now. So avoid that scarecrow down the end there, and then the farmers will churn out of here a little bit. So I think we need at least 4 out of here. Basically just attack it and then walk away and they'll spawn. Oh. I think that's all of them. Yeah, okay. No, okay, there wasn't no one. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's all of them now. Yeah, okay. So, the corn has got these little imps in them, like, I don't know if you can see him. See the smoke rising. Every so often he jumps out. There he is. He will instantly kill you if you walk into the corn, so don't. Or the wheat, or whatever you want to call it. Right, let's start setting fire to some hay bales. Yeah, you can hear him. Money. Right. And I think there's a second one down by the barn. pretty sure there is actually. One we saw earlier. Yep, that one. Okay. See what I mean? It shrinks to the point where it's almost destroyed, but not quite. So any hit will make it shrink, so just use whatever weapon's quickest, which is the small sword. Or you can set it on fire a second time. But that means having to go back and get the fire. I don't know why it does that, but anyway. Right, so we are going to do a bit of a mad dash now. So Calcatura will basically kill anything it touches, apart from us, because it's our friend. So what we're going to do is we're going to run around and let it kill all the scarecrows for us, including the 2 that we trapped at the start of the level. It only exists for about 30 seconds though, so you've got to be quick. Let it kill those 2 first. Right. Then run down, well maybe it's 60 seconds, but run down here to this one. Activate it. You can attack it with the broadsword, but right, okay. And then if we rush back to the start of the level, we can kill the 2 we trapped. There is another scarecrow near the end of the level, but we don't need that for the chalice, so we can just avoid that one. You do have to be quick doing this though. You have to pretty much know exactly where you're going. Right. Hopefully Calcatura catches up, unless it's already deactivated. Ooh, snaky serpent friend! Maybe it's, oh there he is. Right. There we go. Go on, and the other one. There you go. Cheers. Right. If we're quick enough, we can get the one... I don't know if you have got enough time to kill... No, I don't care. Get out of the way. Because there's one at the end. I think we've probably left it too long, though. You've also got to be careful not to dive into the bloody wheat fields. Just past this... Oh, careful. Yeah, it's there. I think Calcatura's already gone though, so... Kill that. Right, anyway. Yeah, so that's Calcatura. You only get him twice in the game. This one is really useful, and the second time he's absolutely fucking useless. Don't know why they put him in that other level, but anyway. So if you look, this windmill's a lot quicker. 1, 2, 3, and then there's a broken one, so you have to try and run through when the broken one's swinging around. The barn we skipped on purpose because we've got to go back there later anyway. Avoid these. Some wheat smashing machine. There's some money in a pit here. If you're in a pit, hold down triangle to duck, otherwise that will crush you and you lose an entire life. Into the second machine, which is some sort of pounder and cutter. We'll go around the other way in a minute. The wheat thing, I've never understood why this is dangerous, because you can just do this. But apparently it's supposed to, the gas is supposed to blow you into the cutter in the middle, but I've never had that happen, so... on this one, you've got to look for the larger gap in the 3, which is this one. If you jump between the smaller gaps, you will get hit, so... depends, you could just tank the damage and carry on, but... And then this one, it's for those flicky cones that angry teens have in 50s films. Ignore the first exit, because that's the end of the level, and go down this one. Money. And harvest the part. Right, now we have to backtrack to the barn. I'm not really bothered about taking damage, to be honest. Because I'm not taking a lot, so... Avoid the corn block. Can normally avoid that. There's a bag of money on on the way back if you want it. Yeah, I'm not running, that's why. Oh, whatever. Yeah, avoid that, obviously. All the other machines will just damage you a little bit. The Crusher will actually take away an entire life bottle, no matter how much health you've got left. Back to the barn. Oh, I forgot that money bag before. Huh. I don't normally bother collecting out of the way money bags, because let's face it, there are easier ways to get money. Right, this was where the two scarecrows were trapped earlier. So, hit that to get out of the way. And go in the barn. You can use the crossbow to hit the bats. It's a little bit tricky though. But it fight. I wouldn't suggest you try it with any other projectile though, because the crossbow is the only one that's fast enough to do it with. The corn cutting machine is missing a part. A cog fell off this miracle of modern agriculture and it hasn't worked since, which is what the harvester part's for. So, push the hay bale, climb up. No, or we could not climb up, I guess. Money. And then you can activate switches by daring dashing them, like that. But again, it's difficult if you're on a platform, because you could fall off, so... That lowers the cog machine. Another copper shield. I don't know why they're still giving you copper shields at this point, but okay. Harvester part. And then that cuts a hole through the corn here that you couldn't get through before. Chalice, money, and more importantly, life bottle. Careful, because you can fall off there, because it's a slanted platform. So, and we get a merchant gargoyle as well in case we needed anything. We could re-enchant the sword, I suppose, but we've still got 78% on it, so I think we're all right there. I'll buy some more crossbow bolts though, because the crossbow's always useful because it's really quick. Now all we've got to do is get back to the end of the level again. Using whatever method you wish. Oh, dashing, by the way, means your shield's up, so if you hit anything while you're dashing, the shield takes the damage for you. So bear that in mind. About damage at this point. Just fuck it. I can restore that on the next level anyway. Avoid the 50s flick combs. And for some reason there's a gargoyle on a tree, which technically you can get gargoyles on trees, but it's not that often. If you walk too far you will just exit the level, so yeah, try and talk to him first.
Pumpkin Gorge, dead ahead. The nursery to Gallomere's favourite side dish. Step inside and understand the true horror of fruit gone bad.
That means pumpkins. And then a quick check for the chalice at the end of a level. Good. And the key item in this level was the harvester part, which you obviously need to get the chalice anyway. So if you've got the chalice, it means you've got the harvester part. So yeah, the broadsword will be useful for at least a couple of things. It's the most powerful weapon we've got at the moment while it's enchanted, and even when it's not enchanted, it's still pretty good, so...
Gaining allies in the Hall of the Heroes is the way forward. Hack, choppity chop, off with a few zombies' heads, and it thinks it can redeem itself in battle. You still have a long way to go to rank as the best.
As the best? Yakobu says, I don't think I saw that gargoyle. No, that gargoyle on the tree is very easy to miss, because it doesn't auto-activate when you walk past it, and it's like 2 inches away from the end of the level. So, I don't know why they didn't put it slightly earlier to make it easier to get, but oh well. Right, this is to fully appease Woden the Mighty, although Woden the Mighty's never happy with you, because he's the greatest hero that ever lived, and we're a tit who got hit with an arrow. So, yeah.
By God, Fortescue, you must be the luckiest corpse ever to walk the face of the earth. I have something here I can lend to you. Take it or leave it, but remember, I'm only doing this for the sake of Gallowmere's doomed population, and not for you, you gangly buffoon.
Gangly buffoon? Yes, I will accept. Money. Yeah, I think that's a way of them telling you, oh, well done, you fully appeased me, here's money. Which means we've done all the heroes on the first floor, which means on our next visit, these stairs will be solid. So, there you go. So yeah, the idea is that if you don't do the ant caves, you wouldn't have the broadsword for Scarecrow Field. So I guess you're supposed to use Calcatura to kill all the Scarecrows if you don't have the broadsword by then. But we'd have got the broadsword for completing Scarecrow Fields otherwise. So, more choices. We can either go to Sleeping Village or Pumpkin Gorge. I go with Pumpkin Gorge just because... I don't know, why not? I think they're easier than the levels on the top side, although, well, the thing is that one of the weapons I want for an upcoming level you can't get if you do the top levels first, at least not in time anyway, so we'd have to do a couple of the upper levels, then come back to the lower ones, then go back to the upper ones. So I'd rather just do the lower ones first. There's no real preference right now as to which one we do, but I'll do Pumpkin Gorge before... and the upcoming boss fight rather than do Sleeping Village first. And you do need to complete all the levels because you need key items for something later. Pumpkin Gorge, not George, Gorge. Pumpkin George hasn't been around these parts for years. That's a line from the Resurrection version on PSP. Right, pumpkin bombs will just float towards you. They don't give you any, what's it called? They don't give you any chalice percent that you have to destroy them because they'll injure you. Tendrils you can just attack like this. They will attack you if you go underneath them if you don't short them first. But yeah, we need to do this tunnel first. No preference except the witch. Yeah, the pumpkin witch in this is the shape of my ideal woman. You can charge up the hammer and use the shockwave to hit your tendrils, but it doesn't do a lot of damage to them, so you'd have to do it a lot. So yeah, they hurt you if you go through them while they're too long. Right. This is the other level I use the broadsword for a lot, because frankly these pumpkin guys are pretty tough. They block projectiles as well, so you have to kind of fight them close up. But with the broadsword, you can basically cut their fucking heads off in about 3 hits. My hammer was purple for a second there, that was weird. Right, unlock that. That's a club. That wall is destructible, but we'll ignore that for now, because we have to... The chalice is through there basically, but we can't get it to the end of the level, so you have to come back here at the end of the level anyway. So that's what I'm going to do. You can kill these to the point where they're so short that they barely come out of the ceiling, but you don't really need to. A little bit of a chop till they're a bit shorter, or you can just avoid them and tank the damage, whatever. Right. There are some enemies down that way, but again, you can get you're going to have to come back here later anyway, so I'll get them later. wonder if they're doing this. Yeah. Alright, okay. Big boulders. Oh, enemies. I think the chicken drumsticks work on them, but I've only got 30, so it's basically chicken drumsticks one hit kills pretty much any enemy and turns them into a little chicken, which you can then eat to gain a bit of health back. But as I say, you've only got 30 of them, so you kind of want to save them a little bit. That energy vial up there is at the end of the pathway that had that breakable wall in front of it, so we'll get that later. Okay. Some of the gargoyles, some of the pumpkins flash. I think that means they're the ones that fire projectiles, but I kill them so quickly I don't tend to notice anyway. So any other weapon, and that would take a lot longer, but the broadsword is the ideal thing here. Use the moon rune. Into here. You have to run round this to make the platform raise. There is nothing at the bottom if you lower the platform all the way. And you don't have to raise this platform all the way up, just enough to get to the upper ledge. That's probably about enough. There you go. As long as it's not too low to be able to jump out the door, then you're fine. There should be a pumpkin behind here as well. I think it's just behind me. Yeah, there it is. So yeah, unfortunately, you do have to go back into your menu each time you want to unequip the broadsword to save its percentage, but it's worth it because it's so fucking powerful. Okay. Chaos rune. We'll go through there in a minute. Go up this platform. Duck and cover. Right, there we go, and you can avoid that attack if you don't move. Right, 3 chests and an energy vial. That's a secret area. You don't have to do that. And then you come out there. So, through the door with the Chaos Rune. You want to do a quick sweep around this area to kill the enemies. The pumpkin bombs are so weak that you can equip the small sword and kill them in one hit, so yeah, technically they're the weakest enemy in the game, I think. They're kind of annoying though, but... So we make a full sweep. Oh, hold on, there's 2 more. Yeah, they've got tendrils they can stab you with. Right, so energy fountain. So we need the earth rune, I think. Gone around the wrong way. Yeah, I did go around the wrong way. Right, yeah, to open that gate. So there was a door that opened. Not that one. Up and down these magical mushrooms go. They will take you higher and higher, but be careful not to fall and sink without a trace. The funny thing is, if you're on the mushroom, you can't fall off it. What they mean is, don't fall in the river. So they're just raising platforms, essentially. Money. I think you probably can make that jump across, but need the star rune, and that's the another rune back there. So I think what you're supposed to do is jump back down on the mushroom, but if you angle the camera like this, you can just about make that. Pumpkin bombs! Earth rune. Oh, shit. Okay, I can't turn the camera anymore. Those bastards. 2 more spawn here, so... It's kind of hard to see them because the camera won't turn, but anyway. Right, so we've got the earth rune, so go to the lower gate. and in. You can attack the pumpkin bombs on the way up, but you don't need to. As long as you stay near the wall and jump, you should be fine. Up here, energy vial. Oh, the pumpkin's already spawned. It doesn't normally spawn until you get up here. Huh. Star rune. Right. Tree club, because there's a breakable boulder here in what looks like... It looks like a witch with a really fat face, because the ceiling looks like a hat. But anyway, this is a shortcut back to the bottom. Right. Now what they want you to do is go back along that path with the mushrooms. However, if you take this one... it's actually quicker, because you can just jump across, like I said before. Oh, across there. Obviously it's more, well, depends what you find more difficult, I suppose, but yeah. Some enemies have spawned, so let's kill them off. Got about 10% of the sword left, we should be fine. Right, okay. Might as well keep it equipped now, I've only got 1% left. So, right, so the time rune is up there. You damage the platform by hitting the tentacles, but they are a bit random. So what you can do, once again the hammer comes in handy, charge up, and the shock attack hits every tendril. So even though the power up is slower, this is a quicker way to do it, I think. So the platform is getting smaller, if you notice, or less tall. You can shrink this to the point where the tendrils don't come out of the floor at all, but I think 2 more should do it. Hey, there you go, time rune. Alright, put that in here. Now the reason why it's in the middle of the wall is because it opens 2 sets of doors, but they do both go to the same place, so... Time rune. Vial, money, more boulders. It's a good way of dealing with the little pumpkins as well, the shockwave attack. That's the end of the level, so that means we have to go back here. Down the path that goes towards the other door we could have gone through. If we use the normal broadsword, so it takes twice as many hits to kill them with the broadsword unless it's powered up, which still means the broadsword unpowered is really good. But there you go. Energy vial. We'll leave the second... Oh, we should have left that one as well, but we'll leave that for when we come back through. Right, there we go. 98%, so that leaves the 2 enemies that we left at the start of the game, or the start of the level rather. So basically just backtrack. Let's turn the camera around so we can see the platform. There we go. You don't have to wait about for the mushrooms that way. Daring dash your way back to the start. I'll heal up if I need to when we come back. Yeah, there you go. This is the chalice I sometimes forget to get, so it's still not as weak as the short sword. No, the broadsword unpowered is still better than the short sword. Quite a bit more, actually. I think it's at least twice as powerful, and if you power it up, it's 3 times as powerful, I think. Like that. And then charged up, I think it's 4 times more, I think. Or 5 times more, maybe. But yeah, it's the broadsword powered up is the best weapon you're going to get until you get the magic sword later on. You can have yourself a magic sword. So yeah, the powered up, it kills the pumpkins in 2 swipes, and unpowered, it's like 4 or 5. So you can still kill them pretty quickly. I will unequip it though, and pay for another charge. What is the charge? Oh, it's 100 gold coins. We don't need more crossbow bolts. So, that wall that can now be destroyed, because it's a slightly different weird colour, and if you turn the camera over just right, you can actually see the pathway because it fades in and out. You can dash that as well, but yeah. Right, so go down this path. The reason why we didn't do this earlier is because we don't need to. Wait, what? Akari said... Hold on, Bray Wyatt's died. What the fuck? Wow. Holy shit. Sorry, I'm going to have to pause and check that. It's not that I don't believe you, but... Because Terry Funk died the other night. What the fuck happened? Nobody has said how it happened yet. Wow, holy shit. How the Wow. Holy crap, yeah. This is like when Jay Briscoe died and everyone's instant reaction wasn't to go, oh, he's dead. Everyone went, what? Yeah, wow, holy shit. Just received a call from WWE Hall of Famer Mike Rotunda, that's IRS for anyone who doesn't know the wrestler, has informed us that his son Wyndham Rotunda has died, better known as Bray Wyatt in WWE. Wow. Yeah, okay, that's... wow. Huh. Bray Wyatt and Terry Funk in the same 2 days. Jesus. Damn. I'm just wondering what happened. Yeah, I'm thinking... I don't know, was he ever on drugs or anything? I don't think so. I mean, he certainly wasn't taking steroids or anything, because he was... well, let's face it, he was pretty chubby, wasn't he? One of those freak medical conditions. It could have been, or it could have been a... I mean, Jay Briscoe died in a car crash, and that was out of nowhere. Wow, yeah, wrestling news. Yeah, not a good week for wrestling news, but... anyway, yeah, so that's the chalice for this level. Sorry, that's thrown me off slightly, but I'm glad you told me, because I probably wouldn't have found out till the stream ended. But yeah, there you go. This will be posterity for later generations. You'll hear my live reaction to Bray Wyatt having passed away. Wow. Mentor. He wasn't even that old. So, I think it said 36 or something. Mad, wow. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, the energy vial that we saw at the... yeah, so there we go, we're up here now. So that means we can just go to the end of the level, because we've got the chalice now. And we'll heal on the way back. Yeah, I mean, Terry Funk's, obviously, the reaction to Terry Funk dying was, ah, shit. It wasn't a surprise, because he wasn't doing well, and he was 78. So, I mean, it was kind of expected it would happen sometime soon, sadly. But yeah, wow. I was going to mention, I think I mentioned Terry Funk earlier, actually, yeah. So, yeah, I guess, double tribute stream to, Terry Funk and Bray Wyatt then. Shame, but, you know. He'll be added to the list of wrestlers who've died under 40, sadly. Which, whenever they bring up that list, it pisses me off, because they go, oh, look, wrestling's really dangerous. Look at all these wrestlers that died under 40. And you go, yeah, but you're not counting the ones that died in car crashes and from diseases and things, which has got nothing to do with wrestling, but... anyway.
All bow down before the master of the vegetable patch. The prize-winning plant who can summon an army of cabbage with a wave of his noble tendril. He's delicious, he's nutritious, he's Zarok's secret recipe. He's the Pumpkin King.
Okay. Yeah, so in Resurrection and the... no, wait, it was 2 separate levels in the remake, wasn't it? In Resurrection, they combined the 2 pumpkin levels together. Not to gloss over the news, but I guess to get back to the game and not have the stream be so morbid, yeah. Hikari says he loves these levels, yeah, they're great. I love the pumpkin aesthetic thing. Yeah, there we go, we've got our chalice, so let's go. We get to visit the upstairs of the Hall of Heroes now. We don't get any new message from him. Oh, I know you're probably doing something, which is why you haven't, but do feel free to join in the voice chat anytime you want, Yakobu, if you want to. There you go, look. Not ghostly anymore. They're solid! Ah! Right, now we get a choice. So either we can talk to her, or we can talk to him. Now, based on what she says, I think you're supposed to visit him first. And I'll show you why later on, but anyway. Although her weapon is technically better, I suppose, but still.
Look at you running around in your bones, Fortescue. You're so nouveau dead. I, Ravenhooves, last prince of the centaurs, have not galloped the earth in over 10,000 years. Do yourself a favor, Fortescue. Take my longbow. More powerful than a crossbow. The option of flaming arrows, it is truly the weapon of noblemen.
Now, remember that he mentioned flaming arrows, which means he knows what they are. That's important for later, because I think they ran out of things for him to say later on, and it becomes a bit awkward, but anyway. You think it's funny how much of a pushover the Pumpkin King is? Yeah, they fixed the Pumpkin King difficulty in the PSP version and the remake, because he's a lot more difficult. Particularly in the remake, that's the most difficult version. However, if you play the PS1 Japanese version, he's more difficult, because if you leave the EU and US versions long enough, they recharge, but the Japanese version recharges quicker, because the Japanese version of this came out later, which meant they fixed a couple of things. But yeah, so the Pumpkin King is mildly more difficult. Not that you'd notice, but still. Yes, I would like to accept your longbow.
Congratulations! You don't quite have my breeding, Mr. Johnny-come-lately, but there's hope for you yet.
To be honest, it doesn't make it that much more difficult, Yakobu, because the Pumpkin King doesn't really have any invincibility frames, so as long as you keep firing at it or keep attacking it, it will keep taking damage. Unlike in the... They give it invincibility frames and times when you can't hit it in the other versions, so... so, longbow is more powerful, but it's slower, so it kind of trades off with the crossbow. I think the normal longbow is the only weapon I never use, because I don't really know what I'd use it for, to be honest. The crossbow fires quicker, so you can do more damage in a shorter amount of time. I guess if you want to do a large amount of damage in a longer amount of time, you could use it, I guess, but... because we unlock a better projectile before then anyway. Because the other choice you can make is going to the woman in this whole appearance, and you could get spears, which are better than the longbow anyway. So we might use the longbow on the Pumpkin King just to use it, I guess. I think the main enemies I used longbows on were those flying the demonettes in Enchanted Earth on the Titan platform. Yeah, what I would say is if you've got all the chalices up to that point, and you've done the ant caves and rescued all the fairies and all that, which gives you a free visit to the Hall of Heroes, you will have unlocked flaming arrows by then. And the flaming arrows do not only do they do more damage than the normal longbow, but they set the enemies on fire as well. So particularly with those enemies, because the demonettes you can't keep damaging as they fly around. So what it is if you hit them with the flaming arrows, as they continue to fly around, they continue to take damage. So that's a good tip there. Use the flaming longbow if you've got it. Yakobu says, the first time I faced anything, I was afraid until I knew what to do. Yeah, honestly, the only reason why I'm making this look so easy, if I am making it look easy, is because I've played this so many times. I don't know if I would consider this an easy game. I think it's easy just because I've played it so many times, but I've seen people genuinely struggle with this on a first time through, so it's kind of difficult, I guess. I mean, any game's easy once you know exactly what to do, isn't it? So... the Pumpkin Serpent, which is weird because they call it the Pumpkin King, but whatever. The Pumpkin King sleeps. If you want an audience with this regal plant, you should mash all of his pod sacks. I think I've been to that website. Right, money down the side of the house, because why not? So this is an example of what a pod sack is. So you just either smash it or cut it or whatever. And it goes... And it tells you how many pods you've got left in the level. Destroying pod sacks will wake up normal pumpkins. Like that. Which is why we recharge the broadsword. Broadsword! It is rumoured that the Pumpkin Witch is in possession of a much sought after dragon gem. If you have a witch talisman, you could summon this kindly witch, which you will need the dragon gem for later on, so do get it now, otherwise you'll have to do this level again. Sometimes I exit the level and then realise I didn't pick it up and go, ah, shit. So, Kiwami Bob, yeah, he knows all. Right, so witch's talisman. Welcome the witch that is the same shape as my ideal woman.
Greetings, kind sir. I am the Pumpkin Witch. I'm like a mother to those pumpkins. I give them all the love and care a young fruit could ever ask for. From the moment they first push a shoot above the soil, right up until their heads are cut off and eaten. And look, see how they repay me, running around and causing mischief. That nasty old big pumpkin has a bad influence on the young seedlings. If you teach him a lesson in manners, I might give you a nice present.
Hot. Right, okay. So yeah, basically she'll give you something in return for killing the Pumpkin King, because he's corrupting the young'uns. So that pot has got some vines in it, remember that for later. She always looked and acted very jolly for a witch. Well, she's part pumpkin, so maybe the pumpkin bit makes her jolly. Who knows? It's a good point, though. 7 remaining. Yeah, remember that pot for later. We can't do anything about it now, but there's a sack in the middle of the level. It's down far enough back. Right, see what I mean? Killing them sometimes summons pumpkins, which is good, because you need the chalice percent, so... Although there's far more enemies in this level than you need for the chalice, so... this is a dead pond, hence all the fish. And that generates these two. Open the menu, dickhead! Right, there we go. I don't know why the menu wouldn't open. It's kind of tricky pressing the select button on a PS5 controller because it's half of the touchpad. So there are pumpkin bombs flying all around here, although you can just avoid them because, you know, whatever. Silver shield. Right. So got stuck on a branch. To the other side of the level. Yeah, I think the pods take the same amount of damage no matter what weapon you use, so that summons a couple more pumpkin soldiers. Oh, it's them 3 gone. And then, yeah, normally those enemies are a lot harder because I'm using the broadsword, I'm just slicing through them. Right, this you can kind of avoid. There's 2 pod sacks here, but we're going to leave them for now, and there's 2 damage chests which we're going to leave for now as well. Go to the end of the level, just temporarily. And there's 2 pod sacks here. Oh, there's 3. Well, they don't summon any soldiers for some reason. Right, so I leave these 2 to last just so we're near the pumpkin when it activates, because otherwise you have to run across the level again. I don't think these summon any. No. I think they get summoned when the king dies. Right, okay, so there's a couple of ways to fight this. I don't know what the intended way is, I've never worked that out. But I'll do it the way I do it anyway. He's got no variety in attacks, so you're not missing much by me just smashing through him. If you cover the pods in plaster, you can make a podcast. Ha! Nice. Thank you, Yakobu. Right, okay, so you can attack him close up, although the vines will hit you, so you can do this. Just smash through his fucking HP. Pretty much until he's almost dead. However, what we can do is hit the... When he gets weaker, he gets more defensive, so you can then use the chest to damage him even more. And he starts spitting out more shit as he goes mental. I assume what you're supposed to do is stand back and use projectiles, which will now switch to the longbow, because why not? Dead. Yeah, so I really like the fact that I didn't give you a chance to look at it, sadly, but the more damage he gets, the more his model actually changes, and damage actually appears on the head of the pumpkin, which is really cool for a PS1 sprite. I don't know what you call them, PS1 character model. Basically, run around in a circle around the Pumpkin King, and they basically infinitely procreate to avenge their king. Well, I don't know if it's infinite, but it's enough to fill the chalice anyway. You need to do like 2 rounds, I think. Yeah, lovely touch, the fact that it takes down, and if you leave it long enough, it re-heals itself, which means the sprite, or whatever you want to call it, actually re-heals itself as well. So, yeah. So if your health bar is full, continue to stand in the fountain, because it will fill your life bowls as well. That is the first time we've had a fountain actually run out, which does happen. Oh, and because we killed the Pumpkin King, we've saved the land. Look, flowers. And I think, yeah, this is supposed to fill with water, but I don't know if it's a glitch that doesn't, because in the remake it certainly does. So I think water was supposed to spawn here, but it just doesn't. So I don't know why. Right, first of all, Pumpkin Witch, which I normally forget to revisit her, which you've got to do after you kill him.
A most edifying spectacle, sir. Man and vegetable in a magnificent duel to the death. Oh, I've come over all of a doodah.
Come all over my doodah.
Have this lovely dragon gem as your reward. Oh, lovely majestic creatures dragons are.
I like to think that's not the body of a pumpkin, it's a jumper she's wearing, and hidden under it, she's got massive tits. Right. Dragon gem. That won't be useful for ages yet. But basically, if you went through the more difficult levels first, you'd find you needed it and then have to come back and do it anyway. So you might as well do these easier levels first. All the tendrils from above here have gone as well. Hey, Yakobu, I found another one. Head bonk. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Right, okay, so this plant pot that was here earlier, or pot, or whatever you want to call it, had tendrils in it, and now it doesn't, and it looks very deep. Whoop. 2 energy vials and some money. I think there are rats down here, but we'll see. We can purchase from the gargoyle. Yeah, there are rats down here. I'll re-enchant the sword, because why not? You see, now we've got standard arrows added, because we get more types of arrow later on. So yeah. Also, I like the fact that if you stand far enough back, you can actually see the skybox outside of the level geometry, because it's not wide enough. Rats can swim, apparently, although they can't survive a hammer blow to the head. Okay, you little dick. There you go. Quick! Yeah, you get 1 gold coin every time you squash one. I don't know why you'd want to, but you can. This is where you get the chalice from. And then I forgot to point this out earlier in the level, but yeah, there's the dry river over there, and here's where you come out here. So yeah, it's indication that there's a pathway somewhere, which, as I've shown, is down that big pot. Good stuff. Okay, so avoid enemies on the way out, because you don't need to fight them anymore, and they still want to avenge their king. And then these will retract, because the Pumpkin King is dead. And we make sure you've got the chalice and one dragon gem before you exit this level. The other dragon gem is somewhere else. We'll get there. See, now I think if whatever you didn't select out of the 2 heroes before, you now have to select the other one. So whenever you're given a choice, although you do have the choice, your next choice can only be out of the other choices you've already been given, and only when you've used up all those choices do more statues unlock, essentially. So we've got big fella with big sword, we've got little fella with axe. You swing her, you throw her. We've got the Centurion, which we visited already, Raven Hooves. We've got the man with the big shield. And we've got Lady with Spear.
Dan. Tell me, what's a warrior queen gotta do to meet someone like you?
Be a hero. You met us. Well done.
Don't be shy, baby. I've seen you giving me the eye. You may be weak and feeble like old men, but I like you, Daniel. Oh, I love a man who doesn't talk back. I think if you return, I may take you for my husband. Now listen up, sugar. Your bow and arrows are fine for itty-bitty jobs, but if you want to pack some serious heat, you should take this spear.
That'd be an odd couple. Yeah, tell me about it. So, my understanding is that when she says, oh, your bow and arrows are fine for itty-bitty jobs, but my spears are better, you don't necessarily have the arrows at this point if you select her first. So my assumption is, based on that line alone, you're supposed to get the longbow first. But I guess it doesn't matter.
Think of me when you throw it.
I could call them bone and bald. I like how they give the spear a thrust. Yeah, so Ikari's talking about the thrust move they gave this weapon in Resurrection. Now, it doesn't have one in this. There's no power-up for this, so square doesn't do anything. X just throws a spear. I'm not going to throw one to demonstrate because they're really powerful and you only get 30. But in Resurrection, if you press square, I think it throws it, and you can charge it up for a longer throw. But X gives you a non-ammo based attack. As long as you've got one spear left, you can use it to stab enemies with, which if you use in a later level where you have to push enemies into off platforms, in Resurrection, that's genuinely the best weapon for it. So yeah, the push move in Resurrection is really good, but only in Resurrection, because they didn't put it in the remake, because obviously the remake is a remake of this rather than a remake of Resurrection. So, because this game has been made twice already, for anyone who doesn't know, remade twice already. Resurrection on PSP, which is now on PSN, so I'll be playing that in October, and the remake on PS4 and 5. So there you go. So we've done Pumpkin Serpent and Pumpkin Gorge. I do. Ikari says, I do remember back when people thought the remake would be based on Resurrection. Now the funny thing with that is that's because the very first trailer for the remake, when they said, oh, more information coming soon, and then it was like 2 years before we heard anything. Yeah, that's exactly why, yeah, Kari said it there. In the very first teaser, all the audio clips were from the Resurrection version. Everyone went, oh shit. And funnily enough, if you look at the end, there's a Sir Dan outline. Now you would think, oh, that's obviously a Sony copyright or whatever. I know the guy that drew that, and he didn't give them permission to use it. Obviously he can't sue him because it's not his copyright, but he's the one that wrote it, and he didn't get any credit. He drew that particular render of Dan's head that they used in that first trailer, and yeah, they never even asked him for it, so they just went online and took it, I guess, which is a bit weird, but I don't know if I saved or not. I'll save anyway. But yeah, it's just odd. Yeah, first time hearing that. Yeah, it's such an unknown story because it only really got told on the MediEvil Discord. If you're not on it, then you wouldn't have seen it, I suppose, at the time. But yeah, it's just funny. You know that image of that dancing Sir Daniel Fortescue that people post sometimes, the one where he's doing like a little disco dance? That was designed by the same guy. He's the one that runs the, as I say, the MediEvil Discord. So Yeah, there you go. But yeah, he's pretty talented and stuff like that, so... Sleeping Village, here we come. So this is the village that you saw in the opening cutscene, where all the villagers got their souls stolen. The whirling eyes of the soulless few. Yeah. I love the boobs on the old woman, they're ridiculous. Right, okay, so...
Poor villagers. The master possesses them. It mustn't hurt them. Hurt guards, though. They seek out an object of great power.
So that's a hint that... I love the music for this level as well. That's a hint that there is a object of great power that we need to pick up. Not the chalice. Well, there is a chalice here, but that's not what we're looking for. So there's a series of puzzles in this level that allow you to access a very powerful object, which we need. When it says it mustn't hurt them, hurt guards, though, it's telling us not to attack the villagers, because if you look, we actually start with 59% of the chalice. That's the only level where you start with chalice points. Now, if you kill a villager, it says a good soul has been lost, and you lose chalice percentage. Now, I have checked this, because I was always curious about how many you're allowed to kill 2. I will try and kill none, but basically, yeah, so you can dash through the level and just basically avoid most of them. So, our first place to go is... right, okay. You can hear Nelly mad. If you dash her with the sword, you can stun her, like that. It doesn't kill her, so... Right. In the old church. A crucifix once stood here, but the mayor took it. Find a replacement and see how the church should really look. So that's kind of your objective here at the moment. So make a replacement crucifix. So I can't remember which way to go first, but we'll just go whatever way because it's not that big of a level. Right, okay, we can go here first, I think. Yeah. So this is... Hold on, this links to something else I should have shown you first. Oh, here's the door we need to go in first. So that's Mrs. Mad. We just have to avoid her frying pan and grab the moon rune. Right. Okay. So, fountain with a chaos rune on top. This rune key is held aloft by the flow of water from the fountain. You may have to wait for the next drought. There is the pub called the Troll's Head. I don't know why I like that, I just do. Okay, so basically you go down to the river, and there is a switch linked to a water gate. And we shut that, stop the water coming in. That lowers the rune there, so that's good. Access to the library. Now I am going to kill the guy in here because I want to read all the books. So you'll see what happens when I kill a good soul. A good soul has been lost. So you lose a couple of percentage points on the chalice, which again, as I say, you could kill 2 and be alright. If you kill 3, then you're going to have to restart the level. Destroy that bookcase to access here. Cash. Now for some reason, right, there's a sprite of like a piece of paper on the wall up there. In the remake you can read it, but it's in oldie English, so it's really difficult to understand. Crucifix cast. Nice how he lowers the rune with his last attempt to keep the fountain pressure. Yeah, I think it's just... Yeah, it's funny how the rune comes down, it bounces down rather than just collapsing off the top, innit? Or falling on a piece of the statue you still can't reach. To whom it may concern, I must make haste for Zarok's men will be here within the hour. I have taken the crucifix from the church. It is a key to a key. Indeed it is. I used the cross to make the attached cast, then I had it destroyed. It is my hope that this cast falls into the hands of a just and good hero. Well, glad it did. Signed, the town mayor. That is the mayor's voice, but we haven't visited him yet. Yeah, I am going to read all these books. It'll probably take a few minutes, but yeah, enjoy. It's History of Gallowmere. History of Gallowmere, Volume 1. Oh, and also, in these books, sometimes some of the levels that were in the beta version are mentioned, but aren't in the final game, so... History of Gallowmere, Volume 1. During the dark times that was Gallomere's not too distant past, it was King Peregrine who thwarted Zarok the Necromancer and his plan to enslave the land. Zarok, once the king's mage, has fallen out of favour with the ruler for conducting outlandish experiments on the bodies of the dead. It is said that deep within Peregrine Castle the dead were restless. The dead are to be honoured, not kept as the playthings of alchemists, declared King Peregrine as he banished Zarok from the castle. All of Zarok's living dead were routed out and destroyed. Zarok became an unforgiving soul, went into hiding and vowed to wreak his revenge on the king. History of Gallowmere, Volume 2. Rumours of ill-doing and dark deeds abounded through the land of Gallowmere. It was whispered that Zarok had employed the aid of shadowy demons to help build a vast castle. Under the cover of night, Zarok's dark army spilled forth from their corrupt haven. The army marched across the Silver Mountains and through the Silver Woods. Now, the Silver Mountains and the Silver Woods, as I say, are levels that were only appeared in the beta version of this game. They were not carried through to the final. Elements of them were used in final levels, though, like the Enchanted Earth, and I think, if I'm right, the Silver Woods is where the Dragon Chase, we always used to call it the Dragon Chase, we didn't know what it was, the Jabberwocky Chase, where in very early versions of the game on demo discs, you can see Dan running away from a Jabberwocky, and it was going to be like that level in Crash Bandicoot where you run towards the screen away from a boulder, but they felt it didn't really work as a level. So, yeah, it got taken out. There was also going to be a 2D level with the worm inside Dan's head, which you haven't seen yet, but in Resurrection they make much bigger of a deal of the worm, almost too much in my opinion, but yeah, so removed levels, there you go. Soon afterwards, even the Pumpkin Lands belonged to Zarok. The folk of Gallows Town cried out to help us. Save us, good King Peregrine. Retaliation was swift and violent. King Peregrine's forces, led by the brave Sir Daniel Fortescue, drove Zarok's army back from the Gallows Town. So Gallows Town is the name of the sleeping village, essentially. There was much rejoicing, but the war was not over yet. So these books are based on the history that the king told, which is why Dan's being portrayed as the hero. Because he obviously wasn't, so... History of Gallowmere, Volume 3. News that Zarok's army had taken the Floodlands caused much concern. From this vantage point, Zarok had marched west to take the Enchanted Forest. This sacred place would prove a bitter defeat if it fell into the hands of the evil sorcerer. It was Sir Daniel Fortescue who once again led the king's militia to rid the demon host from the land. Excuse me. Yet the evil wizard was cunning and had prepared an ambush. A titanic battle ensued, of which history has never since seen the like. Yeah, sorry, a bit awkward there. It is said that the day would have gone to Zarok, but for the skill and valour of one man, Fortescue led the charge deep into the massed ranks of the undead, felled Zarok's bodyguard, the fearful Lord Kardok, and before finally succumbing to his own mortal wounds, slew the treacherous sorcerer with a mighty sweep of his sword, which is obviously not what happened, but that's the way the king tells it, and that's why the people think he's a hero, but the heroes and the gargoyles know he isn't. History of Gallowmere, Volume 4. The forces of evil were destroyed, but at a terrible price. None but a handful of the king's militia returned from that field. Gallowmere lost an entire generation of young men that day, including Canny Tim, which was the first hero we worshipped in the Hall of Heroes, the legendary crossbowman, and Fortescue's second in command. He fell in the first volley of arrows. So what they're saying is that Canny Tim is the one that died in the initial charge, even though he's the one that killed Kardok. So him and Canny Tim got switched round, which is why historically Dan is known as a hero and Canny Tim's known as a coward, but in fact it's the other way around. So Yeah, Zarok's body was never found, though if it lies unmoored in an unmarked grave, then no one in Galloway would shed a tear. Does the battle go well? Yeah, exactly. That's one of the first lines Canny Tim says, isn't it? Actually, there is a book from MediEvil, and if you buy the deluxe version of the remake, you get a digital version of it that moves and speaks the lines for you, and it reveals that the reason why Canny Tim is so timid is because secretly he's actually a woman who dressed up as a man to get close to the Sir Dan and get into the army, because they didn't allow women in the army at that point or something. So yeah, Canny Tim is actually a woman technically, according to that book, so there you go, which also explains why he speaks like that. But anyway, the shadow demons that had fallen under Zarok's banner were unnatural creatures that did not belong in the world of mortal men. The king declared they be banished, entombed under the pure earth of the enchanted earth. It's a bit awkward, but imprisoned within an impregnable box of the king's design, the demons were buried deep underground. Their tomb was sealed with a magical device that has since come to be known as the Shadow Artifact, and that's what we're looking for in this level. Heroes from History, a retrospect. So this is information about the heroes in the Hall of Heroes. Now, this probably would have been good to have learned before we met any of them, because we met half of them already, but... Chapter 1. In addition to being the strongest man who ever lived, Stanley Ironhewer was unsurpassed as his skill as a blacksmith. He's the guy we got the Warhammer from. He was equally happy pounding on his anvil at home as he was pounding on someone's head in battle. It was said that his only fear was the end of the village smithy as the focus of manufacturer in favour of more centralised units. As if. I love these books, they're great. Chapter 2. Born a humble peasant to one of the nomadic tribes from the Eastlands, Bloodmunath Skullcleaver gathered an army of horsemen and swept over half the civilised world. So he's the guy that gives you the axe, and he's supposed to be like Attila the Hun, I guess. When he finally had died, attempting a single-handed attack on a garrison in the north, whilst armed only with the spike on his helmet, he was the richest and most powerful peasant of his day. Yeah, that's pretty much Attila the Hun's story, I think, apart from the single spike on the helmet bit. Chapter 3. Carl Sterngard spent most of his formative years under siege at his family castle. with his impregnable magic sword. Have you got yourself a magic sword? Sterngard's motto was, the best form of attack is defence. Sadly, his shield couldn't protect him against poor eating habits, and he died during a post-battle feast while swallowing a large sausage he had failed to chew. So yeah, that's how that hero died, he swallowed a sausage. Chapter 4. Truly the hero's hero, Woden the Mighty, he's the one that gave us the broadsword, was fearless, single-minded and uncompromising. Unbeaten in battle, he inspired raw... Yeah, you got yourself a magic sword. Yeah, Yakobu's put that in chat. This fearless, single-minded and uncompromised... he was fearless, okay. Unbeaten in combat, he inspired raw fear in friends and enemies alike, not to mention in close family members and pets. Chapter 5, this is about the woman we met with the spears. Trained from birth in all forms of combat, Imanzi Shongama was the warrior queen of a tribe of Amazons. The bold and the beautiful Shongama banished all males from her territory, except the handful she kept on to mow the lawns of her people. Now, that could be she enslaved men and got rid of them, or it could be a euphemism about basically the only reason why they kept men on was to service them, shall we say. So yes, eating Fanny. Chapter 6. A full-time mother and homemaker, Medwin Stormbinder, who is not a person we've met yet, had to defend her settlement from barbarian raiders while the menfolk were away on a hunting trip. She fought off repeated attacks armed only with a pitchfork and a rolling pin, and with one arm holding her baby. Legend has it that the gods, impressed by her indomitable courage, intervened and added thunderbolts to her arsenal, which gives you a clue as to what we're going to get from her weapon-wise. She won the battle with a couple of bolts to spell on her husband when he finally returned. Chapter 7. Dirk Steadfast. Dirk Steadfast was a fearsome opponent thanks to his magic sword. and a firmly held belief that only women defend themselves, real men are always on the attack. He was a friend and contemporary of Carl Sterngard, the guy with the shield, and was with him till the end. It was while Sterngard was explaining his views on Sterngard's shield during a feast that the latter had his tragic and inexplicable accident. So yeah, hold on. In the remake or Resurrection, I can't remember which one, they expand on that slightly and say that Carl Sterngard did indeed die swallowing a sausage, but that Dirk steadfast because he was always with him. Dirk died of laughter from seeing him choke on a sausage, and he died of laughter at the same time. So in the end, their sword and shield didn't protect them. Yeah, that's why Megwin sounds like an old housewife. Yeah. Oh, there you are. Yeah, she's basically just a housewife that the gods gave lightning bolts to. So there you go. You're learning all sorts from this. I normally skip over this because it takes ages to read it, but I want to do this for the to have sort of a record of me reading it, because I quite like these books, but you only need to read them once. So, Chapter 8. Descended from the finest centaur bloodstock, Raven Hooves the Archer was the last prince of his people. He did not glimpse the earth in over 10,000 years. A proud and haughty aristocrat, he was an accomplished hunter, sportsman, duelist, playboy, raconteur, and 3 times Derby winner. Chapter 9. The best chapter of all. Captain of the militia in the time of King Peregrine, Sir Daniel Fortescue found fame when he killed the renegade wizard Zarok. A career soldier raised in the royal household, he was adored by the men under his command and renowned for his loyalty to Galamir. It was said that Fortescue was always destined for greatness, with his square jaw, steely gaze, and thick shock of hair as black as raven's wings. He looked every inch the hero. They've made art of what Dan looked like in real life, and he had really gapped teeth and everything. So not only did they lie in the history books about what he did and swapped his legend with Canny Tim, essentially, they also lied about what he looked like as well. So they made him sound like a real hero. You know, like those paintings of Henry VIII made him look a lot better than he actually looked in real life, apparently. Same sort of deal there. Tourist Guide to Galamir, Part 1. The land of Galamir is a wondrous land of breathtaking sights and adventure. If it's beauty you're looking for, be sure to check out the sights of the Enchanted Forest. Seek the height and see the nest of giant dragon birds. Seek out weird and wonderful plant life. Go ooh and ah at the sight of baby dragon toads splashing about in the crystal clear ponds. Why not take a walk through Pumpkin Valley? Pumpkin is Galamir's favourite dish, and about now the valley is bulging under the weight of young podlings awaiting harvest. Yeah, that book about the heroes is probably the longest one, so these are quite short, I think. That's cool. Tourism Guide to Galamir, Part 2. If it's mystery you're looking for, then the seasoned adventurer should travel to the ruins of King Peregrine's castle. Yes, this is the fortress from which the fabled King Peregrine once hailed. It is said that the king's crown was lost in the dungeons below the castle, and that the ghost of the regent himself now haunts these cold stone passageways. Spooky. Why not take to the swamps and seek out the mythical town of Mellowmead? This place was once said to be, yeah, I don't know why they used the word place here twice, because they could have used any other word, but anyway. This place was once said to be the place of fantastical arcane alchemy, but an age has passed since it was consumed by the murky swamps. Perhaps great treasure awaits any adventurer who can locate its watery resting place? Question mark. Yes, we can. So yeah, there we go. The full history of Galamir and its heroes, which gives a shitload of backstory, but again, you can completely skip all that. So it's up to you if you're playing this, but if you're watching this, you just heard me read it all, so audiobook. If anyone's ever wondered what my voice would sound like reading an audiobook, there you go. Although I'd have to drink a lot more because I've got a sore throat. Right, we've got the cast, so we need the bust next. Have we got the moon room? Yes, we have, okay. Or is it the... do we not need the earth room? I can't remember. Yeah, so basically you open that gate, but you have to hold down this button. If you destroy all the barrels by accident, just go back out and go back in. That unlocks that back there. Because you can destroy barrels for money and stuff. Oh, and rats. Eep. Avoid Mrs. Mad. We'll edit out the mistakes before selling it, yeah. There's actually a trophy in the Resurrection version they put out on PSN for killing 5 rats down here. So that's the only reason to do it, really, because you get 1 coin each, so why bother? The club. The squeals always crack me. Yeah, eat. So we need to go through. Avoid Mr. Mad. Let him chase you first. Don't body charge the adults too much because they will get hurt. Same for that one side quest in the remake with the mouse. They give a large health bar to. Yeah, King Derek. Yeah, I love that they call it King Derek. Bust of Mr. Shanks, landlord of the Troll's Head. To clean the statue, lower pedestal. So that's clearly an item we need, so we need to lower the pedestal. Now this bit, if you're trying not to kill any villagers, is the bit where you will kill one by accident. The other thing to remember as well is in the remake, there is a trophy for... In the remake and the Resurrection version on PSN, there is a trophy for not hurting any of the villagers, and this is the bit where you tend to lose it. However, in the remake, you can destroy glass spikes and barrels with your small sword. In this, you can't. You can only damage them with the club and hammer. Because the club is quicker and has a smaller hit radius, I would use that. Get them to chase you first. Hopefully back here. Come on. That's it. Right, get them out of the way. Then run in and hit the barrel. Then grab the earth rune. Okay. Right, yeah, because you can accidentally hit the Mr. Mad past the barrels with the radius of the hammer. In the obviously the original it doesn't matter, but I'm just saying. You can. It doesn't matter if you take damage as long as they don't. Right. Get the small sword. See what I mean? I just hit that. So if there was a trophy for not hitting any, I'd have just lost it. We can afford to kill one more villager, even though we're going to try not to. But well, that lowers the pedestal. Nice. Landlord's bust. And then just escape. We've trapped Mr. Mad in there, so... And all the barrels recharge, and so do all the rats, so... the money bag doesn't, but... Also, if you get hit by her, you get a little clang noise. Like that. I love that sound. And then, once you've collected the bust, it doesn't matter what order you do this in, but as soon as you collected the bust, this happens. All the Nelly Mads disappear off the streets, which is good, because you won't accidentally kill them then, and get replaced by...
Hurry, comrades, tear this place apart. If we don't find the shadow artifact, Lord Zarek will have us mocking out the demons for the next millennium.
The boiler guards. So now there are boiler guards everywhere in place of all the Nelly Mads. So, we can hear one, but I've faced the wrong way. So we will get out the spears and hopefully turn the camera around in time. They have got guns. For some reason he's not shooting at me, that's weird. Oh, he's faced the other way. 3 spears will take him out, or longbow shots, or whatever you want. Luckily, hitting them actually stuns their attack, so yeah. Or you can just rush in with the sword and smack the shit out of them. Like so. Like that. They do tend to attack you. I would not recommend taking them on close range in the remake though, or Resurrection, because they have a close range fire attack, which will just burn the shit out of you, so yeah. Be careful of that. Okay. Yeah, so when I said about you can afford to kill 2 villagers, basically you lose chalice percentage for both of them, but if you kill every enemy in the level, you just about make enough. If you kill 3 villagers, then you can't do it. Right, so we need to go to the blacksmiths first. I always thought this was a floating hammer when I was a kid, but it's supposed to be a... doesn't it look like it's floating in the air a little bit? I always thought it was. For some reason you can move stalls around. There is absolutely no reason to do so, so I don't know why they move, but... Money. Blacksmith Monthly. Old Man Willie Green of Gallows Town was awarded Smithy of the Season by our readers. His outstanding cast have produced many intricate and hard-wearing iron goods and sculptures. Willie only uses the finest of metals in his work and is particularly noticed for his magnificent busts. While I do like a magnificent bust, Old Man Willie was quoted as saying, "Aye, when I get pumping on my bellows, there's no stopping me. It's all in the rhythm, up and down, up and down. I've always been inspired by the stories of Stanya Ironhewer, the greatest smithy that there ever was." We've met him. Oh yeah, sorry, I missed that thing Yakobu said. Yeah, pedal stall. Yeah, that's a IT crowd thing, isn't it? Right, so we need to make the crucifix now. So crucifix cast, and then we put in the finest metal, put in a large bust, and you know what a fan of large busts I am. So basically you just up and down, which shows you how powerful the smiths must have been to be able to do this by hand, because we have to use our full body weight. But I've never counted how many turns this should do, but just jump and wait for it to go all the way down and then jump again. About 10 times or something. A joke that goes over the heads of the young and innocent. Yeah, there's a couple of jokes in this like this that I've never really even realised were jokes until later on. There we go. Crucifix. Now luckily this is really near the church, so we can just go straight in. It's across the road essentially. I turned the wrong way, but it's closer than it looks. Yeah, so the smithy is down there, and then the church is here. Go in. Right, there we go. And it said the crucifix was a key to a key, so let's use the key. That gets rid of the wall. And that gives us safe key. Now, interestingly, that opens that door, right? A lot of people never realised they then needed to use the safe key for anything, because they thought collecting that key opened that door you just saw. So it is a little bit confusing that you get a key and then a door opens, even though that's not the door you're supposed to open with that key. But anyway. No, wrong button. Dear Sir or Madam, on my travels across Galloway I have come across many mysterious and enchanting finds. However, that which filled me with the deepest dread was discovered of the tomb of the shadow demons. The key to their dank prison, the mysterious shadow artifact, is now in my possession, so that's what we're after. That dress-wearing bully boy, it's not a joke you can make anymore, that dress-wearing bully boy Zarok will stop at nothing to retrieve this item. I fear that he already knows it is I who possess it. Yours fearfully, the town there. So he signs off more afraid each time. So we now have safe key. So now we go towards the end of the level, which I'm going the right way. Nope. This is the central hub of the level, so you can kind of work out where to go from here. So we need to go down to the left. Yeah, you need to go past... Oh, we could have just gone from the church and gone back on ourselves. Right, okay, yeah, so past the smithy, and then in here. You can walk around here for some few goodies. Money and a thing. If you don't need them, then don't bother, because if you fall in the pond, you're going to lose an entire life bottle, so... I tend to run against the walls, because it doesn't really slow you down, it stops you falling in. There is a Mr. Mad here that's kind of annoying, but... interestingly, if you access the files of the game and walk up here, there is a file called Duck Shoot, which apparently there was going to be some sort of duck shooting mini game here, but they couldn't work out how to do it in the PS1 version, or it was too late, so they completely ditched it. That duck shooting bit is brought back in Resurrection as an actual duck shooting bit in this level, which is the way you're forced to do it to unlock this door. So the safe key doesn't actually open that door. In the remake, it's replaced with a I think you do shooting of different types of fish in that. It's part of the Lost Souls quest. But yeah. So you walk through here, and for some reason it teleports you up through here. Never quite understood that, but... right, now, there are boiler guards on the ground floor. If we're going to climb, I want to kill them off first. Because they'll just endlessly shoot at you while you're climbing across the roof, so it's kind of annoying. So, yeah, there's no way to get into the house because there's a hole in the wall there, but we'll check that later. You can't go through the main door, even though it zooms in. There's only one other way to get in. I've also never taken in the fact there are rats around here, but... Because I've seen everything 1,000 times, I tend to rush past everything. This jump is slightly more tricky in the remake, I think. But anyway, jump down the chimney into the fireplace. Money, money, money. Now, if you did the levels in the wrong order, obviously you won't be able to do any of this. But safe key. Don't forget to get the shadow talisman before you leave, or the shadow artifact rather. Shadow talisman is something completely different. Activate this switch. And that unlocks the gates to the end of the level, where there are 5 boiler guards, which you have to go towards to attack for the final bit of the chalice and then come back to get it. So there we are at the front door. Did we leave that energy vial from earlier? No, we collected it, okay. So you have to go through this gate and it auto-locks behind you, but for once it actually re-unlocks when you've done this fight. Now you can charge forward and attack them all at once, but if you lose the longbow, you can hit one and taunt him into... So yeah, you can basically fight them one at a time because they're out of range. You do have to kill them all to get back out though. Or you can use the crossbow actually. Probably quicker, isn't it? I mean, so it's a lot weaker than the longbow, but it doesn't stun them, I don't think, even though the longbow does, so... we're not leaving yet, don't worry. Instructions from Zarok to his guards. Capture that greedy profiteer, the town mayor. Take him to the asylum dungeons, which tells us where the town mayor is. Give the fat boy a good going over. Locate the shadow artifact. Bring me back something nice. Maybe a sleeping village fridge magnet. Right, yeah. In the beta version of this game, this is where you first fight the stone golems on this bridge, and the bridge sides, I think, are still as high, and you can't defeat them. You just have to run past them to the end of the level. But in the final version, obviously they saved them for a later level, so I don't know why you'd fight stone golems at this point, but I suppose why do you fight them at all, but, you know. Right, little backtracking to go through that hole that we saw earlier. Energy vial, chalice, money. Be careful not to fall down, because Mr. Mad's still down there going, well, mad. You can now go around and kill all the villagers if you want. I guess you could, but because you don't need the chalice percentage anymore because you've got it. I don't know what happens if you collect 100% of the chalice percentage and then kill enemies and then trying to collect the chalice. I don't know if you then can. I've never tested it, but should probably test that at some point just to see if it works. Not now. So you need to make sure you've got the chalice and the shadow artifact. If you haven't got the shadow artifact, then you need to do all those puzzles to get you the key and then go to that house and unlock it now. No, I think you'd have to get the crucifix at least to be able to unlock the boiler guards, so... But yeah, you can miss the shadow artifact, so be careful of that. New message.
Back and forth like a supernatural yo-yo. Maybe the master will make it harder to find those magic egg cups.
it calls the chalices magic egg cups. That's why, as a kid, I always wanted an egg cup in the shape of a chalice. Right, we can either choose the shield or more arrows or the axe. So you get a three-way choice this time. So I'm thinking, what level do we do next? Asylum grounds. We need the axe. We don't need the axe next, but I could get it though because I do need it for the level after that. And then you need to either pick the arrows now or the next level because you need them for the enchanted forest. Well, you don't need them, but for what I do with the boss in that level, you do need them. So I'd get the axe now because it's just more handy.
Hey, Mr. Fortescue, I want to talk with you. If this Zorak's so bad, why'd you get to go back? Why'd you of all people, Fortescue?
Fortescue.
It should be I, Blood Monad, Skull Cleaver. When I lived, always I had a pile of slain strewn around me. You spend most of your time organizing and changing of the guard and playing croquet with the king. Still, I lend you my axe. You swing her, you throw her. She thirsts for a slaughter as much as I.
As much as I.
Drink deep of demon blood, my proud beauty.
Will do. Alright, so basically, the axe is essentially what the arm is, but a lot better. So you have a very basic short range attack, but a very, very good long range attack. So it's infinite because obviously it doesn't need. It is quite slow to attack, but it's massively powerful. So you can use it in favour of using actual ammo, and it'll cost you less. So it's up to you how you want to use that. But yeah, there is no power up for it. It just throws it because close range and throw for X and square. So yeah, there you go. The axe is good for all sorts of things. So this is the level I couldn't do as a kid because of one of the puzzles, because it's basically an entire puzzle level with very few enemies in it. It's fun though. And they take it out of Resurrection, which again is annoying, but for some reason in Resurrection they make Sleeping Village 2 levels. Got no idea why. You get a level called Welcome to Sleeping Village, then the Asylum, then Sleeping Village. And I've got no idea why they decided to do that, but anyway. Saved on having to put an extra level in, I suppose, because they were strapped for time, so they cut loads of levels out. So, yeah, part of the reason why people don't like Resurrection, I guess. So we saw the Asylum in the distance there. The Asylum grounds. If you actually look in the skybox... oh shit, I forgot there was an enemy. See, now the throwing axe does quite a lot of damage there. Okay, hold on. Hello? Oh, hello. Hello, Yakobu. I almost called you Zarok for a second there. Yes. Hello, Yakobu. Hello. This is the Garden of Zarok. Nothing here is as it first seems. To leave this maze, you must first seek the one called Jack of the Green. You'll know why I said it in that voice in a minute. Ha ha ha. There's some cool bushwork, as it were. I'm thinking of the remake, I think, but if you look into the skybox in the remake, you can see the Asylum in the distance, which is a nice touch. Chaos Room, we haven't got that yet. Right, the axe is good. Most of the enemies attack you in close range here, so I'm going to just switch out to the broadsword. And there's a dragon-shaped bush that fires fireballs at you for some reason. In the Japanese and US, in fact, the thing we just attacked, those little fat guys that attack you with shovels, they're supposed to be grave diggers. Now, in the beta version and the American and Japanese version, they've got two other looks. So in the original version, they were in brown sort of hoods, because they're supposed to be monks, but they realised at the last minute we probably shouldn't put anything religious in here in case someone gets pissed off. So they took it out, because they're supposed to be monks that are sort of looking after the sort of zombie monks. And then in this version they look like they do, and then for some reason in the US and Japanese version they changed them again and gave them sort of white and red tabards. So I don't know if they're supposed to be butchers or what, but in this version they've been given little shovels, so they're supposed to be grave diggers, I guess. Camel-shaped bush. At least I assume that's supposed to be a camel.
Greetings, Sir Fortescue. My name is Jack of the Green. I am the master of riddles, and this maze is my domain. You are free to leave, but only once you've answered 4 riddles.
Wait for it.
Puzzles so fiendishly difficult, so perplexingly complex, that no man has ever solved them. Ha, ha, ha. Now, try my first riddle.
Ha, ha, ha.
At night they come without being fetched. By day, they are lost without being stolen.
So what is it? At night they come without being fetched. By day they are lost without being stolen. So, yeah, you don't actually need to work out these riddles as long as you can work out what it wants you to do. So, the answer is stars! So, you've seen star bushes throughout. Before, when you'd hit them, they'd do nothing, but if you hit them now... 4 remaining. So there's one at the end here. I just use the small sword because it's easy to hit him. There are 2 enemies that are going to ambush me here, so... sometimes you can kill them in one sweep, it looks really good. There are 2 vulture bushes fighting over a bit of meat, I guess. I don't know. Just guessing.
Yeah.
Attacked by evil monks. There's another start. You don't have to wait around for them to explode. You can just hit them and run away. So.
Yeah,
this monk
on the strings of meat.
Yeah, boy. This monk you can kill before he hits the bell, but I let him anyway because that happens. And there's a little bit of bush that's generated to stop you getting out of here, but you just have to smash it with a hammer or something. I think you can do it with your sword, actually. Yeah, you can. Okay. Yeah, a bit of magic bush appears. I don't know why. But hey, you want to hear the most annoying sound in the world? What is it? Yeah. So there you go. Check the graves for 2 bags of money, I think. Yeah. Some of the details, despite the fact that I do them every time I play, just never stick in my head. So there is quite a hard to see starbush here because it's quite dark back here, but that's another one. 1 more to go. So you go down here. There is I didn't realise this for ages, but that bush is the shape of Zarok. Because the twigs are his arms, and then he's got his head. Hold on. If I can... I can't get a good look at him. Yeah, it's supposed to be Zarok, and that's his sort of dress thing that he wears. But, yeah. He fires fireballs at you. There's no reason to destroy him. You can destroy his head to stop him shooting fireballs, but it does absolutely nothing, so...
Well done, Sir Knight. But my star riddle was but a trifle. I always like to begin with an easy one. Return hither. You will not find my next conundrum so simple.
You say that, but... I think if you stand back on the stairs where he can't hit you... Yeah, it's not even targetable. The only reason why I even ever realised why it could take damage is because if you use the power-up attack of the hammer, Oh, or don't hit the statue, obviously. It actually takes damage from the shockwave, but I don't think anything else does it damage. But it doesn't give you any chalice percentage anyway, and you never have to go back there, so fuck it. Right, yeah, so basically after each riddle, you go back to Jack of the Green to get your next one, and every time you talk to him, another bit of the maze unlocks. So, well, most of the time anyway.
I live for laughter. I live for the crowd. Without it, I am nothing.
And the answer is clown. This was the bit that got me stuck, and will probably take me a while anyway, because I can never remember the order you're supposed to do these in. So, you'll see what I mean when I get there. And that unlocks this bit. Silver shield. I suggest equipping the small sword for this bit just because it's quicker. For some reason there is a book here, but only in the American version, that basically tells you the clown is asleep and you need to face it with all the smiles to wake it up. And it's like, yeah, okay, I probably could have worked that out eventually myself, but sure. Hit these also, they're one turn away from doing it, and then basically when you turn them to their smile side, they've got a countdown timer. Now the countdown timer is different for every single one, and I can never remember what order to do it in. It is possible to rush around and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, so I'll try doing it that way and see if it works. Nah, missed one. If you can get it all in one sweep, you can do it, but it's really difficult. Because you need to hit it with every sweep of the sword. Oh, I got stuck, no. Yeah, even the tiniest little delay. So, but you can do it slowly as long as you know the order, which I don't, so... because for some reason I've not been able to remember that in the 20-something years I've played this in. It's something like 5, 1, 2, 6, 4, I think. I'm not sure. 5, 1, 2. Oh, fucking hell. See what I mean? You can constantly get stuck on that back one. You basically haven't got enough time to get the rest of them, so might as well just turn them all around again. Right. 5, 1, 2, 6, 3. There we go. 5, 1, 2, 6, 3.
Right. Yes, it was a clown. Very clever, I'm sure. Return in haste, Sir Knight, for I wish to see the despair on your face when you hear my next cryptic puzzler.
Cryptic puzzler. So he's got a little, water spouting flower on him, and he's got hearts coming out of his head now. And if you look, he has actually got a smiley face. It's kind of hard to tell, but yeah. So basically, if you knock those round in the wrong order, they will reset themselves after a given timer. So yeah, 5, 1, 2, 6, 3 is the order there. If you count like clockwise, that's 1, that's 2, etc. So there you go. So if I ever forget the number, I can just go back to this video on YouTube and hear what I said myself. And I think the order stays the same for the remake as well. I'm pretty sure it stays the same anyway. What? How did that? Where did that guy come from? Okay, that was weird. Oh, there's normally 2 monks here, and one of them walked into there, I guess. I don't know. I thought he was a leftover guy from one of the graves for a second. I was going to say, how did that happen? Right, okay. Back to Jack of the Green. That was probably the most difficult bit of the level, to be honest. As long as you know the order, though, it's not too bad.
Face like a tree, skin like the sea, a great beast I be, yet vermin frighten me.
Yeah, it's not too bad, says Akari. Yeah, it's just the only reason why I ever had trouble with it is because I kept rushing around trying to return ones that were turning themselves round, but that's not the way to do it, because you'll just end up catching up to your own mistakes, and it just doesn't work. Yeah, so face like a tree, trunk, skin like the sea, wavy, a great beast I be, giant, yet vermin frighten me, mice. So the answer is elephant. Now, you can do this in a couple of different ways, but this is the order I do it in just for ease of whatever. Right, so first of all we need the Chaos Runes. We have to go back into the main bit of the maze. Again, you can do this any way you want, but this is just the way I do it. Just to save on backtracking so much. Right, okay, so... there should be another one. And then there's an octopus-shaped bush, because why not? Whatever. Chaos Rune. Now, there is a grate there, but that's not useful right now. You can hit this head, and it can't shoot you from behind, so... Axe. Oh, that killed off the final tentacle for some reason. Huh. There we go. 2 throws and it's gone. Now, I always thought this was a picture of a fish, because it looks like one. Like a really cartoony sort of geometric fish. In the remake, it's a bed of roses. So, yeah, that's what it's supposed to be. That's not entirely clear in this version. Same way that the star down there doesn't look like anything. But in the remake, it's flowers. And then I think there's a thing of flowers in front of Jack of the Green, although even in the PS1 version it at least looks like flowers. So, yeah. Some of these things I genuinely didn't know what they were until the remake came out. And then you go back and look at it and go, oh yeah. It's like this. I thought it was just a platform, but you can actually tell it's supposed to be flowers, kind of. It's warping all over the place, but PS1 geometry fun. Right, so what you're supposed to
doesn't
do...
have a menu on it.
Sorry, what was that?
It doesn't have a menu on it.
Yeah.
What
you're... Go on.
Whichever Yakuza game it was.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can't think which one it was, but I know what you mean. So we've got the Chaos Rune, so technically you're supposed to put it in there, unlock that, and then get a little mouse to follow you. However, there are enemies along this route, so I tend to prefer to come along the route. Oh, there's cats as well, which for some reason a lot of people thought were rats. I mean, I know they haven't got legs, because, you know, animation, but why would a mouse be scared of a rat? It's got ears. I mean, I always thought they were cats, but anyway, some people didn't apparently. I didn't know they were meant to be cats at first. Yeah, a lot of people didn't. I never understood that, because I think just from the beginning I went, oh, that must be a cat. After each grave will reveal another monk, which for some reason will try and run back to the start of the level. I've got no idea why. I think they're to try and stop you getting the mice around the cats, but again, if you kill all the enemies first, then you have a much easier time doing it. There is some money hidden in the graves. Huh? Oh, the swords ran out of charge. Never mind. See what I mean? It's still pretty good. You can still stun lock most enemies with it, like that. Of course, don't try that in the other versions of MediEvil. Only in the original version does that even work. That is the chalice, and that is a recharge. Which, I might get a recharge of the sword, actually. And then, what do we want? We could get more crossbow bolts, I guess. We're never really going to use the standard arrows, so there's no point in getting more. Right, so that's the elephant. We need to scare with the mouse, so let's go back and get a mouse. The mice are infinite, so if you end up getting one scared by a cat, just let it despawn, then go get another one. So, money. So you have this little mice follow you. Now, don't run too quickly, otherwise it can't catch up with you. So basically, you just have to walk it round the cat. There is an optimum sort of route which I'm going to take, so otherwise you'd kind of have to learn where they were going to walk. No, that hasn't worked. Okay, sometimes he won't go round that pillar, so you just have to wait for the cat to go back. As long as it doesn't touch the cat's head, you're fine. Right, now I assume what you're supposed to do here is walk along the path and not only fight the monks, but try and walk the mice round the cats at the same time, but not only have I killed the monks already, I'm also not walking on the pathway. So, I don't know. It seems to be, there's intended ways to do things in this game, but it's way easier to do it the non-intended way, so why would you? So basically you just avoid the pathway and walk it up to the elephant this way. So there you go. And he destroys that wall behind him.
Did you spot my bluff? I pretended that riddle was hard, but in truth it was obviously an elephant. This time, however, I almost pity you. The answer to my next vexing enigma has eluded the finest minds of a whole generation. Come to me.
Come to me. So, the mice now do stop spawning, because you don't need another one, but I'll get it scared by the cats anyway, just to show you what it looks like. And it runs off randomly, and you try and catch it, and you can't catch it. And eventually it goes poof, and turns into a little purple sparkle. So first of all, I'm going to... No, wait, actually, no. I'm going to go to Jack of the Green first, because we need to come back here anyway. No, I always go the wrong way when I come back.
I tolerate the moon and stars. I can't abide the sun. Banish me with torchlight and you'll see me turn and run.
Now, for some reason, as a kid, I convinced myself that the answer to this was vampire, despite the fact that the answer is clearly darkness. I tolerate the moon and stars. I can't abide the sun. Banish me with torchlight and you'll see me turn and run. Yeah, the answer is darkness. But again, even though I got the riddle wrong in my head, it doesn't really matter as long as you know what to do within the confines of the game. So now that will unlock a bit of the level past here that wasn't unlocked before. So you do have to go to Jack of the Green first. Actually, I lied earlier about what the most annoying sound in the world was. It's about to happen. Want to hear the most annoying sound in the world? For some reason it's not powerful enough to kill the monk, so I don't know why that chest is there, but anyway. It's funny to hear it mash the bell. There's money in one of those. And I think... Yeah, I think those gates are shut if you haven't visited Jack of the Green, so you'd have to go back and then come back here a second time, so... Health fountain. There's not a lot of enemies in this level, so it's mostly just about puzzles. Now this bow-legged freak over this hedge, the hedge is not destructible, you have to do the rest of the level to unlock it. The head is destructible though, and it will shoot fireballs at you, much like the Zarok statue. But again, if you're running it can't actually hit you, so I don't know why you'd need to destroy the head, but anyway. Kari says, first time I solved this one I forgot what the riddle was and just messed around with the stuff in the environment till I got it. Yeah, that is the benefit of these, because you don't really need to understand the riddle, you just need to work out what you've got to do. This grate will open, so you jump down there. Now, the idea is that this is supposed to be the moon at night, I guess, and the room is filled with darkness, and there are three, I don't know if they're supposed to be angel windows on the three sides, but basically you go outside to a completely unique part of the level that you never ever come back to or ever see again, but basically you just push the fires towards the angels so they light up the room, and then you hear a sound if it's locked in. So you basically just do that. You can do these in any order, but it just takes longer if you push them to the quote-unquote wrong window. If you go in and it hasn't done it, it means you haven't quite pushed one of them into the window, in which case you probably didn't hear the sound effect. Because you're meant to hear it if it's right. That sound. So if you hear that 3 times, you're done. So you walk in here and it's cast shadow, it's cast light on the moon, which when you walk into... And we're back at the grate in the maze.
It took me ages to come up with that darkness one. Very well. Outrageous as it seems, my vast intellect has been matched by your badly decomposed brain. Return at once and I shall give you your prize.
I avoided those 2 monks on the way out because we've already got all the chalice percentage we want anyway, so... Yes. Is he excited that we did all his riddles? Let's find out.
You think you're so clever, don't you? Here you are, Sir Clever Clogs. I grant you free passage through my maze. Find your own way out.
Nope. Certainly wasn't happy about that. The only other bit of trivia is he is voiced by I almost said Zach Darrow. I've forgotten his name now. Why am the one time I play MediEvil and it's going to be recorded for YouTube and I'm forgetting everything? Yeah, it's the same voice actor as Zarok. Sorry, go on.
Paul Darrow.
Paul Darrow, that's it. Why couldn't I remember that all of a sudden? Yeah, Paul Darrow, who recorded all the original voices, and they reused his voice in the remake, and the remake was dedicated to him because he died about 3 weeks before the remake came out, sadly. But yeah, he's more famous for being in things like Blake 7 and like weird sci-fi stuff from the 70s and 80s. But yeah, he there's a really funny, I mean, it's not funny in and of itself, it's just funny because he was Zarok in this. But there's a stair lift advert. Do you have trouble getting up and down stairs and all that? Voiced by Paul Darrow, and it just sounds like Zarok trying to sell you a stair lift. It's really weird. Hate when that happens. It's info you know off the top of your head, but the moment it's relevant in the conversation is when you just blank out on it. Yeah, this is like, you know those miracle times when I make it one way round in Ant Caves without any trouble. Of course, the one time it's recorded for YouTube, I got lost. So, well, actually, I didn't get lost. I missed a couple of fairies, and luckily I got them on a second sweep, because sometimes I get lost for fucking ages. The Ant Caves on Remake is a lot more difficult, because not only can you not hear the fairies, they also changed a lot of the environment, in my opinion, so it's harder to navigate, I think. It was cool they kept Darrow's recordings in the remake. I always wonder why his voice was different in the pre-title cutscene, though. Fire! Yeah, I think he's just putting on a different voice. I think, do you know what it was? Because in the very, very early beta versions, that cutscene is still there. Not the very early ones, but the, well, mid to late beta versions, I guess. That cutscene is there. So he'd recorded himself saying fire long before he did any of the other voice lines when he's actually in the game, I imagine. So by the time they had him record them, I imagine he just changed the voice slightly, I guess. Solve this last puzzle and you will open the secret entrance to the asylum. The town mayor is imprisoned here along with an army of madmen. If you listen, I love this sound, listen. They all sort of mumble to each other. I remember in the demo I first played in MediEvil, the fire line wasn't in the cutscene. Yeah, I think that was possibly one of the earlier demos before they'd even voiced anything, because the music was all different in the demos as well. First, hit each of them once. Yeah, I was going to say, which one's the Phil Mitchell one? So the Queen's got a woman's voice. So this works like chess. So a few people got stuck on this. Basically, you just have to put them on the right colour squares. The blue and red ones are King and Queen, so they will move in any direction whatsoever. The yellow one is a rook, so it will only move in straight lines. And the bishop will only move diagonals, so it's usually the bishop that most people get stuck on, because all the rest of them all move in straight lines. I didn't know the yellow one didn't move in diagonal lines till I tried, but yeah, it just won't move in diagonal lines. So you basically just have to get them to their relevant places. Yeah, see what I mean? You can't move it diagonally, so... I should have moved the blue in first, it would have been easier. Fuck it, whatever. Yeah, in the remake, you can get stuck doing this if you get the diagonal one stuck in a corner, because you can't hit the pieces from outside the board, whereas in this version you can. There is a way of doing it, but you have to half stand inside the shape, like here, and then do a sweep like that, and it just about taps it. So it was thought to be a bug, first of all. Well, I suppose technically it is a bug, they should have worked that out, but yeah. You don't have to worry about it with this, because you can hit pieces from outside the board, as like this. So that's fine. Technically, you could let them walk when they're moving themselves earlier on, closer to their designated spaces, and then just hit them once and knock them in, but... So, I mean, so this is something you can't do in the remake, which is why it was thought to be impossible. It's if you get the green one trapped in the middle. That's it, not at the edges. It's if you get the green one trapped in the middle, because you can't hit it diagonally if the other three are already locked in. But in this version, if you stand the other side of the yellow, for example, and swing the sword, you can still hit the pieces. So you're alright. But yeah, in the remake it's a little bit trickier. Didn't know about the bug. Good thing I didn't catch it. Yeah, a lot of people got that bug and had to replay the entire level until they realised that there is a way to actually fix it. Again, it's not ideal, but yeah. So getting all 4 in place unlocks the middle of the board and unlocks Zarok's slime, which kind of makes you ask how he got through here, but whatever. Oh, did I get the... Oh, I did get the chalice. Thank fuck for that. I was going to say, where's the... Yeah, this is a very easy chalice to miss. It's behind the elephant earlier in the level. So as long as you've got the chalice, I don't think there are any key items in this level. No, there aren't. Okay, so down we go. And then the reason why we're going down at the start of the next level becomes obvious, because you enter the level by dropping in. So how anyone put idiots into the asylum when they had to solve a chess puzzle every time, I'm not sure, but there you go. Because of the way the geometry works differently in the remake, you can actually skip most of that level by jumping on top of the hedges and running along on the outside of the level. But right, so we either grab the shield or we grab the... do you know something I really never ever noticed as a kid until someone pointed out maybe last year? The active statues, if you watch Ravenhoos is looking at me, if you actually walk to the other side, his head follows you. I genuinely never noticed that for years. And it's like with Sterngart's head here, look. He actually follows you. Whereas the activated ones don't. So yeah, I never noticed that for ages. But yeah, it's more obvious in the remake. Again, another thing that's more obvious. You can pick either here, because the shield would maybe be more useful, although we've got shield. The flaming longbow you need, if you're one chalice behind, which you may well be at this point if you haven't done Ant Caves, you will need to get the flaming longbow now, because if you don't get it by the end of the next level, you won't have it for the Enchanted Earth, so I'll just get it for that reason.
Oh, Danielle. I've got something here I can give you, but I've no idea what it is. Do you fancy a little gamble, like?
Well, last time we were told they didn't know what it was, it turned out it was a life bottle. And bearing in mind, he told you that you can optionally use flaming arrows, so therefore he clearly knows what flaming arrows are, except... Huh. Yeah, I don't know why that voice line is there, because that doesn't make any sense, but sure. Jump! Ah, sometimes you can land on the back of the chair. I've only ever done it once. But, yeah. I say sometimes, I've only ever done it once. I did it when I took a picture of it. I don't know where that picture ever went, but I was proud of that. Right, yeah, so we've got flaming longbows. Now, weirdly, they don't replace normal longbows in the menu. I don't know why, because there is another type of longbow later on, I guess. But, yeah, you can use them in the next level. They're kind of handy still. So, yeah. More useful for the boss in Enchanted Earth, though. Oh, a really itchy nose. That unlocks the asylum, which is where the mayor is being held. Save after each level, just in case. You never know. Particularly if the game crashes, because we would lose progress then. I've never had this crash once, but I mean, you never know. I'm never going to chance it. Inside the asylum. Now, interestingly, in the beta, you can actually walk up to that building physically in front of the building. It doesn't do anything because they haven't programmed it at that point. But what was supposed to happen was you were to get the worm out of your skull and put it in through the keyhole. And I've seen the furthest that level got was storyboards. They didn't design any of it, just it was storyboards. But there are pictures of the storyboards. It was going to be a 2D sideways level with Morton the Earthworm, which was the name of the worm at the time. You only ever see him in one cutscene in this, so they didn't make anything of it, but yeah, removed level information. That's supposed to be blood where people have died falling down that slope, I guess. Right, so you can use the axe here, which is very handy. just because why not? Any projectile or close range will do. These are not like the zombies we met earlier. They lunge and they do way more damage. There's no visual indication of that, but they just are in this level. They do like 50 damage per lunge, so you've got to be... given that you've only got 300 per health bottle, the other way to deal with it is to let them clump up a little bit. And then... You can use the normal sword for this because the charge up attack is still powerful. Charge up, hold down the square button while you're doing this and press circle to keep jumping because you've got to hold the controller weird when you're doing this. Let them clump up and then do that. So, or what you can do is chicken drumsticks. Let them clump up a little bit, like that. Turn them into roast chickens. I don't really tend to because it's a bit of a waste of chicken drumsticks. The chickens in this only stick around for like 2 seconds after you converted them, which is kind of annoying. In the remake, they stick around basically forever, which is handy in the final level because you can turn all the enemies into chickens and then leave them to collect when your health's low later on in the battle. So dropping down further into the asylum. Now, normally you're supposed to, again, the cheat way of doing this is easier than the intended way. There are cannons that fire at you. If you stand really close to the wall that they're on, they can't hit you. And if you get the angle right, you can basically just use the throwing axe to hit the enemy before they get to you. The wall near to you isn't as easy because they sort of stack up as they spawn there. And then once they're far enough out, you can just use the throwing axe. Again, this is just the easiest way of doing it, the safest way of doing this. There's way quicker ways of doing it, but just showing for people who maybe want to play this for the first time. And then throwing axe, because you can hit multiple enemies in a row here. Right, and then zombies come from all three, so then you can run out into the room, and then maybe you could use the hammer power up and do the same thing. And it pushes them all away, which will give you a chance to power up again. But it leaves you unprotected when you run into the horde. But if you use the powered up broadsword, you can take them down in one hit. So it's up to you. Through the door, drop down. Now this is the only other time in the game you're attacked by bats, so get out the hammer and charge it, and then use the shockwave to hit the bats, because they will annoy the shit out of you otherwise. Once the zombies start spawning, which they have. So I'm going to kill off all the bats first. Huh, that's weird. Normally more bats don't spawn. Have I done something different than I normally do? I don't think so. Huh, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, normally bats stop spawning. Maybe I've done something that I've never managed before and actually kept them spawning. Like the soldier ants in the ant caves. But yeah, you can just run around with the powered up broadsword and take everything out in one hit in here. Including the headless zombies, which is good because they do a shitload of damage now as well. But they start turning up the damage that enemies do to you. Like I've just lost 2 health bars there. So yeah, you probably need to be a bit more careful than I am. You could use the flaming longbow you just picked up. Just avoid them and shoot them in the back. That kills him in one hit, basically. Right, money, money, money. And more bats spawn now, but given that you're done with the room, who cares? Fall. Now, we start getting mad zombies. They're in straitjackets and they've got metal plates on their head. So their way of attacking you is to headbutt you. But again, the magic long sword, or the magic broadsword does wonders. You could do swing attacks, I suppose, to... Well, they're weaker though, so... Okay. That sound means you've unlocked an energy vial and a merchant goggle, which we will use to enchant the sword again. Another energy vial there. Yeah, these are still lunge zombies, so you've got to be careful about fighting these at close range, because, as I say, they do loads of damage. Is that everyone? No. Yeah, you know you're finished when there's a sound. Right, so, another glitch that can happen here. If you're using the hammer's charge attack, and you hit an enemy close enough to this pit in the middle, you can knock them outside of the geometry for the level, and they fall into that pit, which they're not supposed to. The only way to damage them past that point is to use the hammer's charge attack again. It just about reaches the bottom. Well, if you're lucky. If you've knocked enough of them down there, then you get locked out of the chalice, which I only ever did once. And the other thing of note is that there is a picture you don't normally see. If I angle myself right, of a monk with a book there in front of the asylum. That's the asylum in the background. Apparently he's supposed to be, I can't remember what they called him, St. Augustus or St. Augustine or something like that, and he's supposed to be the patron saint of the, I don't know, the mentally disturbed or something or other, because that's, you know, that's what the place is for. Hence all the laughing zombies, I guess. But yeah, there you go. Just thought I'd say that. I can't remember his exact name, but it's something like that. In Resurrection, this room's hilarious because all the enemies will just run into the lava without you having to do anything. You can literally just jump across the chasm and they'll jump in. But okay, so we need to avoid the cannon fire. Again, you can stand against the wall to avoid the cannon fire. If you stand on the opposite side the enemies are on, you can just throw the axe across the void, which might be a good idea actually, because they do shitloads of damage. Obviously, kill the ones on your side first, which I didn't do, so that was my fault. Yeah. So basically, you can stand against the cannon and throw the axe like that, or use some sort of long-range weapon to kill them. Once that's happened, let all the enemies spawn in, and then hit this. Ah, shit! I got blocked by an enemy there. I never normally fall in. Typical. Again, on stream. Right, jump across the... Oh, what? I got blocked again. Okay, I've got too many enemies on me. I've got to run away first. I've never had that happen before, ever, I swear. Right, jump across, and then hit this chest. Don't stand the left-hand side of it, because it will push you into the lava. And that will kill everything in the room. Nice. Although we died twice, but still. Money, and because we've got the chalice, we'll grab that. For some reason in Resurrection, they put the chalice behind lava, which means you need the dragon armor to get it, which means in Resurrection they force you to play this level twice, for some reason. Earth Rune, I don't know why. Again, probably game padding, because they didn't put enough levels in, but... Let's fill up on this a little bit. I knew we had a fountain, so I wasn't too worried about some lives we lost there. A little bit annoying, but not a game breaker. So, let's release the Mer. The Mer. Huh, I'm the Mer.
By heck, am I glad to see you. That Zarek tried to force me to hand over the Shadow Artifact. He means to release the demons from their tomb under the enchanted forest. But I said to him, I said, "You can't touch me, you lanky windbag. I'm the Mer." That told him.
I'm the Mer.
But then he had me locked up in here with all these nutters. Oh, it's been terrible. I haven't managed to get a word of sense out of anyone in weeks.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Right. Well, I'll see myself out, thanks. You have a good look around, lad. Zarek's left some stuff lying about that I think you might find useful.
Now, by stuff, I assume he means not only the stuff out there, but the second dragon gem that he's left in his cell. It's quite gruesome, actually. I mean, given the confines of the graphics at the time, they couldn't really display this, but there's like half-human bodies and stuff tied to things. They toned it down because they realised if they made it... there's a guy hanging upside down there that you don't normally notice. And there's half of one on some sort of torture rack there. Part of him's red, so blood. So yeah, as long as you've got the dragon gem and the chalice, which are both in this final room anyway, then you're done. So there you go. So basically that was a a puzzle level followed by a pure enemy level. The other thing I forgot to mention as well is that this level is based on the old arcade game Gauntlet, which is where you have to run around in passageways and kill loads of enemies from spawners and stuff. So yeah, this level was based on Gauntlet. Oh. Which is why I think there's more enemies in that level than any other level in the game, I think. Not that I can think of any, anyway. Right. The gargoyle didn't talk to us, which means there's no new message from him, so that's fine. So I think we have to get the shield now, because it's the last of the 3 choices we had. Yeah, okay. Meet another hero.
Ah, Herr Fortescue, you are back on the battlefield, yeah? This is good. People say to me, Stungard, what do you think of this sword or that axe? But I say to them, nein! Modern warfare is a question of science, the science of shields.
Well, he's passionate, you've got to give him that.
I think maybe you should take my shield, yeah? It is magic, Herr Fortescue. Some say it is better to have a magic sword than a magic shield, but I say to you that this is rubbish!
Angry as an angry German.
So long as you use it properly, the shield will make you invincible!
Debatable. Gold shield, which is about the height of you. So yeah, it has 400 points, and unlike the bronze and silver shields, you can get it repaired with a gargoyle. In Resurrection, I think they let you repair all shields from the gargoyle, but anyway. And for some reason, because the if you look, the geometry of that shield is so weird, you can actually see his arm through the shield. So yeah, weird. Anyway. So now we're getting into the realm of really good weapons coming up. All the best weapons in the game. Because we're now on... So we've basically done all the side levels and the secret level. So now it's just a straight run to the end of the game. In terms of... There's no sort of choice in what levels you play. At least if you do them in this order anyway. You don't have to do them in this order, but you do have to do at least Sleeping Village, because you need the Shadow Artifact for this level. So... Otherwise you have to take the fake exit again. So you can go through a couple of these more difficult levels, but I don't know why you would, because you wouldn't have any of the decent weapons, so... I guess for some sort of challenge, but... you know, I don't know. If I wanted a challenge, I'd just do a... I'll do... next year I'll try and do another sword and dagger run, because that was quite fun last time. I have tried doing weapon challenges on the other versions of this, and I just can't do it. They're way more difficult, so yeah. Someone did an arm-only run of this, where you just do the game with just your arm, which, although technically possible, the arm does so little damage, it would just be tedious, to the point of not being fun. So, yeah, I mean, sword and daggers is enough of a handicap anyway. Use crossbows to get these guys, because the crossbow is fast and they tend to move unless you're going to crush them with a hammer, which you can do. They are called dragon toads. They don't give you any chalice percentage, but they'll be annoying if you don't. They'll be annoying later if you don't kill them now. So I think there's one more down here. I think some of them get replaced when you unleash another enemy in this level later. These, I think, you can actually stand so far away that they don't actually know you're there. So that's something else you can do. But you don't have to. You can just use the hammer or the axe or whatever. That is where you access the ant caves level if you haven't done it already. If you're going to do the ant caves, then don't do anything else, because frankly, if you end up doing most of the level and then doing the ant caves, you cancel out all of your progress anyway. So, yeah, we read that book. That was about the witches below Cemetery Hill. Ow! Oh yeah. So there's pod pictures as well, which fire bombs up in the air and home in on where you're standing. If you move, then they can't hit you. But and these are the spitter plants. So just stand behind them because they can't turn around. Keep out. This gate leads to the tomb of the shadow demons. Indeed it does. We need the earth rune. Place it in the claw of the rune gate and open sesame.
This plants look like daikons.
What was that? Sorry, I did hear the first part of what you said, but not the end part.
Yeah, they look like daikons.
Oh, yeah, like Japanese radishes, yes. The daikon radish.
Yes.
Again, yeah, you don't have to kill these dragon toads, but they will be annoying later on if you don't now. I don't know how many of them despawn when you get the shadow demons out, but money bagged by that tree will become useful later on. If you try and cross this line, you get zapped. But there's the star room, so we need to get past here somehow. We read in the books of Galloway about the famous dragon birds above the forest. I forgot to read the book. Like a giant magpie, the dragon bird sits upon its hoard of stolen treasures. High above the trees you will find a nest. These eggs are worth their weight in gold. Well, one quite literally, but we'll see. These dragon toads, if you don't kill them, they will just spit at you while you're on the upcoming lift, so fuck them up. Charge up. Just basically refilling those 2 lives we stupidly lost falling in the lava in the asylum. Hidden treasure, run behind this tree for 2 boxes of treasure.
Let's look for treasure.
Let's look for treasure. Hey Terrence, pull my finger. Yeah, so basically if the dragon toads are still down there, you have to hold down block for them to hit the shield, and it's just a waste of either your health or your shield, so just kill them first, unless you're in a hurry. Which I'm not, so I don't really care. Now you can fall from here into the forest and that's fine, but you can't fall from this one because it's just a bottomless sort of pit into the trees, I guess. I never think to do first person while I'm on the lift, but yeah. So these activate automatically. I don't know what dark magic they hold, but there are 2 dragon toads on this lower platform. No, 3, but you can avoid them. So I step on. Oh, okay, maybe not then. These are supposed to be mushrooms growing out of the tree, by the way. Again, that's more obvious in the later versions, but I never knew what they were supposed to be as a kid. But yeah, they're mushrooms, so duck to avoid the dragon bird. It will swipe you and will take off energy. You can roll the eggs to the outside of the nest to break them. The first one is always money. Doesn't matter what order you break them in, they will always be the same 3 things in that order. The second one is always a copper shield, duck. And then the third one is always the earth rune. So you can drop back down and go back down the lift. And those dragon toads can go fuck themselves. Ah, they got me on the way back as well, little dicks. Right, you never have to go back up there ever again, so it doesn't really matter. I just kill the ones in the forest because it's useful for later. Right, so now we've got the earth room, we can go on the path towards the... you can fall off here, it doesn't really matter. They didn't introduce fall damage until MediEvil 2, so... And it's the only version with fall damage in it, I think, so... There you go. This guy's a bit of a dick. Again, I just kill him to get him out of the way. Fucking hell. Pressed jump too late. Right. I know there's a plant and a dragon toad over there, so I'll kill them while I'm over here. And then there's a little auto speech from the gargoyle.
None shall enter. The shadow demons are entombed within, separated from the world of goodness and light until the earth cracks open. No one, not even the Dark Lord Zarek, can release them without the shadow artifact. Leave now, or share their doom.
So that's a hint that you need the shadow artifact. If you don't have it, this weirdly looking bright fence is not locked, and there's a slime trail to leave the level. However, it does mean you lose all your progress, and you just basically go back to the map, which some people got confused by. But yeah, if you that's only if you don't have the shadow artifact in your inventory, which you get from that level that it's in. So the shadow artifact is a sleeping village it's in. So use it here. And unfortunately, if you forget to get the shadow artifact in sleeping village, you don't know until you get here. So not only do you have to do the sleeping village twice, but you also have to do this level twice as well. So I like how the door is a angry looking gargoyle. It looks like it's going "Arr!" So yeah. So now we're in the Shadow Demon prison, and it said it was locked in a puzzle box, which it is. And there's the puzzle box. So Dan, you must take the Shadow Demon Talisman. It is an unholy relic, but it will allow you progress further through Shadow Demon territory. So we need that. So this is a elements puzzle. I have absolutely no idea how you're supposed to work this out. I do know the answer to it, but something to do with the symbols on the wall, but no one's ever worked that out. Someone reckons that you're supposed to group these in groups of 2, so you're supposed to collect the basically you press on the buttons in a certain order. I'll do them in the wrong order on purpose just to show you what happens. But then you get mirror. So yeah, basically you're supposed. So I think it's the fact that you're supposed to do the. I don't know how to term them, but the upper elements first and then the lower elements second. But again, I don't know how you'd know that as an 8-year-old kid, and I certainly didn't. I just tried every combination until I got it. But starting at fire being 1, and then that being 2, and the bottom one being 3, it's 1, 4, 2, 3. So it's fire. This is the one combination I do remember: fire and earth, and then water, and then wind. So I think it's that fire and earth are some category of element, and then water and wind are the second category, and that's how you're supposed to guess what order to press them in. But again, I don't know. I don't get it. But yeah, there you go. That is the combination. So it's 1, 4, 2, 3 around that way.
Yes, the animation is different, isn't it?
What was that? Sorry.
The animation is different in this version to the Japanese one.
Yes, yeah, that's one of the many things that they changed in the Japanese version, yeah. They had a lot more production time on the Japanese version, at least a couple of months. The chalice is not collectible because we have 0%. That's just the opposite of 100%. So this is the Shadow... Well, it says Shadow Talisman, but they called it the Shadow Demon Talisman, so... it's basically another version of the Witch Talisman, which is another sort of call sign, or whatever you want to call it.
I called it the monkey face.
Yeah, it does. It looks like a weird monkey face with part of its ear missing. It looks like it's going, "Huh." It's Bacchus from Yakuza. Yeah, boy. For some reason, this white thing that I've never been able to work out what it is, an eye, you walk on it and it goes zoop. Now, gargoyle. That noise is shadow demons.
What have you done? Once again, the shadow demons are wreaking havoc across the land, and it's all thanks to you.
Indeed it is.
The single most destructive and wretched creatures in the history of the world, and you've given them an early parole. They will be heading for the ruins of King Peregrine's castle.
Oh no.
Galamir is doomed.
Now, I'm not sure what they wanted you to do there, because you go, okay, you've released the most destructive creature, right, okay, so was there another way to stop Zarok then? No, you'd have to go through this level this way to do it. Right, what do you want me to do then? It's like, you know, you either release the Shadow Demons, or you don't complete the game, so I don't know. But yeah, Shadow Demons, this is where the chicken drumsticks come in handy, because See ya. Turn them into roast chickens, because they do have quite a lot of HP. The Shadow Demons are the one enemy I would use them against, really, because they're pretty much the most difficult random enemy in the game. Although, you can stand on this platform and just basically mash on them with any projectile weapon, or indeed the hammer, if you want to save chicken drumsticks for later, which I guess you can. There's one part in a later level that the chicken drumstick is really, really handy for, and I'll save at least one for that. But at the moment, yeah, chicken drumsticks are basically a one-hit kill, so as long as they land fairly close. In the remake, I think you actually have to use it like you would with a normal projectile. You actually have to hit the enemy you're throwing it at, and it can only convert one enemy at a time. In this, it can convert, I think, it can convert entire groups of enemies, but I think there is a limit. I think the limit's about 8 at a time, but when do you ever see 8 enemies together in MediEvil, apart from in the Asylum level? The only time you're going to get stuck here is if you can stand on the back of this platform and they can't hit you, although I've got the geometry slightly wrong. Yeah, so if it hits something, it won't work. It has to land on the floor. Oh, it didn't work. Huh. Come on, transform, you dickhead. Oh, maybe it's because I'm uphill. Hold on. Oh, whatever. You can just use the broadsword. I've wasted too many already. Just hack the shit out of it. So even with the broadsword, you have to hit it about 8 times, so they're pretty strong. Right. The Merchant Gargoyle. Come on. Right. I'm going to re-enchant the sword, because why not? Right. I think
what I ended up doing was just standing on whatever platforms I could and then using the axe.
Yeah, if you can get it sort of trapped so it's against this end of the platform, and then you stand, I think, here, because if you fall in the gap, it counts as you being on the floor. I think you can just about hit it without it hitting you. You can technically stun lock it with the short sword, which, ironically, the weakest weapon in the game is actually really good. You can hold them back with it and just hit them over and over until they die. It takes a while, but you don't have to kill these plants, but I'm going to anyway, because they annoy me. Oh yeah, so unlocking the Shadow Demons makes a load more plants grow. So if you haven't killed the ones on the way through, you're going to have to fight double on the way back, which is why I recommend killing them on the way here. Yeah, so if someone's attacking you with projectiles, what you do is throw the axe. Once you've released the axe, jump to avoid their projectile, and by the time you've landed, their projectile's gone past you, and your axe has come back, so you can just do that again. Like that. So it's usually that case, particularly if you're fighting the boiler guards, because their recharge on their weapon is pretty weak, so or takes too long. So just to show you with the small sword. Takes a little while, but it is possible. Oh, I got hit once. Out. So you can kill them with the small sword quite easily, actually. I saw one escape down here, so I'm going to get that. Right. We don't need to go down that path yet. I think 2 more form in the pool, don't they? Maybe not. I'm sure there's more that spawn. Maybe that's after you come back from fighting the demonettes, I don't know. I was going to say get the fountain, but we used it already. Right, so the only other place you can go now is where we were stopped from going earlier. You have to stand this side of it, because the clue is that it's the right shape. And put the Shadow Talisman in. And that stops the old zapping fellas here. Now I think these statues are the ones that come to life and become the demonettes, because when you come back later they aren't here, so I assume that's what's happening, but avoid the fire obviously. Grab the charged rune, and this is what I use the flaming longbow for. So staying in the middle and keep jumping, because not only do you avoid their attacks, but the platform can tip as well. So fire a couple of longbows in, and they continue to burn and take damage as they fly around. They technically have got separate health bars, but they share the same one on screen. So you can basically just attack one and then... yeah. So if you don't stay near the middle, you're screwed when it tips. You can use the spears here. They do a load of damage, but they are very slow. Right, when they start to weaken, they come in close, which means you can use maybe your spear or an axe or something. See what I mean? The amount of damage the spear does is incredible. Wow, the little one only had... Wow, he's got so little health left. I could use the crossbow to finish him off, to be honest. Pretty much. Yeah, so when they get weak, they will hover over the middle and drop boulders on you. Normally they will both do that while the other one's... Well, one of them will do the boulders while the other one's shooting at you, but because I concentrated on one in particular early on, I killed him off long before the other one had a chance to get involved, so there you go. You can do that however, really. I'm going to avoid using all of this just because it's quicker to grab some health coming up, and you can't come back here anyway, so... there are 2 energy vials here that basically are never of any use. If you fall off here, even though it looks like it's low down, that's supposed to be the tops of trees below you, so technically you fall through the entire forest and die. Almost did it then. Right, grab these, and that's full health, which is why I didn't bother using the fountains. Now more, I think 2 come, yeah, okay, this is, yeah. Okay, I got 1. What? Come on. There we go. Right, 94%, that must mean we're missing one somewhere. Because normally we'd have full chalice by now, so that's interesting. I know there are 2 at the end of the level, but normally I just skip them. Oh, also there's some money here, I forgot about that. I definitely got the one that spawns here. I'm pretty sure I got all the ones that spawn near the prison. Yeah, these are the 2 I normally skip, so I don't know whether one's not generated in or what, but... There you go. Right. Yeah, normally I would come back and skip those. So basically you can use the shadow rune and leave the level now, but I need to get the chalice, so... We go back to the prison, which is past the middle bit, and then turn right into there. And then we get some pitcher plants, which you can shoot 1 flaming longbow at, and the fire will kill them off, if you want to do it that way. Takes a bit longer than just attacking them, but... Fire 2 arrows to kill them instantly, I suppose. Yeah, the flaming longbow is very good for an enemy later on as well, which is otherwise annoying to hit, but yeah, anyway, we'll get there. So you fall back into the prison, and then collect the chalice, and then go back round to the floaty thing. You can collect the vial if you haven't already. This will take you back to the end, and then this is where the final 2 would be, and normally I would just go in, they start to spawn in, they just appear as I'm escaping the level. So the chalice is the only thing you need from this level, really, so as long as you've got that, you're fine. We've got 17 drumsticks left, that's plenty. So yeah, I don't even use them all normally during a playthrough, but yeah, you can... there's certain enemies they don't work on, so I've tested them on all enemies, so I know which ones they don't work on. And I don't know why there's no logic to it. It's not like, oh, it only works on humans and doesn't work on animals, because that's not true either. It just seems to be just like certain random enemies. It doesn't work on any of the plant enemies. It does. I think it works on the pumpkins. It doesn't work on the armored knights or anything. So yeah, no choice this time round. Bloodmanath Skullcleaver.
10,000 courses for this guy. I bet money you be back pushing all daisies by now. Eh, I have something here for you. You like it very much? You want?
Mm-hmm. Money. Again, look how much money we've got. We don't really need it, but quite the accent he's got. Yeah, it's supposed to be sort of angry Norwegian, I suppose, because he's supposed to be a sort of a squat little. Well, he's not a Viking. He's something like that, though. Lord Monat Skullcleaver. Fortiske. Apparently, the Fortiske thing is because in whatever it is, Norwegian or whatever, they don't have the K sound. No, they don't have the Q sound for QUE, so they say it K. So that's why he calls him Fortiske. Okay. Pools of the Ancient Dead. Now this is the level that most people consider the most difficult level of the game, just because there's death pits everywhere. The whole level is just thin platforms and places to fall in that basically take off an entire life bottle. So if you fall like 5 times, you're done, essentially. Normally I can get through this without falling at all, what we'll see. Not so much on the remake, but on this version anyway. This is another level you can basically do however you want, but I do it in a certain order just to make it easier. But it hits to get the mud out of its ears. Pools of the Ancient Dead. Ah, I bet you didn't know the Ancient Dead liked pool. Everyone's got a hobby, you know. Yeah, there were, Tom Baker does the voices in the PSP version. I just keep thinking of them now. Tom Baker's great in that role. He plays Death as well in Resurrection, because Death has more of a role in that one rather than just the level we're in now. Tom Baker's intros, yeah. So there's some levels you have to go back to a couple of times, and they tend to give it a couple of different voice lines, which is nice.
Cold and dark and reeking of death. We'll remembers an ancient battle fought here between the forces of good and the dark armies of Zarok. Now the marshes are full of the restless dead.
I do like that voice line, how sort of restless dead. That whole sort of speech he gives there of how just, you know, it shows you how sort of really muddy and wet it is. We leave footprints everywhere, and Dan has big feet, so lucky ladies. Right, yeah, so basically anywhere that's not a platform is death in this level. Weapons are useless against the heavy armour of the knights. Don't let them shove you into the swamp, that mud will never come out. Which is true, but also true of them, so it gives you a clue of how you're supposed to attack them. There is an energy vial at the top of this, but do we need it? Not really. I tend to leave it till the end of the level when we don't tend to have a lot of health left. Any orange dots in the thing mean Kraken! The Kraken tentacles give you no chalice percent, so you don't have to kill them, they're just annoying. You don't have to visit here first, but it's worth doing to get an extra line of dialogue.
Greetings, stranger. I am the boatman. It is I who ferry lost souls on their final journey to the land of the dead. But oh, have we not met before?
Because we've died once already.
Don't you too? Thanks to Zarok's meddlings, I'm up to me eye sockets and lost souls who've woken from the eternal sleep. Business hasn't been this brisk since before they invented sanitation.
That's one of the best lines in this game. Before they invented sanitation.
Look, if you help me to gather up a boatload of 8 lost souls and bring them here, I'll drop you off at the sunken town of Melamede. How's that sound?
An interesting proposition. So we have to collect lost souls for him, which is where they get the Lost Souls quest from in the remake, sort of, because you still have to do this. Right, yeah, so the Fat Knights, you can't injure them or anything. They will shove you, though, with their bellies. There are a couple of ways to kill them. Well, it's the same way. You have to push them into the mud. Spin attack with the sword is pretty good. Or you can attack them normally with the sword, or the hammer charge will just fling them across the level. So yeah, I would go with the spinny sword practically, because although it doesn't push them as far as the sword, it is quicker. As fast as the hammer, it is quicker. You don't even have to charge the sword up. As long as you hit the square attack, it's pretty good at shoving them. So, and most of the platforms are quite thin, so you usually only need to hit them once. No, that's pretty full. That's pretty full. Flaming arrows.
Bring it back.
Yep. We'll buy more of those because they're handy. I can't think of any other time I actually use the spears, so I don't think I'll buy any more. Again, they are they are the most powerful projectile you've got, but they are very slow. So in a lot of times they're not useful. So you see thin knights there. Thin knights can be damaged traditionally, so just smack them with whatever projectiles, whatever you want. Ah shit! The tentacle got me. That's the reason to kill tentacles, honestly, to stop them doing that. They can drag you towards the edge. Be right back in case... No, I did hear, yeah, don't worry, sorry. Yeah, thanks for telling me though. Now, this level is practically divided into two halves. I mean, quite literally, left and right. I think you have to go right first. No, left first. Whichever side's got the chaos rune on it. No, I'm pretty... Yeah, no, it is the other way. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so you have to be very careful of blast chests in this, because obviously they push you off at edges. Now I think one of them is not a blast chest. Can we hit from here? Yeah, it's Calcatura that is completely and utterly pointless. He literally doesn't do anything in this level. I don't know why they put him in it. There's no enemies he can hit. He can hit the fat knights, but unless he pushes them, which he doesn't, he can hit the thin knights, I guess, but there aren't enough of them around for it to matter. So again, I genuinely don't know why they put him in this level, I really don't. Unless I've just missed something all these years, but... he just goes around and makes annoying noises, I guess, for a little while, and then he floats away, and we never see him again, because this is the second and only time he's in the game. Shame, really, he'd been more use in other levels, but... can't really do anything about that. Right, okay, so... we kind of need him to stop floating around for the next bit to work, so I'll just wait for him to go away. Won't be long now. Because if he's in the way of them, they won't go in them now. Good. Huh. I think he lasts longer in this level than he does in Scarecrow Field, which is annoying, because he's more used in Scarecrow Fields. Huh. Maybe it's an amount of steps that regenerates him. I always thought it was time, but... Which is why if we stand still, maybe he just... There you go, he's dead now. Alright, okay, thank you for your help, which was none in this level, but still. If you want to switch between targets, it's L1, by the way. So we need to hit that chest, really, and not stand too bloody close to it. Sometimes it won't knock anyone in, which I don't think it did. You have to get a bit lucky with that. Oh no, it did knock one of them in. Okay. There we go. Right, that money bag I never collect, because it's not worth the hassle, to be honest. The thin knights can go in the mud, and they can survive, because unlike the fat ones, they haven't got the armour to protect them. So you can just use projectiles when they're in the water or whatever. They can't hit you if they're not on land, I don't think. We'll leave that one for now, we'll come back for him later. This can be a bit of a tricky jump, but there we go. 1 collected, 7 remaining. Now I haven't got it on in the same frame, but each soul you collect basically crushes more bridges. So although it seems easy to get through here on a first go, which it is, once you've collected more and more, those little weird sort of carved bridges start to disappear. I think they're just connected to whatever's the nearest bridge, so yeah. Perhaps there's a way to make this easier, but I've never worked out the order to do it in. Chaos Room will generate more Thin Knights. You can kill them with the axe before they get out, usually. Yep. And the third one. Okay. Right. Fat Knight. Right, okay. Sometimes, yeah, that Fat Knight just walked himself into the mud without me doing anything. Sometimes they will do that. Weird. I had 3 do it in one level once. I've got no idea why they do that, but anyway. Energy vial. Okay, if I turn this round so you can see the bridges at the same time, they puff into green smoke. I thought it was purple, but right, yeah. The shields on the trees are either from Zarok's army or you can see zombie faces on them. They're either Zarok's army or Peregrine's army, which are the 2 battles, which are the 2 sides that fought here in the original Galamir War. Which is the one where we got hit in the eye with an arrow and all that. Right, okay. My guess was always that the Fat Knights were Zarok's Knights and the Thin Knights were ours, but I think they're all Zarok's Knights, so I think I don't know why ours didn't rise to help us up, but maybe that will become easy later. 3 collected, 5 remaining. So I think that means so we have to come back here for the chalice. You know the recent trend Sony has right now of doing movies and TV shows, Sony IPs. This would make a decent movie if done right. Yeah, if you watch the trailer for when Sony announced that, you can actually see Sir Daniel Fortescue a couple of times in it. You can see his legs, definitely, and there's a bony hand that reaches for a sword, which we think is probably Dan as well. So, I mean, if that's indication of anything, then maybe there will be a film or a TV series of this. It'd be interesting, anyway. I don't know if they put all of it in there, because some of the references in this are sort of their time and a bit, oh no, they're offensive now and all that, but a bit like calling Zarok a dress-wearing bully boy, etc. Thin Knight. Welcome back.
Welcome back, yes.
The chest on this side is a silver shield. Yeah. Now, most of these chests are all connected to each other. This one is not. No. I want to hit that and hope the charge pushes him in. No. Okay, never mind. I don't know what that bridge is there for, by the way, because the land connects to itself anyway, so whatever. Bloop. Okay. 4 collected, 4 remaining. That deletes that bridge, but again, I don't know why you'd ever want to jump that space, because you can just walk through here, so whatever. Right, let's go collect that shield we put out, because why not? And then collect the one on this side. 5 collected, 3 remaining. That sound means Thin Knights generated. So get in with the axe before they come out. Didn't work, but never mind. Oh shit, I forgot there's one on the other side. Okay. He comes out of that pool in the middle, I think. Yeah, okay. Right. Sometimes they don't spawn in different sides, so it depends. Right, don't go into that island yet. These all chain react, which is pretty impressive, so no, that wasn't what I wanted. There we go. Right, hopefully it pushed a couple of them in, but we'll see. I think it pushed almost all of them in, that was good. It doesn't normally do that. Yeah, it pushed at least 2 of them in, I think maybe 3 of them. Hard to tell from here. Right, as you collect more helmets, you have to try and work out where the best place to jump from and to is. So not there, because obviously some gaps are not as wide as others. I would suggest going from here, I think. Yeah, it's still a bit of a precarious jump, but we'll try it, because it's the longest platform, so... Ooh, just about. Okay. And there's an energy vial there. Do we even need it? Not really, given that there's some over there, so I'll come back later if I need it. Because then, once we're on here, you can jump from here. You have got to be careful of that chest as well. Hit it and then walk far enough back so it doesn't push you. Wow, that pushed him in. Normally these don't work that well and I end up having to push them in myself, but okay. Right, when we collect this helmet, I think that's 6. I think more Thin Knights appear in the pool next to us. No? Okay, maybe I'm thinking of the 7th one. Right, we got the Chaos Room from the other side, which is why you do the other side of the level first. So unlock that. Then the camera changes for no reason. There we go. Well, there is a reason, but we'll get to that. Right, 7 collected 1. Loads of Thin Knights spawn here. So, get out the sword, get them. We'll leave that platform over there until we come back, because there's stuff that we've got to do. Charge down here to not get hit by the things that are now chasing you. Go to one side so they can go past. Right, there we go. And that destroys this, so we can collect the final one. That shuts the gate, and that generates a load more enemies. So, kill the Thin Knights first, because they can actually hit you from far away, whereas the Fat Knights can't. Right, now you can take these out however you want, as long as you push them off any side of the screen. You can kind of bunch them up and then push off a couple at a time, but it is a lot more difficult, so you're better off just doing one at a time, essentially. Because they'll follow you kind of to the edges anyway. Try and hit these both off the side of the platform. You kind of have to sort of do spinning plates if you do more than one at once, a bit like I'm doing now. Yeah, there's no point in trying to do more than one, it doesn't work. Or at least it doesn't work when I do it anyway. Stop getting stuck on the ram. Again, I think maybe this is a good time to use the Warhammer to push them, because you can do this. Like that. It pushes them really far, but obviously you've got to run around while it's charging up, so, and obviously you can't do that if you're on a thin platform, which most of this level is. So, now we've got them all, the flying enemies come in. Now this is what you use the flaming longbows for, because if you hit them once with any projectile, they fly away. But if you hit them with the flaming longbow, that does still happen, but they burn and they end up dying anyway. A load more thin guys have spawned. So let's get them. So yeah, that's what we use the flaming longbows for, to hit these guys. They fly away, they will come back, but it's just annoying having to wait for them. Hey, there we go. Chalice can now be collected. Right. So this is a bit of a weird jump as well, because you kind of have to jump sideways to make that jump. Money, buy out, watch out for the tentacle down here. Buy out, money, and life bottle. Fuck you, tentacle. Right, okay. So, jump over that. Got to be careful the way the camera changes there, because you can run straight into the mud otherwise. Keep the longbow handy, just in case we want to kill off any more of those flying dicks, because, well, they're just annoying. Ah, I knew that would happen at least once. Jump too far back. The thing is, I was thinking about that thing Akari said about would they make Sony TV shows or movies out of MediEvil. I think if they're going to do that, they might in the future, but I think they want to do a lot more of the more famous franchises first. I don't know if they want to make a Tomb Raider film, because there are a couple already, but I mean, proper, you know, new ones. Surely they'd want to make a God of War film before they made a MediEvil one. It's a much bigger franchise for a start. Less people know that MediEvil exists for a start, which is weird given that they've remade it twice, and it had a sequel which they've never re-released because they're dicks. Which we suspect is because of The very early emulators had trouble emulating MediEvil 2 because I think a thing called libcrypt, which was some sort of protection on the original disc, which meant that if you tried to play an ISO of it, it either fucked up the music, which a lot of early emulators did, or it got stuck after the level Kensington and just stopped loading. So Sony tested an early version, realised it didn't work, and went, we can't be asked to fix it, and just left it. So they're just fucking lazy, in my opinion. That's why MediEvil 2's never got a re-release, because they can't be asked to fix it, which fans did years ago. But again, whatever. They could just take what the fans have done and use that. They've done it before. They've stolen fan emulators before and not given any credit, so I don't see why they wouldn't do it now. Although, as I say, Sony have not had a great reputation with emulators. PS Classic, anyone? So, yeah, they screwed that up as well. They totally destroyed their they could have entered the mini console market well, but they totally screwed it up. So, there you go. No MediEvil 2. And if you emulate MediEvil 2 on a PS Classic, it fucks up the music, because the emulator on it is clearly a very early one. So, yeah, even if you emulate on a PS Classic, it doesn't play properly. But, if you never played MediEvil 2, you wouldn't notice it was wrong, but you do tend to notice that the music doesn't tend to fit some of the levels, because it doesn't, because it plays the wrong music. So instead of playing the intended track for that level, it just goes through all of them, which doesn't really work. It just starts on a random track each time. So it kind of ruins the mood of some of the levels, I guess. Right, we're at the end of the level, which means you need the Chalice of Souls and 8 soul helmets, which we have. So present him with your helmet. Giggity.
How gracious of you. Makes a change to meet a polite young skeleton after dealing with those filthy zombie types. Hop aboard.
Hop aboard. Yoink. Yeah, you can jump onto the model of the ship before you've given him the soul helmets, which causes loads of people to fall in, given that they didn't realise they had to select the helmets to give him. They thought it would just be automatic when they approached him, but it isn't. So, there you go. No new message from the gargoyle. We only had one choice last time, which means we unlock a load more choices now. And I think, if I'm right, we can get the best weapon in the game. We'll see. One of them is Raven Hooves, I know that. That's for more arrows. And the other choice is, yeah boy. Now then.
Alright then, man. How you doing? Now then, have you got yourself a magic sword?
Ow, ow.
What? Daniel, man, you can't go into battle against an army of undead without a magic sword. Here, take mine. You'll never have to sharpen another blade, or my name's not Dick Steadfast. It's not enough just to have a magic shield, you know, no matter what that soft, ticky stern card says.
Yeah, boy. Hikari knows it's the best weapon in the game. Yeah, boy.
Good lad. Why, I'd sooner go into battle holding a tea tray than carry that weedy Gale's shield of his.
They should have got that. If Craig Charles wasn't available, they should have got that voice actor to voice Lister in some sort of Red Dwarf game. Hey, River. Yes, the magic sword. Yeah, boy.
The magic sword.
The magic sword. Was glad they kept it as powerful in the remake. Would it surprise you to know, if you haven't played the PSP version, that the magic sword is not the best sword in the game? They actually gave you an even better sword. It's ridiculous. The requirements for getting it are ridiculous, and I never bother. But it's called Woden's brand, and it's basically Woden the Mighty's original sword. It's red, and it's even bigger than the magic sword, and it does about twice as much damage as well. It's it's so overpowered, it's stupid. But yeah, this has got basically this does everything that the small sword does. It attacks a little bit slower, but it does even more damage than the charged up broadsword, and you never have to charge it. So past this point, the broadsword, as far as I'm aware, is utterly pointless. The small sword could be... Well, actually, it renders the small sword pointless as well. Unless you want to attack slightly faster, but I don't know why you would need to. But yeah, best sword in the game. Yeah, I was kind of bummed out how it was in Resurrection. Yeah, in Resurrection, the magic sword just looks like a bigger version of the small sword with a bit of jagged edge on it. It's not even blue. It's weird. You'd think for a magic sword they'd have to give it something that makes it look like it's imbued with magic in some way, which, given that it's bright blue, it sort of does. So technically, you can play these few levels way earlier in the game, but I don't know why you would, because you'd have far less energy, and your weapons wouldn't be as good, so it'd be more difficult. Again, unless you want to do some sort of challenge run, but not today. Right, the lake. Ah, hey, Grey-Bearded Gamer. At least it sparkles to represent it as magical. What, the version in the remake? It does. Well, no, Resurrection. Sorry, I don't think it does. Although I played Resurrection for the first time in years recently because they released it on PSN. I don't think it did. Mind you, the emulation of this does mess around with a few of the graphics. Not that you'd notice it if you hadn't played it before, but so it wouldn't surprise me if they screwed up the Resurrection emulation a little bit as well. You haven't got your armour now. Better to use stealth than charge in. Beware the Watchers. If they spot you, they will soon summon others. Right. This is the other level I mainly use chicken drumsticks for, because the enemies in this are as hard as nails. And, yeah. I remember playing way back, playing this the first time, being slightly disappointed it was called the Magic Sword, but didn't use magic spells or anything. Yeah, it's literally just imbued. It would be good if it was like the sword in Zelda, where it fired, like a projectile or something when you swung it, or like the charge up attack would do that and throw a projectile maybe, but the spitting fish, I don't think they give you chalice percent. I'm pretty sure they don't, but they are kind of annoying. So they didn't die, but they didn't come back. That's interesting. If you hit them with the flaming longbow, they don't come back. Didn't know that. Okay. Yeah, you can't hit them with this one, but they are floating over, so you can just walk up close enough and smash it with the sword. I'd have thought them going into the water would put the fire out, but... yeah, maybe it dies underwater, I don't know. I didn't know that could happen. Too late. Too late. Too late. Yeah. It didn't sound like they died, but anyway. Oh, I should have said they should have it sparkle. Yeah, that is true. I watched someone spend this section cussing because he kept getting knocked off. Yeah, that's someone who's not played it properly before and doesn't realise you can just kill them. Yeah, those fish will genuinely push you off the platforms as you walk in front of them. Right. The tip that the tip that book gave is actually kind of misleading. Now, it is true, these Watchers, if they spot you, will summon enemies. If you kill the Watcher quick enough, it won't summon the enemies. However, in turn, that does mean you can't get the chalice, because you need to kill enough enemies to get the percentage up, obviously. So I don't tend to kill the Watchers, I tend to let them see me, like that. Wait for it to spawn. And then these things have got loads of HP and they guard themselves with armour a lot. So, little pop with the chicken drumstick does the trick. There's another Watcher back here. Oh, I got both of them, nice. Yeah, if you kill the Watchers, they just stay in the shadows behind the fences and you've literally got no way to kill them, so... the black Watchers you can kill because they just spray out a projectile. The normal Watchers do that as well. Once the Watchers have summoned the enemies, they don't open again, but you don't need to kill them for chalice percentage or anything, so it doesn't really matter. It's the enemies they summon you need to kill. There's another one here. You just stand still close enough to be able to generate them. Oh, there we go. Yeah, if you time this right, you can just run past them, essentially. Like that. Earth rune. We need to collect a few runes before we do the major bit of this level. We got that. That's a spit watcher. That's fine. I'll prove that's a spit watcher by going close to it. There we go. These two doors lead to the same place. Into a sort of sunken house, I guess. Energy vial. And you exit near the end of the level. And we will listen to the gargoyle when we get to the end of the level, I guess. Because it makes more sense to do it at the end. Another one of those watchers. There's a normal watcher there. Let that spawn in. Well, I think we called them lizard men, but I think in the remake they're called something else. Because they're supposed to be part lizard, part man, obviously. Jump into the boat. Grab the Chaos Rune. Oh yeah, when the runes flash up on screen as well, they've got a slightly different coloured box around the symbol. That doesn't happen in the original either. Again, that's an emulation issue, I think. So let's go back through here. Now we've got the Chaos Rune. We need to get, yeah, the Earth Rune and the Chaos Rune for now. And then, yeah, go back the way we came. Careful on the platforms, because you can fall off. Just walk it if you're that worried. Right, so a lot of people just jumped over these gaps, not realising that this was actually a turnable platform, but it's L-shaped. Turn it once. And then go down this way. Now, those are lizard men. Now, if you want to transform them with the chicken drumstick, you have to land it on the path. If it goes in the water, it doesn't count. We got on there. Ah, see? Told you. Yeah, that is exactly what Greybeard said. I should have just killed it. Yeah, they can just headbutt you into the water. I'm not too worried about losing a single life there, but I'm going to have my revenge now. Aha, fish fingers. These ones are easier to dodge because they spend longer time between their attacks. Right, there's a money bag there. We can unlock that gate later. I just came down here to kill those two lizard men now. I guess we could have left that until we unlock the gate, because we're going to have to come back down here anyway, so... from the other side. So, yeah. Right, then we have to turn the platform again. And I think... Is this the right path? Yeah. Okay, let's kill that little bitch. Right. This is a harder path to land the drumsticks on, but it is possible. You have to line yourself up with the path rather than the enemy. Because otherwise you're just going to fly over the enemy's head. Let it come to you, and then throw it on the pathway. And then, there you go. That's what I'd suggest anyway. Right, this whirlpool, yeah, so if you go round, is it to the right or the left first? I can't remember. It doesn't really matter, you have to go around the whole lot anyway. Yeah, so get him. See what I mean? The stick went in the water there, so it didn't count. And again. Right, there we go. Technically, you can glitch these enemies. If you hit them onto the edge of the whirlpool, they stay in the water. If you knock them into the whirlpool normally, or the water of anywhere else in the level, because they are lizard men, they will come back. So knocking them into the pool doesn't instantly kill them, but it's not locking yourself out of the chalice either. Although sometimes they refuse to re-jump out into the level. I don't know why. I haven't played through the second MediEvil in ages. I have it on my shelf. Yeah, I haven't played the second MediEvil in ages either, because frankly it's only on PS1. Right, we're skipping that machine and coming round to... Ah, yeah, we went round the wrong way. Okay. We need to find the time rune, which is here. Okay. We need to do all these. We need to activate all the machines. We need all the rune keys, which this will tell us. And I'm going to unequip the chicken drumstick so I don't waste one. The crystal contraptions that surround the whirlpool can freeze its dangerously turbulent waters. You will need all of the rune keys to activate the magical machines, which is actually not true, because the star rune you need for the end of the level, not for one of these machines. But you need. Yeah, you do need Chaos, Earth and Time. And I think the moon rune used in this level? I think it is. I'm not sure where. Stand far enough back so the Watcher sees you. Sometimes they jump out next to the machine. Sometimes they jump out behind you. Turn around. Chicken drumstick. Done. One of the chickens disappeared. That was weird. Anyway, yeah, let that happen. And then walk up to the hand to activate the machine. That's the Chaos Rune one. So yeah, you have to activate all of them to freeze the whirlpool in the middle. It's not clear why you need to do that yet, but you do need to. This is the start, so yeah, I should have gone round the left first, because we'd have come to the the time rune before we got to the time machine, but you wouldn't have seen the book, so you wouldn't have known why you were doing this. I guess you don't need to know why, but you'd have thought they'd have put the book on the first platform, wouldn't you? So you could have read that first, but oh well. Okay. Careful. Walk up close enough to activate the Watcher. Drumstick. There are always two, so that means the other one's behind you. Turn the camera. Oh, I fucked that up slightly. That's going to go in the water. Oh no, it didn't. Oh, okay. And I accidentally activated the rune key as well. So that's the time one. Will the chicken still be there? Nope. Okay. Doesn't really matter. And then the final one is the Earth Rune one. You can activate the machine first, but I just prefer killing the enemies off first. That should get them both. Nice. If you don't have the chicken drumsticks, just mash them with the magic sword. Although they do block a lot, so you kind of have to attack them once, let them block, walk away, and then let them attack you again and do that. You can hit them with projectiles, I guess, but they block way too often for projectiles to be worth it. So you'd have to do the maximum amount of damage in the smallest amount of time, so either the axe or the spears, maybe? I never use projectiles against them, but you can. Getting the last machine. If you fall into the whirlpool before you've frozen it, you will die. If it's frozen, you can slide down the water, which is confusing, because you'd still go into the middle. Huh. But yeah, you can still die if you slightly jump off too close to the edge. So I tend to... Geronimo! And if he jumps him far enough, yeah, his head comes off his neck and lands back on it when he lands. Here's a thing. They are called dragon elephants, which were named in Resurrection, I think, only because fans kept wondering why the fuck there were elephants underwater. But apparently they're dragon elephants, so there you go. They don't do anything, and for some reason there's a rib cage on this wall, which again I've never understood, but sure, why not? Money, vial. There's another dragon elephant coming up. There he is. We come up through here. Greybeard says, the most recent game I finished was a replay through of Red Dead Redemption. They announced the remake was... Oh, they announced the remake when I was in the middle of my playthrough on the Xbox 360. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that'd be kind of annoying if they announce a Kiwami version of Yakuza 3 before I bloody finish it. That'd be typical. But yeah. Oh, Greybeard, are you... This is a bit of a random question, but are you into wrestling or not? Or used to be into wrestling or anything like that? Here is the chalice. You can't collect it yet, obviously. We have to come back. There is a Watcher here. Let it see you. Let's get the chicken drumsticks ready. Get him, and then one charges the other side as well. We've got one left, so then we better make this count. Yeah. Okay. I mean, it wouldn't have mattered. We could have killed it with other weapons, but... I used too many trying to fight the shadow demons earlier on. I don't normally use that many, so we've run out before I meant to, but... Oh well. Money. I think there's one more Watcher we have to activate, but I can't think where it is. It might be the other side of this. What percentage are we at? Yeah, 95%, so we only have to activate one more. A lot of people thought it was going to be a remake or a remaster, but it ended up being a port with Red Dead Redemption. I mean, so it's not a. So if you've got the original version, then just play that, I guess. Other than the fact that it's maybe more HD or something. Yeah. No, not a wrestling fan. My wife is into it way more than I am. Nice. Yeah, over the last couple of days, we've had a couple of weird wrestling deaths. Well, not so weird for Terry Funk, but still sad for Terry Funk to have died. But yeah, Bray Wyatt died apparently today, which is just bizarre. It's like my reaction to the Bray Wyatt death was the same reaction I had to Jay Briscoe dying, which was to go, what? Oh, just a quick thing while this is happening. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt myself, but notice how the game is moving slightly quicker. Again, this is a problem with the emulation. It's now playing at full 60 frames per second, but doesn't a lot. So enjoy this while it lasts. Yeah, it's a little bit erratic because I'm not used to playing this at a full 60. But yeah, it tends to go back after a minute or two. Oh, here's the last. Oh no, this isn't a watcher. Hold on. Wait, isn't there a watcher somewhere around here? No. Yeah, grab that. The switch there. That unlocks the gate that we saw earlier. Because that's the only way to get back to the start of the level. Come on. Oh, I know where it is. The watcher's inside this sort of churchy sort of building here. Word is that he had a heart attack. Yeah, he must have done. I mean, he wasn't a thin man, so I mean that, I guess. Okay, that's really weird. Lizard men spawned in, but the watcher didn't open. Huh. The watcher's, if you listen, the watcher's opening as I walk away from it. Weird. This is what fighting lizard men is like without chicken drumsticks. Doesn't take too long, but fuck it, right, we've killed all we need to. Run! Sean Ross from Fightful Select posted more info about it. Okay, yeah, I'll check that out in the Discord later. I mean, obviously, yeah. Yeah, avoid any more lizard men if you don't need to. Right, you want to go back here, then through here to get the chalice, and then go back across here, I think. Ooh. Got to be careful how the camera changes because it'll throw you off otherwise. Yeah, so that's unlocked this gate, so that means we can get back to the start of the level easier. Watch out for the fish if you hadn't killed them earlier. Fucker. Said that and still got hit. Currently playing Need for Speed Most Wanted on the Xbox 360. Is that any good? Someone said earlier that was their first PS1 game. We were talking about our first PS1 games. Right, now to get the platform to face the right way, you have to hit it twice. Because that takes us back to the start of the level, and that takes us back to the second section, which is where we want to go. Because we need to go back through to where the Star Room door was. So, let's go through the door. I haven't played the Need for Speed game since the PS1 games. No, I don't think I have either. I think I just played whatever games we had back then, even if they weren't of a genre that I particularly liked. Because I'm not massively into racing games. Unless the cars have got like weapons on them or whatever. But yeah. Right, let's talk to the gargoyle. We were going to do this earlier, but you can do it now.
The ancient people of this long-vanished town once sought to harness the power of crystals found in the caverns below. Now, Zarok seeks to unlock the secrets of this arcane science. This mine shaft leads deep into the earth to certain doom in the crystal caverns.
Sorry, I shouldn't be talking over it, should I? I'm so used to speaking it without looking at the screen as they do it. The star rune is put there, and there are crystals outside, which means we're going deep into the earth. Oh shit, no, okay, I almost thought I'd exited before I checked then. Yeah, always check you got your Chalice of Souls before you exit, because you can still go back and, well, unless you've killed too many Watchers and not summoned enough enemies, in which case you've screwed yourself out of the Chalice anyway in this level, but anyway. Now, if you don't do all the side levels up till now, this is as far as you can get, because the next level coming up needs you to have the Dragon Gems, which are from the Asylum and the Pumpkin Serpent. So if you don't have them, then you can't complete the next level properly. Well, no, actually no. You can complete the next level, but the level after that you can't complete, sorry, because you need an item from the next level to do the one after that. It's alright for being an almost 20-year game. Yeah, you forget that. Xbox 360 games are like, you know, over 10 years old now. You forget how old they are, yeah. It's mad, isn't it? PS1 games are about 30-something years old now, which is mental, but... Right, no choice in what weapon to get, but this is the best projectile in the game, so...
I've got something here I can give you, but I've no idea what it is. Do you fancy a little gamble, like?
The people that programmed me clearly ran out of voice lines. Do you fancy a little gamble, like? Because he was telling you about different arrows you can have, and the only two things he gives you are bloody arrows, so he should know what they are. I mean, couldn't they have thought of something for him to say for flaming and magic longbows? I mean, the next thing he says he doesn't know what it is, okay, he might have an excuse of why he doesn't know what it is, but given that he was an archer by trade, you'd think he'd know what they were. It's very strange that they do that. I mean, even if they went, oh, I'm not going to tell you what this present is, but you'll like it, or whatever, that would make more sense, because it's like he's keeping it a mystery, but this is like it being kept a mystery by his own ignorance, which doesn't really make any sense. Crazy to think the PS1 will turn 30 years old next year if you go by the Japanese December release date. Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? It's mad, I tell ya. Ah, come on, Ted. You're not supposed to believe all that stuff about heaven and hell and everlasting life, you know. Yes, you so are, Dougal. And then I love that I can't perform the face, but the face he does after that is brilliant. Just goes... Right, yeah, so technically you can finish this level, but there's a key item here you need for the next... Is it the next level? No, it's not the next level, actually. You could do the next two levels, but then you'd have to do the Crystal Caverns again to get the key item you need with the Dragon Gem, so... Crystal Caves. Now, the tune you're about to hear in this level, after the intro's finished... Right, this music I think was the first piece of music they wrote for MediEvil, because if you play the early demos, this plays during the graveyard level, because I don't think they've written any more music than this one track yet. So it's basically this track on a loop, but and a shorter version of the track even, so it wasn't even the track you're hearing now technically. I was bummed they didn't have this title track anymore. Yeah, I think they felt it was more twinkly and more well, better for the caves, I guess. Now, weirdly, the magic longbow doesn't kill them in one go, but the flaming longbow does, because the flaming longbow does impact damage, and then it does fire damage as well, which causes it to kill them with one arrow. Like that. So, yeah, flaming longbow is once again the best weapon to use here, even though you just got given the magic longbow. Oh, the magic longbow does have one thing. Ah, I've just remembered actually. The magic longbow can kill them in one hit, but you need to use the square attack. So an X will just fire them normally, but an X will fire them... I need it to land on land, really. This. Boom. I suppose it can do it in mid-air. Yeah, they square makes the arrows explosive, which does like a... what's it called? Area of attack type thing. Which the impact of the arrow would hurt them and then the explosion would kill them, so yeah, technically you can kill them with magic longbows, but the magic longbow only holds 50 at maximum, I think, so you've only got a given amount. I can see the argument is they felt it was more fitting here and they didn't want to use it too much. I really thought it was a good track for the title screen though. Yeah, if they'd come up with another track for this level, I guess they could have continued using this as the title music, but I think they just wrote a load of tracks and then tried to work out what levels they would fit better. Because some of the tracks in this they use them on like 3 different levels, so clearly they didn't write enough music to do all the levels. So there you go.
The ancient town of Meadowmead was destroyed by creatures known as Rhinotaurs. They live on still, but in a state of hibernation deep within these caverns. They use the crystals to prolong their worthless hides.
I love the delivery of that. They're worthless hides. Right, big crystals you can destroy, the little ones you can't. Never understood why, but and I mean the colourful ones you can't destroy. So basically the magic sword will just chop through most things. Again, a lot of... Oh, actually, no, I can't do that fact yet, can I? Yakobu has heard a lot of these facts before, because I play this every year, but this will be new for YouTube. So that is a sticky fingered imp, so be very, very careful with the magic sword. I'm going to smack it with a couple of... Oh yeah, you can kill it with one spear. There you go, fuck it. Didn't know the spears could kill the imps in one shot. Huh. Might be worth remembering. Right, these beams do 100 damage every time they hit you, which means they can smash through your health in no time. If you block with the shield will take the damage, but technically you can, I guess. Like that. If you get the pattern right, you can speed round the outside. I got hit by the first one though. But yeah, they do 100 damage every time. If you end up losing a life bottle, run through it as quickly as possible, because while it's giving you a new life, you are invincible for about 2 seconds, so it's enough time to grab stuff and get out. Ignore the bats, because they're just dicks. Right, there is a blast chest in here, but it destroys the crystals and releases all the enemies, so what you want to do really is release all the enemies first. The Rhinotaurs will break themselves out, and then hit that, and that will also kill off the bats. See how far that pushes you, and it still doesn't kill the Rhinotaurs, they're that tough. But the magic sword does. Is that imp? Is he just on holiday or what? Just not doing anything. Oh yeah, I don't know if you saw the chat, but of all people to come in, Orb came in earlier and said happy birthday. So that was nice. He didn't say anything else, but yeah, so even with the magic sword as powerful as it is, you have to hit the Rhinotaurs like 6 times. They've got loads of HP. If you were doing this with any other weaker weapon, it would take way longer. There is another sticky-fingered imp up the top of this, so he can drop down, so you have to watch out for him. And yeah, they can attack you while you're refilling your health. So. Okay, right. Might be worth equipping... Ah, see? He dropped down past me, I didn't even see him, so that little dick could have got past me and stolen my weapon without me seeing him. See ya. Attacking the Rhinotaurs with long-range weapons is ridiculous. I don't know if there's a second sticky thing there. Yeah, there's normally an imp in a crystal there. Oh, maybe I hit it when I was throwing the spears. Yeah, never mind. Must have killed it already. Yeah, so the maximum magic arrows is 50, and they're 100 gold for 10, so they are expensive. So you could only restore them a couple of times before you run out of money, which is why I don't tend to use them that often. I'll have the rest of that health fountain. Nice. Okay. Tread softly in these caves, for an ill-tempered dragon has a lair here. Interesting.
Tread softly.
Tread softly. Yeah, the Earth Room will unlock that, and then there is a crystal here with some money in it. Right now, right now, this bit is easily missable, but there is a thing under the waterfall here. No, this is why I don't use projectile weapons when I'm trying to activate a book, because you end up wasting the ammo otherwise. The mean old dragon can be summoned by inserting 2 dragon gems into the eye sockets of the relief, i.e. the thing on the wall over there. The grouchy dragon doesn't come out much as he's afraid of the roof collapsing over his head. Now, in the later level you find out why you're doing this, but you don't know yet. So I'll just collect this shit, I guess. I'll leave that energy vial if I can. Anyway, let's... if you listen carefully, you can actually hear him snoring. Yeah, a little bit. So yeah, if you don't have the dragon gems here, you'd have to skip this and go get them now, I guess. But yeah, you don't tend to know if you're going to use items in a level until you're actually in the level, which is a shame. But if you collect them in the order I do, then you don't need to backtrack. So this is where you use both the dragon gems, and then Sean Connery makes an appearance.
Who dares to enter my lair and wake me from my slumber? Aha! Prepare yourself, little man. I shall roast the flesh from your bones. Oh, let me see. Well, in that case, I will pluck out both your eyes. Oh, great. I'm just going to give you a good hiding.
A good hiding. Right, so, that clue about, hold on. Oh! Poor dragon, says Akari. We need to, got nothing to work with, yeah. You either need the club or the hammer here. That clue about he's scared to come out because he's afraid that the roof will collapse on his head is the clue. So you have to hit the floor and the rocks land on him. Now, if you use his stun time to get round here quickly, he won't burn you. Hit this one, hit him there. So you basically hit the platform to his left. In the remake, they actually randomise it a little bit. Hit him again. Go to this one. I used to not realise you could hit him on any platform other than the top one, so this fight used to take way longer. You can't see that one, but I did hit him. Get back to the top, quickly go down to the bottom again, and then hit him again. Bump! Easy. He can set you on fire. We'll go into that in a minute.
I yield! That really hurt. What did you have to go and do that for? Here, take this dragon potion and leave me alone. Drink it when you need it. It gives you armor that is impervious to heat. Plus it lets you breathe fire.
Nice.
Now go away.
Now, why would we need that item? Well, if you govern it now, it's not obvious why you need it, but you come to a stopping point later on and go, and then you realise you need it later on, so... Now, this weapon is completely broken in Resurrection, because of the frames producing at a different speed on the PSP. This weapon literally doesn't work in Resurrection. You can't spread fire with it. I managed to just long enough to kill one enemy, which is enough to get the trophy you need for burning an enemy alive. But yeah, so this will protect you from all fire, and is a pretty good weapon actually, attack-wise. If you want to attack low, you have to block and then... no, wait, maybe I'm thinking of something else. But yeah, the fire is just an all-stun sort of running weapon, so you can... like that. It actually kills them quicker than the magic sword does. In fact, in terms of damage per second, it's probably actually the most powerful weapon in the game. You can't hit the imps with it because they're too short, but if you go down... go down a slope and hit them, you still can. Fuck it, I'll just use something else. Yeah, so basically imps are one of the few enemies you can't actually hit with it because they're too short. Ignore the bats, because why not? Watch out for these platforms that are dark coloured because they will fall into the water. Remember... Yeah, I felt I'd jumped too early there. Knew it. Am I coming back or not? There we go. Like my body wouldn't rise from the river there. Yeah, I don't normally grab that money bag, because why would you risk jumping over a pit just for a bloody money bag? Yeah, so if you stand slightly downhill to it, you can just about get it. I think... Yeah, okay, I was going to say, can we daring dash the crystal? And then we can burn the fellas inside. Now, luckily, this is kind of infinite if you hold down the button. In Resurrection, it needs to recharge. And in the Japanese version, the armour continuously drains your health slowly. I don't know why they decided to introduce that or why it doesn't in this version, but anyway. I like this floor because it's colourful and you can see trilobites through it. Sodding trilobites. I wouldn't daring dash that one just because I think I'm probably going to go off the edge before I get a chance to kill it. And it's a one-hit kill anyway, so... This is falling near the beams, and we should have... Yep, the star rune, okay. So we can now go to that way we couldn't go before. We can't get the chalice quite yet, but we're now to the start of the level, so... Now, this just looks like a metal platform, and I always thought it was, and Yakobu's heard me say it a couple of times before, but I'm going to explain it anyway. If you actually look at the geometry of the object we're standing on in a 3D modeler or whatever, it's actually a giant sort of gem, or a giant crystal, but you can't see the pointy bit that goes down from it, because you can't see over the edges or anything. If you angle it right, you can kind of... can't remember where it is. If you stand somewhere, you can see the lower body of it, I think. Or it is modelled, but they don't display it, so I don't know why they bothered modelling it. But anyway, it's a giant gem. That's all you need to know. There is a stinky-fingered imp here. I got him. Nice. Right. We have now collected enough for the chalice. These Rhinotaurs are right near the exit to try and make you fuck up to exit the level before you get the chalice. But if you use the throwing axe, kill them both from here. Or indeed any projectile, but throwing axe doesn't use ammo, so there you go. Now we've got enough for the chalice, you go out to the start of the level, being careful, because of the angle of the camera, you can walk straight off here without touching the platform. So yeah, be careful of that. Just walk around if you want to be safer. Grab the chalice and then just go back across where the giant crystal was, really. Yep.
There is an option to click L3 if you want to be forced to walk. If you want to use an analog stick.
Is that true? Oh god, that was close. I'm going to test it when I'm not on a platform. Yeah, I think the trouble is they couldn't use L3 and R3 as definitive directions, because of course when this game first came out, analog sticks weren't a thing. Well, no, I think this was one of the earliest games that could use them, so maybe it was. I'll go into controls. View controls. Oh, I think it's R1. Sidestep and backstep. Yeah, that is a thing I never do. Let me have a look at that again. Oh, you're right. L3 to toggle run walk control. Analog controller only. Huh.
Walk run toggle is on. Yeah, if you... Yeah.
Hold on. If I... Oh yeah. I never knew that. Wow. Okay. You could, because you can change it in the menu, so I always forget about... Yeah. R1 is sidestepping, so if you look, you can... You can moonwalk. I'm bad, you know I'm really dead, you know I'm dead, I'm really, really dead. And the whole wide world needs to tell you right now, who's dead. Anyway, hello August, I am, August Lambassador, there we go, that's quite clever actually, that name. Hello. I assume you're a fan of MediEvil, which is why you're here, because almost no one else plays it. Like, no matter how many times I replay this game, I always forget about that, Billy. Interestingly, in Resurrection, there is a reason to use it, because you can... Obviously, in this, you can only jump in the cardinal directions, like, you know, whatever. But in Resurrection, if you hold down the sidestep button, you can cartwheel left and right, and backflip, which is handy for avoiding a couple of different enemies that are different in Resurrection. Also, the backflip can get you to platforms you're not supposed to get to, so you can skip parts of the level, but... we've got our Chalice of Souls, so we're done here. On to, I think, Haunted Ruins is next, if I'm right. Again, played this about 400 times and still can't remember. Just because it's not because the game's not good. It's because my memory is shite. Oh, new gargoyle speech.
Wouldn't this make a
Oh, yeah.
wonderful tourist attraction? Come see Stengard the Mighty. Come and see the last of the centaurs. Oh, and see that dork over there? That's Daniel Fortescue, would-be hero. Ha 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 ha.
Ha 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 ha. At least he didn't say ha ha ha. Yes. Okay, so I think
almost did it, and I just froze.
Ha ha ha. Yeah, I don't think you get any choice for now, but this is yeah. So Zarok, again, I've just called you Zarok for some reason. Yakobu said he realised earlier why, I don't know why I keep calling you the wrong name, I've known you for years. Megwin Stormbringer speaks with a housewife's voice because she literally is one. She's not actually a hero, she's just a woman that fought really bravely and they gave her lightning bolts, so there you go. And she's hot.
Daniel, there you are. I was so worried about you. I know you have the heart of a hero, Daniel. Now we must show the others. Would you like to take my magic lightning bolts? I don't have many, but they're very powerful.
So in the original, once you've used them, that is it. But you can technically restore them if you let a sticky-fingered imp steal it, like the chicken drumsticks, and then buy them back from the merchant gargoyle. It comes back with full ammo, so that's the only way to restore it.
Off you pop then, and keep your chin up.
Watch it, you.
Sorry, Daniel. Now take care. The good people of Galamere are depending on you.
Yeah, as I say, whenever I'm playing MediEvil, there's usually someone that comes in that's new. So August Lambassador came in, and it's usually because when I play it, there's like one other person online playing this, and they're usually French anyway. So, because for some reason, and don't ask me why, because this turned out to be true, I thought it was a joke. In the 90s, you know, like Lara Croft was all over lads' mags, and she was in the top 100 sexiest females and all that. Somehow, Sir Daniel Fortescue became like a sex symbol in France. Absolutely no idea why, and that is genuinely true. Which is why there's so much stuff about MediEvil from France, like articles and stuff like that. Don't know why, but there you go. And also a French-only. Sorry. Danielle Fortescue. 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 Huh. There was a French gaming magazine called. I can't think what it was called, but basically one issue came with a PlayStation sticker, like one that was the size of the console, that you peeled all the bits off and you could stick on the buttons of the PS1 and all that. That's got MediEvil on it, which I really want, but there's just no copies of it anywhere. If there is, people have put a PlayStation came up once on eBay with the stickers already on it, which I would have bought, but one, I've already got one, and two, it was battered to shit. So yeah, it wasn't really worth the price they wanted for it, particularly as I'd have to import it from France. The other thing as well, aside from when Resurrection and the remakes came out, they brought out soundtracks as well on physical CD. The original, that never happened with the original, apart from the part soundtrack that they released on one random gaming magazine only in France. I mean, and for some reason that was the first time, when we actually read the track list, that was the first time we learned the names of some of the tracks, because of course they're not named in this. So yeah, it's only from that one French CD called La Musique de MediEvil or something that yeah, someone uploaded the files from it though. But yeah, I'd love a physical copy of that. But again, it just never comes up because people either bought it and threw it away, or bought it and wanted to keep it. No one really wants to sell it if they've got one. So right, Gallows Gauntlet. Now this is the level that you need the dragon armor for. I mean, I think in the remake you could get past the door without it, but it was a glitch, so I think they fixed it. Also, that glitch of I didn't realise the blood was here before. If you stand on the blood in the remake, it goes all up your body because of some sort of texture issue. Right, we will save the lightning. I suppose I could use it to show it off. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's so overpowered. But yeah, there's you can't use it that often before it runs out. So there are gates in there that don't unlock till later. Take care not to wake the Serpent of Gallowmere, which is not the same as the dragon, or indeed the same as Caricatura. It is a most powerful supernatural creature that was bound somewhere within these chasm walls. If you encounter it, run! Which is what they expect you to do, but once again, the intended way is not the best way to deal with it. These are guys with spears through their chests. Luckily, they can be stunned with the magic sword. The magic sword? Heal here. Right, I think we need 68% of the chalice before we try going in the fire gate. You don't have to get that many, but it's just a marker of how far we are through the level. So you can kind of see how this is possible with just the small sword. It'd just take a lot longer. Right, hold on, let me kill this mummy first. There's only 3 of them in the game, so I'm not sure why they were included. This dragon model you can see here, apart from the spiky ears and the horn on its nose, is the look they give to the dragon in Resurrection. The one that's the Sean Connery one. Of course, in the Resurrection they also give it an incredibly camp voice for some reason, but oh well. The fabled dragon armour, which we have, was forged by dragons from an age long ago. Seek out any remaining dragon if you are to claim this mighty armour. So this is a hint for what you need to do to finish the level if you haven't already got it. The dragon armour is actually quite good here. For some reason when you equip it, it unequips your shield, but anyway. Where is he? There he is. He got stuck in the wall slightly there. Yeah, there's another one of those dragon heads on a fallen column. That's the exit you go through if you don't have the dragon armour, which we have, so we'll know. These are hangmen, obviously. You can just destroy them with dragon armour then. Unable to pass through the fiery dragon gate, only use this alternate route if no other is available and return to the map of Gallowmere. So you basically lose all the progress you've done in this level if you do that. So we shall carry on. Right, we could go through there now, but I'll read the book anyway. This magical barrier is constructed by the dragons of old. Only those brave enough to adorn the dragon armour may pass through this fiery gate. They spell armour correctly. Well done. Yeah, if you walk into it without the dragon armour, it just sets you on fire, and it's like a solid wall. So you do literally need the dragon armour. It's not just to make things easy; you actually have to own it. Unless there's some glitch to get through it I don't know about, but could well be. I'm not an expert on MediEvil glitches. I've seen some of the speed runs for this, and they use so many glitches you don't even see half the levels. Because they fall off the level and then open the menu at the right frame, and it allows them to walk under the level to the exit trigger. Mad. It's mad, Ted, I tell ya. Come on, Ted. Yep, right, come on. Shit, they are battering me. Come on. You can stand far enough back and slowly kill them with a projectile if you stand outside of their sort of area of expertise like this. It just takes longer, but just to show you it's possible. The mummy will move once you attack it, but it's pretty bloody slow, so until it gets close to you, and you can kill it in like 4 throws of the axe anyway. Right, I think no, it's 70. Is it 74 or 76? Okay, 74%. Oh, that was close. 74% means we've done everything we can, so, okay, we have to go through here. Sometimes they will activate the Serpent of Gallowmere, sometimes they won't. I don't know what the trigger for it is. They all seem to be attacking me, so they're not doing it today. But yeah, sometimes one of them will walk over there and literally open the chest. which is the only time an enemy can open a chest. Now, there is a trophy in the remake for killing the Serpent of Galloway, which people went, oh, it's funny you can kill it in the remake but not the original. And I was like, you can kill it in the original. Why wouldn't you be able to? And they were surprised you could kill it, because the hint tells you to run away from it. So there's a couple of ways you can kill it. There's a treasure chest behind it, which means if you collect that, it will activate it. I'll press all the buttons. Oh, I forgot about the monies. Activate the buttons around the outside. That unlocks the gates throughout the level. Not all of them, but most of them. Energy vial. Gargoyle. So if you... Does running activate the serpent? I normally walk, so... I think as long as you don't step on that sort of dark bit in the middle, you're alright. Blast chest and money. Now that blast chest out there initially seems useless, but that is one of the ways you can kill the serpent if it's chasing you. Okay, there's another button behind that and a thing. Right, so if I try to... There you go, it's come out. Right, I'm going to use the blast chest, so you have to run away from it because it will do a shitload of damage to you if it touches you. It's a bit like Cal Katora, it will die after a while. Oh shit, I went the wrong way. Move! Come on. Right. Right, that hits the... Okay, so the only two other weapons that will damage it are magic longbows, the explosion version, and the magic sword. No other weapons will damage it. There you go, and that's the sound of it dying. And done. So yeah, you can get through that room without activating it at all if you just walk around the edges and press the buttons and don't care about the treasure chest. Right, we've got the... Actually, because I've got the... Did I just pick up the star ring? I think I did. No, I didn't, okay. Yeah, you need the star ring to unlock the end of the level to get the remaining enemies for the chalice. But we can do that last, so... that is a thing there. Yeah, so you just have to try and find the gates you saw earlier, basically. There we go. So that's that. And then this button unlocks the final gate, which has got the chalice in it, which is near the end of the level. So, I think the only other one it unlocks is one for a... the rest of this. We lost a couple more health bottles than we otherwise would, because I fought the serpent, but... I thought there was a merchant gargoyle behind the gate as well. Maybe I'm thinking of the Enchanted Forest. Anyway, yeah, so go whichever way you want to the end of the level. It's basically to the top right of the map, of whatever you call it. Like this. The hangmen will sometimes run into the exit, which means they're trying to lure you into going to the exit without collecting the chalice because they're dicks. I've got enough for the chalice, so it's round here. We pressed that button earlier. Oh, and we can get the energy vial as well, I forgot about that. Because I was running away from the serpent. Right, let's put on the shield. Right, the only thing you need from this level again is the Chalice of Souls, but you will need the dragon armor to complete this level, as shown with that gate. Technically, other than that gate, you really don't ever need it again. See what I mean? The rest of the hangmen will hang out in the exit, trying to lure you into walking through the exit without collecting the chalice, which I've done before, and it's really annoying because you have to do the whole level again. So yeah. From now on, I think now we've got the lightning, which is technically the best projectile and close range weapon we've got. I think it's just items and health from here on out. Oh, and money, obviously, which we don't need anymore, but, well, we never really need the extra money. So this is just appeasing the remaining statues, essentially. So I think it's... Yeah, no, the Ravenhooves one is the final time you talk to Ravenhooves, but if there was a choice, I would pick him now, because of what he gives you. And this is the one time that him saying this actually makes sense, even though he said it twice already.
Oh, Danielle, I've got something here I can give you, but I've no idea what it is. Do you fancy a little gamble, like?
Yes. Because Canny Tim didn't know what it was either, so maybe the heroes don't. So life bottle, but why he tells you that for arrows he already uses and has already told you about, I don't know. So anyway, life bottle. I think there's 2 more life bottles you can get from chalices, and then I think at least 1 more in a level. There's 1 in time device, I know that. So from here on out, it's you don't need any key items or anything, and it's just straight levels, one after the other. Okay. So this is the level where if you're doing a small sword and throwing daggers playthrough for a challenge, this is the one level you can't get the chalice in for a specific reason. I usually just cheat on that one enemy and then go back to using them so I can say I collected all the chalices. But Haunted Ruins, on to King Peregrine's Castle. That we saw in... oh, there was a painting earlier in the game with this in, but I forgot to show you it. But I can't actually remember where it is, but it's in the level anyway. Sometimes they shout for help. Help us! Free us! They're being hung over flames by the shadow demons, which I don't know why they don't just kill them outright, but anyway. Since the farmers have been captured by the shadow demons, the animals here have gone hungry. Now, you can chase them out to the corn, but I have proven in the past if you just stand still at the start of the level, they will eventually eat all the corn anyway. But to hurry it up a little bit. There's nothing under this pile of corn, but we'll let that chicken eat it anyway. It's this pile of corn that matters. So they're happy. Greedy chickens! Yep, so the pile will slowly shrink. If you stand here, it'll auto scare the chickens back to the seed pile, which actually makes it quicker. Come on. They're almost done. Because the more chickens that are eating from a pile, obviously the quicker it goes down. So you can see something under the pile there, which was a button, which was holding the bridge up. And they ate this corn as well. No, they almost have. There's no reason to let them, but... I don't know what that stone thing is supposed to be on the outside of the level. I think it's part of a wall, but... and for some reason, there's this fence that leads to nowhere. I assume that's maybe where they kept the chicken feed. In the remake, they actually make use of that. Or, no, maybe it's Resurrection, I don't know. I do like the drawbridge holders. They've got chains in their mouths. Giant skeletons. It's pretty cool architecturally. And the face of an old man, Sauron from Lord of the Rings, mixed with Lemmy from Motorhead's moustache. So...
Yes. Welcome to Castle Peregrine. In the time of King Peregrine, this magnificent edifice was the seat of power and home to the royal household.
How he says the word corrupt in a minute.
Now it is home only to ghosts and forgotten memories.
No, wait, wrong gargoyle, sorry. There's another gargoyle later on that says the word corrupt, and he says it's so full, he goes, corrupt! And it's got more energy in it than the rest of the sentence put together. The farmers are being held in the courtyard. At the first sign of trouble, the shadow demons will... Ah, shit, I just realised I didn't save a chicken drumstick, did I? Oh, it doesn't matter. It's just slightly more tricky to do. If you throw a chicken drumstick down, you can kill the shadow demons instantly and don't have to worry about them. So yeah, I would suggest saving one, at least for here, which I'll show you in a minute. At the first sign of trouble, the shadow demons will sacrifice the captives to the flames. Move quickly, slay the demons on guard, and release the farmers. Now, why does it matter? Well, one, they give you a present for saving them, and two, they count as good souls, so if you let them die, you can't collect the chalice. So, Chaos Rune, we need that for later. There is a flying shadow demon that will come along here, that if you time it well, you can do that. Right, now these shadow demons will, the first time I fire a projectile or drop off here, they will all run for the button that kills them. The best way to do it is to either throw down a chicken drumstick to instantly kill them, or either... I suppose you could kill them with lightning. I don't know how much lightning does to them though, because I've never really tried it. The magic sword you can run in and just hack while they're running away from you. But the best thing to use, I think, is the dragon armour. Okay. Like that. Okay, got him. I will kill that third one just because he's annoying. But the third one never runs to the button for some reason, which I think might be a programming error, but you can go in here. This is just boiling oil and a rune hand that we haven't got the key for yet. So this was another bit that people got stuck on, what you're supposed to do with this. So you either use the club or the hammer. Don't stand on the platform when you're doing this, because you tend to hit the farmers otherwise. Well, I suppose you can, but just don't stand too close to them. Just got to basically beat the fires out. 3 hits with the hammer tends to do it. Right, and then once they're all done, you press that button, that unlocks the gates at both ends of the courtyard. Now, I want to go back and follow them. If you dash too quickly, you can actually run into them and kill them, which again I've done before by doing this. Yeah, you can kill them on the way back by accident. I thought they just teleported back here, but they literally physically run back here. So give them a chance to get back, and then, yeah.
Thank ye for rescuing us, kind sir. Forgive us, master. We have no pig to reward you, but we'd be honoured if you'd accept these shiny gold-coloured stones as a token of our thanks.
Shiny gold-coloured stones. Sounds like the bloke from Time Team, the one that's not Tony Robinson, the one with the sort of huge bushy sideburns. I can't think of his name. Alright, Tony.
No, what we've got here. Yeah.
He's got that sort of, alright, Tony, look what I found in Trench 1.
I found a bit of pot there.
I found a little bit of pot there. I think this was an entire Roman settlement. Right, so yes, there's boiling oil. Hot scalding oil. Burn your skeletal toes, that will. Burn your skeletal toes, that will. Better find a way to close the oil vents before crossing. So that's what the inside place was with the earth rune, but that's not relevant yet. There's an energy vial here. How low are we on health? Yeah, we need that. Okay. Let's grab that. Normally I leave that for later, but we... Yep, okay. There's some money here, and this is where the chalice is, so remember that for later. Yeah, so that's where you turn the oil off, but again, as I say, you don't need that till later. I will use the magic sword. So you need to hit them, I think, 3 times to kill them. Yeah, okay, 3. It's not too bad. You can usually kill them while they're stunned before they even get a chance to attack you anyway. Don't really need any more arrows from now on. So, yeah. We didn't actually spend that much money during this playthrough. I actually spent more money than I normally do, and even then that wasn't much. There's a flying shadow demon that should come around here. There we go. I don't know if that person earlier just came and said hello and then left, or whether they just didn't want to talk after saying hello, but fair enough. Right. These thin knights down here, the armoured ones, are one of the few enemies in the game that the chicken drumstick doesn't work on. I've got no idea why, but it just doesn't. Because I tested it. So, you know I'm right. These 2 here, don't really need them, but I'll collect 1 just to fill up properly. I'll leave that because you never know, I might need it later. These do have a projectile, but they very rarely seem to go on. I'll let him use it just so you can see it. Yeah, like that. They sort of throw, it's supposed to be maces, I guess. But yeah, at this point you've got a magic sword which cuts through basically anything. Oh, I didn't have a shield equipped, that's why. Like I say, every time you put the dragon armour on, it unequips your shield. Oh, I forgot to mention, by the way, yeah, if the dragon during the boss fight earlier on, when you're trying to cave its head in for the dragon armor, sets you on fire, you run back out of the battle and run into the waterfall and it puts you out. Here there is a fire on this bridge. There is a little pool off to one side. If you jump in it puts you out. But what I don't understand about that is, to get this far, you'd have to have got the dragon armor, which, if you wear it, renders this fire completely pointless anyway. So I don't know why that pool's there. I mean, it's nice they did it, but I mean, you don't ever need it, so... Long ago, this was once the majestic throne room of King Peregrine. Now, foul demons stalk the corridors. The spirit of the king must be saddened indeed. Yes, yes, he must. That looks like an open door, but it's not. I guess they were just there in case someone tried to cross and forgot to put the dragon armor on. Yeah, I guess, but then wouldn't you just run across anyway? And I've never seen anyone set on fire by this and then run into the water, because they either don't know the water's there or they wear the dragon armor. Because you look over here and go, ah, there's no items, fuck it, and then just walk back. You barely even see that there's water there until you stop to actually see its animation or walk in it. Which, if you're not on fire, you never need to come over here. So... yeah, there's just certain things that are just completely needless, but I guess it's nice they put it there. Ah, his throne room is in disarray. Sometimes the ghost of King Peregrine can be seen wandering these halls or sitting mournfully upon his throne. Find his crown and perhaps you can summon him. Yes, there's a clue there. This will collapse and let you fall, which you do have to do. Because, flaming arrow. Okay, that can kill it. Because otherwise you have to stand on the platform and wait for him to come across your path again. I think there's a third one, yep. We might be able to get this one on the platform, hold on. Nah. See what I mean? It's kind of tricky to get them on the sweep through, whereas if you use a long-range weapon, then you can get them anytime. Almost fell off. Okay. You'll be leapt at by a shadow demon. Just attack it there. King Peregrine's crown. Right, now there are fires in here, so if you want to avoid being set on fire, then just put the dragon armor on. This castle was constructed on top of a dormant volcano. This giant floodgate is all that stands between you and a very hot shower. Yes. You can avoid it quite easily. There's a bag of money there, which again would would be a needless risk if you didn't have the dragon armor on. Because why would you risk getting set on fire for 10 gold? I would suggest doing that room first, because this is the exit. Now the dragon armor is particularly handy coming up, and I'll explain why. This no longer collapses when you run over it. You can just jump over it to start with, but you have to fall down there to get the crown anyway. I think that over there is a painting of Peregrine's Castle from the beta version, I'm not sure. Also, the green stuff they make the statues out of in here just reminds me of old woman's soap. Don't know why, but there you go. Select the crown and summon the king.
Sir Fortescue, noblest of my courtiers, bravest of my captains. Oh, that we should meet at such a dark hour, with the fate of this realm lying once again in your hands. Good God, Fortescue, what's happened to your jaw?
Even though you can't see his jaw, because he's got the dragon armor on.
Bad luck, old man. Now look, Zarok's army of shadow demons hide beneath us within this very mountain. They prepare as we speak to invade fair Gallowmere. If we are to thwart his plans, we must bring down the castle on top of them. We must unleash the lava behind the floodgates. I can take you to the gate's control lever, but you alone can pull it. Of course, it's a highly dangerous mission, even for a dead man. I dare say that when that fiend sees what you've done, he'll make sure you spend eternity in the most unspeakable torment. But then, I know these things mean nothing to a man of your iron will. Eh, Fortescue? Splendid. Good luck, old friend.
Yeah, because he was chummy with the king, and the king is the one that made him a hero in history, even though he wasn't one, so the king thinks he's brave, even though he's not. Right, so collecting the... I don't think collecting the rune activates anything, does it? No, okay. So that gate will not unlock until we finish this. So, there is a thing to hit there to release the lava. That activates these two stone golems. Now, the stone golems are invincible. The only way to kill them is to push them off the sides over here. Now, the best weapon to use for that is the dragon armor, because the fire, for some reason, has amazing pushing power. You can use the hammer or the sword or anything like that. Now, whatever weapon you hit the switch with, you are stuck using for the next 10 seconds while the gargoyle talks to you over the top. You can't open the menu. So what I would say is either use the throwing axe to throw at the switch, and as soon as you've thrown it, open the menu and grab another weapon, like the dragon armor, or, what I didn't realise for ages, equip the dragon armor and use the daring dash to activate the switch, because then you have the dragon armor leading into the golem fight for the 10 seconds you can't open the menu. So activate the switch by daring dashing into it.
The lava has been released, Sedan. The castle is collapsing. You will not have long to defeat the stone golems and escape the ensuing inferno.
Right, now you'd be able to unlock the menu, or to open the menu, but you can basically kill them almost before the gargoyles finish talking. Also, this is useful for a couple of reasons. One, you've got to be quick. Two, you've got to kill shadow demons. And three, there is now fire coming out of the floor everywhere, which can set you on fire, but if you keep the dragon armor on, it can't. So there you go. Stand still, you prick. I mean, we do have to kind of hurry, we've only got about a minute. Right, walk in here. Careful not to fall in the oil. Let the oil drain away. Right, there we go. That will drain it from the end of the level. Now, there are two more shadow demons that beam in up here. Did I get that vial from earlier? Yes, I did. You can avoid them because I've already got enough percentage from the chalice. Now you think, no, one more. If you kill that, does that give you enough chalice percentage to counteract the farmers dying at the start of the level? No, it doesn't. So you do have to save the farmers to be able to get the chalice. Hurry, the castle is about to be destroyed. The gates are locked. Find an alternative means of travel. Also, welcome back. Right, grab the treasure because we've got enough time. Run! Aliens is on! Activate the boulder. If you fire yourself at the wall... Oh, I should have done that to show you what it looked like, but basically you just get injured and fall back down. You fire that and it destroys the top part of the wall. And then get in the catapult yourself and... We know we collected the chalice because we did it like 20 seconds ago. Now, the next cutscene of the next level leads you into the second half of you being fired through the air, but you do have to visit the Hall of Heroes between being fired and landing, weirdly. So, yeah. I don't think there's any choice of statue past this point, it's just, yeah, final chats with the heroes so they deem you worthy of living here. Come on, there we go.
Well, hello, stranger. I've got a little present for you. Why don't you shut your eye and hold out your hands?
Okay. Energy vials, which is a weird prize to give you because they don't know whether you need it or not. They're not life bottles, they're just temporary energy fills, so if you finish the level with full health, it's completely useless. But I don't think we did, so one of them was handy anyway. That happens again later on. But then that does happen after a level where you tend to lose a lot of health, so at least that makes sense. depending on how good you are at the game, obviously. See, the thing is, I think what they want you to do is to go, oh, here's 3 energy bars before the final level. You might need these, but you can backtrack to heal. So I don't know, maybe they never meant for you to backtrack, but the fact they let you sort of renders it pointless. Right, in my opinion, the most difficult level in the game, or at least the longest anyway. I think Pools of the Ancient Dead is thought to be more difficult because there's instant death pits. I don't think there are any in this, but if you fall, you can have to redo massive sections of the level again, which is just annoying. So there's that, and the enemies in this take off loads of health, so... Now we land in the Stone Circle, which is part of the Silver Woods, which was a removed level. Okay, hold on. So this was originally a level. This was the cutscene intro to a level that was removed, which was the Jabberwocky chase. So basically, you'd run along the pathway, which is now part of Enchanted Earth, in the modern version, and you'd be chased by it and run away, and that's all we know about that level because it wasn't finished. So instead, they made this cutscene to cover it. There you go. There's Morton the Earthworm, his only appearance, which he would have had his own level, but he didn't. And the Jabberwocky's dead. So I imagine the end of the Jabberwocky level was it falling off a cliff, maybe. But anyway, this eagle thing, which is never explained, and saves you at least one more time after this, saves you and dumps you on a ghost ship that happens to be floating in there. Yeah, not a lot of this game makes sense, but whatever, doesn't really matter, it's fun. The ghost ship. You get a nice pan of the level. There's some good lines between these two as well.
Captain, I thought you ought to know we have a stowaway on board. I've told the men to scour the decks for him.
Good! I want that scurvy dog dangling from yon yardarm by his bowels!
Is that really necessary? Couldn't we just give him a good tongue lashing and drop him off at the next port?
Look! There's not a man jack on this ship who wouldn't keel-haul his own grandmother for the silver in her hair! There'll be no tongue lashing! Bring the landlubber to me and I'll tear him a new orifice!
Well, there's a threat for you. Tear him a new orifice! Most of the crew seem to be under the control of a few officers. Without them, they'd be like headless chickens. So there's your hint for this level. You can kill the lower rent pirates, but they just come back to life over and over again. It's good to get them out of the way, though. But yeah, basically, any that have got caps on their head, ignore them. Just attack the captain in blue. And then they all explode, and you... So only the captains give you chalice %, but the captains do give you a lot each. So I think there's like 6 or 7 in the level or something. We've got the moon rune there, so let's go open the moon door. Arr! I suppose technically what you do is kill off the lower pirates first to disable them temporarily long enough for you to kill the captain, or the captains. No, the officers, sorry. Captain's the guy who runs the whole ship. Given that we're probably never going to spend money ever again, I might as well charge the shield. I mean, we could literally charge everything, but might do it on the last level just to something to do. Okay, carrying on. So these pirates will keep respawning no matter what, unless you knock them off the edge of the level, which you can do. They are connected to the captain, who if you kill, all the pirates on the ship will die. This would look like it was a massive arseache if you fell down, but it's really not. Because you just come out the other side anyway, so as long as you don't mind fighting those 2 pirates. I want to be a pirate. Yeah, in Monkey Island. Yeah, so when you come out here, you basically skip that whole section. If you had to go back to the start of that and fall down each time, that would be annoying, which does happen later, but yeah, that makes this bit of the level look really difficult, even though it's not. You can fall down on purpose and then just skip it. This is one of 2 energy fountains on board. I think there's only 2. Yeah, 2. There's money up here, but again, it's one of those things where why would you risk jumping over barrels to get it? I mean, I just did, but you don't need to. Because it's like 10 gold, so who gives a shit? Use the star rune you picked up. Try and get the drop on the captain here, or the officer, sorry. Right. Now that explodes, that makes those barrels explode. Now, this guy you have to come through a couple of times, and because he infinitely respawns, if you can knock him off the ship without killing him, it means his respawn point doesn't reactivate. Ah, bugger. Although I did kill him down here, so if he respawns, he'll only respawn here, which doesn't really matter. In the remake, you have to be a lot more careful past those cannons, because they shove you overboard. In this, they just injure you, so you just jump them like that. And if you get hit, it doesn't really matter. Right, Chaos Rune. Here you have to fall down at least once. So yeah, kill off the pirate mates first. I mean, if you wait too long, they are going to respawn, but it gives you an easier time beating up the officer. Especially if you beat them up far away, because then they have to run back to you. See, they're coming back to life already, but if you kill the officer, they all die. There is somewhere to go through here. There's an energy vial and a couple of bags of money and some more enemies, but they don't give chalice percent, so I don't usually bother. You can fall down there later on, which means you have to redo like 3/4 of the level, which is really annoying. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but we'll see. Big old cannons. Go in the pit, duck, to avoid that one. This one is high enough up where you just don't stand on the box when it's firing. And then this one you have to dash past to be able to get past. Ah, didn't get round the barrels in time. But yeah, this one you just wait till it fires and then dash round the edge of the stairs. Money and up. So that means you have to restart the what I call the shredded wheat net. So yeah. Nanas make them, you know. That stupid advert. Right, I tend to let off the bounce on this one. Jump normally, because this is the one I normally miss, and then hold down the jump button to bounce on these. Get a few, sort of 3 or 4 bounces, and then pump. Right, you can go from here across those doors. In the remake, I think you have to. It's a way to get to an energy fountain, but I don't bother because the patterns are weird. And you can get to that energy fountain another way anyway, so I don't really bother. Right, going to this, you have to wait for the platforms to line up. Almost. Right, now we have to try and fall down onto a moving arm. That below is that area with the energy vial and a couple of bags of money in it. That's where the energy fountain is, and that's a cage to get up to the chalice. But we want to go through to the end of the level, but not fight the boss yet. Because if you fight the boss, then you're stuck into the end. These guys technically you can hit from outside the arena. So if you activate them and then walk back here, they can't actually hit you. So you can smack them with like long range stuff or whatever. Just trying to conserve energy, because not only is this a long level, but there's a boss fight at the end. So Yeah, fuck it, I'll just kill him with a sword. Once you've killed them all, come on. It broke the barrels and unlocks a load more. And there's an officer with them, so try and get them down the bottom and the officer stuck up the top. It hasn't worked, but all them stuck up the top and him down the bottom. I've tried using the lightning and all sorts of weapons. The only one that seems to do any decent damage is the magic sword, so... yeah, don't go through that door yet, because we still need to kill more enemies and collect the chalice. There is one more enemy, and he's up there. So... let's wait for the platform to come around. Fuck. Although... that's not as bad as landing on the platform below, weirdly, because if you fall down the pit and die, you get teleported back up here with one less life. If you fall down and land on one of those platforms, you genuinely have to do about a third of the level again. So yeah, I need to line myself up better with the platforms, I think. Right, there we go. You can get the energy fountain, but I'm not going to bother. Whoops, indeed, Akari, yes. Jump in the cage, let it take you up. Now, jump to the right, I think. This is a deceptive jump because the platform curves down and you can get caught on the edge of the cage jumping out. So you kind of have to walk a little bit up and then jump out rather than just jumping out, because you need to get caught on the wall going out otherwise. Right, there we go. Now, don't jump off here. Well, I suppose you could, but... right, energy vial. Right. I'll go back, the cage will come back up. This jump is difficult. So it depends. You either choose, you either do this jump, or you jump off the end that way, and then redo the jumping onto the arms thing. So we'll see. I'll try and do this one though. That was close. Right. It will take you back down, but all you've got to do is, once it comes down to the bottom, just jump, and it will reactivate it, and you'll come back up. And then we can jump across to the left. Yep. Grab an energy vial and the chalice. And then don't forget to jump. In the remake, I think they level out the cage with the platforms. You can just walk into it, but yeah, that jump is a bitch sometimes. And this jump outwards. You could just walk over it. That jump's kind of a bitch sometimes. How much health have we got? Yeah, we've got loads. I would spin back round and grab the health fountain, but sometimes I lose a life trying to jump to it, which kind of defeats the point of going to it in the first place. Right, make sure these guys are dead, because if they follow you into the final fight, they will continue to respawn as well as the other enemies you've got to kill. And that's really annoying, so... Right. Now... oh, yeah, so, if you look in first person, can we get him on camera? I'm trying to get the captain on camera from here. I just caught a glimpse of him, but maybe if I stand further back. I can't see him now. Basically, for some reason, because he counts as a, yeah, look how he's got a blue coat on. You can just about see it if I stand here. Technically, he's an officer right now, because he commands the pirates in front of him, and by killing him, you kill them. But he's not supposed to have a blue coat, he's supposed to have a red coat, so when you go into the fight, it changes red. So yeah, it counts him as, basically, he's an officer that they've sized up, which is why he's blue, but entering the fight turns him red, which you'll see now. Now, he's red now. So, right, the way you fight this is there's a chest here with a respawning club. You set the club on fire, and then you basically light the cans and try and hit him with the cannonballs, which is a lot easier in the remake, but we'll see. I just tend to light him over and over again, because I don't know the timing for the cannons, I never have. There is a way to glitch this fight, so basically every so often you have to fight all these pirates, they're the ones that take your health off. But what you can do is, for some reason, it thinks you're outside the fight if you stand here. So if you activate the cannon with the fire, you can stand here and activate over and over again. And the pirates, when they respawn, don't actually attack you because they think you're outside the arena. I don't know why, but I found that one day by accident. But yeah, basically, yeah, the intended way is you're supposed to fight the pirates every time in between each sort of stage, and yeah, that's where you lose all your health. But yeah, if you're really, really low on health and you don't want to do the whole entire fight again, then yeah, just stand to the right of the right-hand cannon. He takes 50 damage every cannonball you hit him with, so... Oh, I think I forgot to read the book on the way in, but basically it says, this captain's tough as old sea boots. You'll have to use something a bit stronger than the weapons you've got in your inventory. So, yeah, that's the trick, that's the clue to use the, yeah. If you stretch it out with square, you can basically do that and fire the cannon rapid fire. There you go. Oh, I got him, nice. I thought he had more health left than that. Right, yeah, technically, I think this is the one level... I said not to walk through this door yet, but it doesn't matter. This is the one level where you can fight the boss and actually go back to the rest of the level to collect the chalice. Any other level doesn't let you do that, so... Anyway, yeah. So that went better than I thought. I lost 3 health bars. I could have lost less if I'd stood here and done that glitch, but I didn't really need it, so... Onwards and upwards. Now we are captain of our own ship. Oh yeah, should have done a chalice check, but I know we've got it, so... No new message from the gargoyle, it's fine. I think Megwin's the final statue, so I think this should be the... No, there's 2 more actually, isn't there? So, yeah. Sterngart.
You are back, Herr Fortescue. I think this is because of my shield, yeah? But I have something else I can give to you. Something you may find very interesting.
I like the way he delivers that. Very interesting. Nope, it's not as interesting as you made it sound. It's 4 chests of money that I could have got by playing Dan's Crypt a couple of times. Oh well. Right. But you have to get that to get the rest of them, so yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, as I said earlier, so for some reason that boo noise plays every time you teleport out of the Hall of Heroes, but if you play the American version, it's a randomised sound. No idea why. Could be a glitch, but it does happen. Right, so this is now the final section of the game, at least. This is the entrance hall, which gets its own level. Should have 18 chalices by this point. Hold on, 19, 20... Was it 20? No, I think it's 20. Yeah. For some reason, if you activate the cheat to get all chalices and all life bottles, it gives you an extra one of each. I don't know why. It gives you 21 chalices and 10 life bottles, and there aren't 10 life bottles in the game, so... Or at least not that anyone's ever found, anyway. They're annoying, because your own life meter counts as the 10th one.
Sir Daniel Fortescue, standing bold as you like in the foyer of Zarok's castle. Who'd have thought it? Not us, that's for sure. We's afraid the master of the house is out trying to plunge the land into eternal night. But come on in and make yourself at home.
That was my signature on forums for a long time. We's afraid the master of the house is out trying to plunge the land into eternal night. Come on in and make yourself at home. Right, the book. Now this is the Waltz of Gallowmere tune again from the what's it called? The one where you run up the boulders. God, I can't remember the names of levels in my favourite game. Cemetery Hill, that's it. These mischievous imps have been at Zarok's spellbook again. They're shielded by magic, the naughty creatures. Now, normally people can't work out what that means because you can kill them anyway. What it means is they're protected against projectiles, but normally you attack in close range anyway, so most people don't even notice. The only exception to that is if you use the square attack on the magic longbow, because the normal one will just hit at the shield. But the explosion, because the arrow itself is a projectile, the explosion is a secondary attack, which means that it still actually injures them. So technically, you can hit them with a long-range weapon. I don't remember if the chicken drumsticks works on them or not, but I mean, the magic sword just slices through them anyway. So, yeah. I mean, you might not have the magic sword at this point, I guess, if you haven't collected all the chalices, but you should have been. So for anyone who recognises the spinning planets and all that, this is the opening of the game, when it zooms down this corridor and then looks down there into where Zarok's casting the spell at the start of the game. You can go left or right here. I go... Oh, which is it left first? Yeah, I think so. Is it left first? Yeah, it is, okay. So basically you want to go, weirdly, you want to go to the end of the level first, because otherwise you don't kill enough enemies to collect the chalice by the time you find it. This is a good healing level as well, because you can rush through here, use this. It's a very short level, so it's a good one to restore your health, but I don't think we're going to need it. So... If you run down the stairs, you can jump off there. Hold on, see if I can do it. Come on. Ah, fuck it, whatever. Yeah, you can jump off the end there, but it was quicker, but by the time I tried it 3 times, it wasn't quicker, so... The dragon room. Be careful not to let them lure you into the exit, like enemies sometimes do. Yeah, so kill those 3, then go back the other way. Because otherwise you have to come this way twice. So it's actually shorter to do the end of the level first. You can jump off the thing here, but I wouldn't, because there's sticky-fingered imps down there, at least a couple. So you probably want to not have the magic sword on. Possibly. Because we know that the projectile for the magic longbow works, let's use that. Because we don't really use the magic longbow for anything else, so why not? Even after you've got the chalice percent, don't relax, because there's another imp. And... oh, there's a third one. Okay, I forgot about him. Wow, that was lucky. Just collected the chalice. Okay. So yeah, this is where Zarok casts his spell and then goes out through the cave that looks like a mouth, with 2 holes above it that look like eyes. Even though it's clearly in the opening cutscene, but those holes aren't there when you come to it in the game. But anyway, don't know why. The water makes a fun sound. Right. Spellbook. Contents. Page 5, Raising the Dead. Page 71, Putting a Town to Sleep. Page 136, Looking Good for the over 400s. Page 207, Robbing People of Their Free Will. Page 268, Summoning Demons. Page 298, Card Tricks. Interesting book. The Secret Diary of Zarok. 100 years I've spent in exile, using my anger to keep me warm, feeding off my suffering, relaxing with my angst. Alright, well, I listened to Linkin Park as well. But soon they will pay, all of them, including Fortescue. He thwarts my plan to conquer Galamir, and then posthumously, which I think is how you now say that word, posthumously, maybe, after death, essentially, claims to have killed me. When I find, which it wasn't us that claimed that, it was the king, so have a go at him. When I find him, I'm going to get MediEvil, correct spelling of medieval, on his bony behind. I never liked him anyway, always hanging around the court, interfering. Where are you going with that dead cat, Zarok? Where'd you find that brain, Zarok? Wretched busybody. Yes. So give some back insight into Zarok there. And that is basically the level. It's very short. So yeah, you could speed through here, fill up with the energy fountain, and then rush through to the end of the level in about, I don't know, 20 seconds. So yeah, it's actually quicker than doing the graveyard, which has got 2 fountains in it. Hey, I managed it. There we go. Told you it was possible. So that's a quicker way of doing that as well. Yeah, if sometimes the imps run in here and get stuck, so you have to try and kill them without walking through the exit, which is tricky because there's a pane of glass in the way. So, no, resume. We've got the chalice, good. So that's that level. So it's just the entrance to the main sort of plaza of Zarok's castle, I guess. So this is the second to last chalice. Or... no, yeah, second to last, yeah. There's one more after this. It's not Raven whose, is it? No, I can never remember who it is next. Typical, I walked around the long way. Alright, damn man.
Hey, Danny man, how's that sword bearing up? I told you it was magic, right? I've got something here I can give you, but I've no idea what it is. Do you fancy your chances, like?
Aye. Oh, wait, so that's the wrong accent, never mind. Bloop. And he didn't know what it was, and it was a life bottle, which again backs the point up that none of the heroes know what a life bottle is, because they were too good to be killed anyway, I guess. So they didn't need them. Whereas we are just a coward, and we need all the help we can get, which is why they're giving us help. Woo. So all the map is now revealed. It's just a level and then a boss arena level, essentially. The time device with our favourite quote near the start of it, which we'll hear in a minute.
Yes.
Yes. I can hear the smile in Yakobu's voice. Just, yes. The time device. So this is us having gone through the entrance hall and touching a random telescope. Oh, whatever that was. It's a great looking castle. Choo choo! Yes, a train. That will come in handy later. The time device. Alright. In the remake, there are some chests of money behind you. Floating eyeballs! Ah! Yeah, this level's weird for enemies. Ready?
Yep.
Using a dark magic called science,
He
Zarok
said the
has
thing.
constructed a device based around the mechanical measurement of time. The innards of this chronograph are fiendishly complicated. Keep your eye on the flying timepieces and get ready to reset the hands of the master time clock.
Now, some people misheard that and thought they meant the flying timepieces. Oh, look, there's a timepiece and it's flying. What's the time on it? Those aren't the flying timepieces you need to look for, so it's kind of annoying that they're there, but... Kill boiler guards in 2 hits now. And eyeballs in 1. Right, these ones. So, 1, 2, 3, 4... So 12 silver, okay. Right. Silver needs to be at 12. You have to bounce on these brains. Again, I said it was a weird level. The buildings at the side... Oh, shit. The buildings at the side in this level particularly are reminiscent of that Cabinet of Dr. Caligari thing I mentioned earlier, which is a film from the 1920s, which has got to be freed at this point. I can't imagine it's under any copyright still. So yeah, it's worth checking out. James Rolfe did a 100-year anniversary review of it, which was really good. If you don't want to watch the whole thing, because it is a silent film after all. So I think... Was that right? Yeah, okay. Luckily you can tell from up here if it works or not, because you can see the gates open. Technically we don't need to do this now. Well, we could use the health fountain, I guess. There's an energy barrier here with a life bottle in it that you can't collect until much later. So I don't normally open this now, but I'll use this for now anyway. because you've normally lost health by the end of the level, and you can use this to charge some of it back up. But we'll be leaving a little bit of it. So, right, yeah. So these times on these clocks are randomised. So it is different for every playthrough. So if someone else is playing this, you won't get the same times I did. There's probably a set amount of things it can be. But, no, I need the time rune first, don't I? Because there's this weird gigantic metallic eyeball that spins if you hit it with the sword. Which, again, I didn't know for years, because I normally have the time rune by this point. Right, oh shit, I was meant to fall down the other side, never mind. Right, let's go grab the time rune. Is it just me, or did an enemy just fall off the level? That was weird. That was a flying eyeball. How did it fall? It can fly. Okay, that was bizarre. I've never seen that happen. So I mean, you can play this game for years and still see weird shit. Which is why there's like fish on the platforms, because I think this level's not supposed to make sense. Sort of Alice in Wonderland. Even the music's weird. There's eyeballs with like sides and shit like that. Rub. Speaking of eyes, I've got to rub mine. Ugh, right. And avoid the hands on the clock, obviously, because they will injure you. Not too much, but you know they will. Right, on this platform, you'll start being fired at by a boiler guard over on the other side. You rush, grab the time rune, and kill him off. Hit that switch to unlock the butterfly gate. Again, why not? Time that well. Right, okay. Now, we use the time rune to get rid of the eyeball. And then we need the time on another flying clock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. 5 silver, gold 6. 5 silver, gold 6. Give me a sec, I'll write that down because I need this for later. Shit, pen's not working, typical. Ow! Oh, actually, I've got a notepad document open, haven't I? Right, okay. No, it's closed again. And open. Right. Silver 5, gold 6. And then, this one is, silver at 12. And then gold at 9. Yeah, 12 and 9, yeah, okay. Just so I don't have to go back and look at them later, because otherwise you have to fall down there, reread the clock, then come back up here to reset it. Unless you've got a good memory, which clearly I don't. Did I get the time wrong? The gate hasn't opened.
You've left it on me.
1, 2, 3... Oh, 4 and 5, I've miscounted. I counted 12 as 1. So it's silver on... Oh yeah, I did leave it. Yeah, you're right, okay. I did write it down wrong though, so if I'd come back here and done it, I'd have still got it wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4. 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, if you stand where the gate's just in view, so the one's unlocked down the bottom now, you walk up here and you can see it open, so yeah, that's 4 and 5. I've made that mistake before and counted 12 as 1 and thrown my count off. This has got loads of blades in it, you can't really avoid being hit by them. I guess you can if you time it right, but I don't really need to. Right, what do I need? I need the Chaos Room, which is to the left, I think. Ah, shit. You do need to use that lift to get up there, though, because the platform's too high. This is not the right way, but we do need a second rune once we're past that gate anyway, so... We jump up this pipe and for some reason we Mario to the top. It's a me, Daniel. Right, so hit that face to stop the lightning, which stops it throughout the level, which means we can now get the life bottle at the start of the level. Hit one of these out of line, and we'll leave that for now. There is a giant crystal with a chalice inside it. Deal with that later. You can ride the stone Dorito to get some money bags. Don't know why this exists, but again, this level's supposed to be weird, so I guess that's why. Yeah, so technically you can turn the energy off, and you think, if I don't knock one of these out of line, have I got enough time while the energy's deactivated to grab this? No, you haven't. You do have enough time technically, but it turns off the it turns the energy back on automatically if you get too close to it. So, Earth Rune. I always point this out when I play this game. There is a platform down there with 3 money chests on it. I never collect them though, because it is not worth the hassle of running and jumping and possibly dying for 150 gold coins that we don't even need. So yeah, we've got the Earth Rune now. So now we go back to the lift and go to the right. Get the Chaos Rune. I suppose technically you could use the lift to avoid the spinning blades, but this, I guess you're supposed to avoid these in time, but if you just walk to one side you avoid them all anyway, so should have made that platform thinner. Right, the spinning clocks. Run in, kill all the eyes, grab the Chaos Rune, turn the camera around. Oh, I didn't kill one of them. Okay, I'd never normally get hit by those, but fair enough. The extra eyeball threw me off. Right, okay, now we've got 2 runes. We now do here. Oh, that was weird, we went through the lift. Right, if you stand far enough away you can hit them with projectiles as usual. I suppose you could have hit him with the axe, but this metal keep houses the magical chariot that Zarok calls his train. The path it runs along eventually leads to Zarok's lair. However, your route is blocked by gates controlled at various way stations, which is what you need the Earth Rune for. Travel to these on the train, open the gates and head for the lair, which is what we'll do. So Chaos Rune opens it. And then we need to find a gate. Oh, there we go, we found it. There are a couple more, but that's the one that it opens right now. You need to turn the train so it faces the right door. Much like when you build a bridge in a way earlier level, don't just hold into the arrow, because you will slide down the arrow and fall into the pit in the middle. So on this one, it needs to point at the end gate for the train to face the right way. Then you jump. And then land on here. Now, again, you can activate the horn while you're on the train. Absolutely no reason to, but we're going to do it anyway. Good stuff. Right. Yeah, the X button tips the horn of the train. Absolutely no reason for that. Magic. No, that's not. What's that hovering sound? Now, you don't normally get to see this because it's wacky and you don't normally around the right side, but if you stand here, there's a little angry face on the front of the train. It's a bit like Damn, the spiky teeth. I'd love the look of this train, a proper steampunk skeleton to it. Right, this is a giant brain. And if you... fuck it, I might as well... Oh, okay, I still missed. Whoop, bounced too high there. Right. You need to kill... Well, you don't need to kill all of them, because you'd have enough chalice percent anyway, but I suppose technically if you... So the Moon Rune is the key item in this area. If you climb back on the train before you kill the enemies, I guess maybe you could lock yourself out of the chalice, but I don't know if the percentage markers on this level, so Couldn't tell you either way. Don't know why I keep going into this menu, we don't need anything else. So basically, yeah, once you're done, you get back on the train. Choo-choo! I'm sure there's a series of train simulator PS1 games that are only released in Japan, because of course there are. Why wouldn't there be?
Yeah.
Moon...
Attention to go.
Yeah.
Oh,
there's a
there's a
train station. I know for a fact there's a train station where you can find a arcade version of it that you can play in the station, which is an interesting place to play a train simulator. These will take you up to, weirdly, 98%, and I'm not sure why. Just so I don't forget, I'm going to go back now and get the life bottle, because sometimes I do forget. And if I'm going to list this as 100%, I do need to get it, so... I'm not counting all the treasure as 100%, because frankly some of them are ridiculous. Alright, so we need to turn the hands to 12 and 9. Don't fall off. Right. 11, 12, 6, 7, 8, 9. That activates that. So this is when I would normally grab the health fountain here. Technically you can grab this at any point after you deactivate the energy, but I grab it now because why not? Almost full health. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, that's all the life bottles in the game. So technically there is a 10th one. If you put in the cheats for all life bottles, you get 10 for some reason. Don't know why. But again, you get an extra chalice as well. So maybe the original version had another hero in it or something, I don't know. Oh yeah, I forgot to reset the clock again, didn't I? Right, hold on. Normally you'd have to go and check. Well, unless you had a good memory, which again I don't. Right, silver to 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then gold to 9. Or gold to 5 rather. That locks that one and re-unlocks that one. Nice. Got it right. So now we just, well, we have got something else to do before the end of the level. We need another rune key for a start. Right, okay. So we activated the blue door, so that means we've got to turn the whole train 180, so you've got to move it past 2 exits in either direction. It doesn't really matter. What I'm doing as I'm pushing it is every second or so just pushing up, which is why his movement's slightly odd, to stop me sliding down and falling into the pit in the middle. Which is surprisingly easy to do. If you can't work out what way to push it, just face the arrow towards the entrance. I was lucky I landed. Look, I'm halfway off the bloody train. We only need to kill, I think, 2 more enemies, but there are more than 2 here, and you have to kill them to get past them, so we end up getting more than we need, but that doesn't matter. Oh, we only need to kill 1 more, there you go. Right. You can kill these with projectiles to save on a bit of health, but given that there's a health fountain there, and I know what the next thing is from the last hero, doesn't really matter. So, let's go to the end of both platforms, because each switch controls 1 gate. Be careful about running with your, sort of using this wall as a guide, because there's a slight gap at the end, and you can fall, particularly this side. Yeah, you can fall down there and die, so yeah, be careful. Keep tapping yourself against the bottom barrier here, because it's not a straight path and you will just run off it. That opens the second gate. Now normally this is when I would go back to get the life bottle, but sometimes I forget. Oh shit, you know what I did forget? To get the chalice. Wow, that was close. I almost forgot that. I'm doing it in a different order, it's throwing me off. Just to show off some more of the game. But yeah, grab this anyway.
ambulance, I think.
Sorry, what was that?
I think there's an ambulance.
Oh, what, over there for real, or?
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
That was the siren going off anyway.
Beepo beepo. Right. There's the end of the level, but we are going to go grab the chalice, because otherwise I will bloody forget. Ideally we should have done this first, but I totally... We could have done this on the way back from getting the life bottle, but I forgot. So it's to the left here. Basically we're going back to where it was trapped in that crystal earlier. I could have rescued it earlier, but there's no point, might as well do it now. So basically you line up all of them so they're in a big square round the crystal. Don't stand in the beam though, because it will hurt you. For some reason, somehow it's got enough charge in it to be able to do this. I guess the power of the crystal. I don't know. Don't question it. There we go, that's how you get access to the chalice. That looks like a hole you can fall down, but it's not, even though my feet are clearly in mid-air right now, but oh well. You don't have to jump down this pipe to go off, but you do have to make sure you're not going to fall, so you can just jump there for a shortcut. So we need to go back to the train now. Yeah, I knew I'd get injured on the way out. Doesn't really matter, but... What? Keep falling through the lift. Weird. So now we just have to point it towards the sparkly slime door, which is this one. Right, so we need to push it one round this way. If you push it the other way, it will take longer because you have to push it around 3 stations. Just point it towards the blue door, and then jump on. And make sure you've got the Chalice of Souls and count your life bottles. If you've collected them all so far, you should have 9. If you haven't collected any, then you won't, and particularly if you've missed the one on this level, you won't have 9, so yeah, make sure. Ah, train horn! Right, so that was the time device. So there you go.
Smash X as much as possible.
Yes. You want to hear the most annoying sound in the world? No, that's the hitting of the blast chest next to a bell in Asylum Grounds. Yeah, basically.
You prove us all wrong.
I've impressed even the
Maybe
gargoyles.
it is destined to be a hero. Maybe it can defeat Zarok. The people of Gallowmere may never know of your past mistakes, and you will indeed be remembered as the people's hero.
Damn right.
Your time in exile is over. Welcome to your new home, Sir Daniel Fortescue.
And as a sign of actually considering you a human rather than an it calls you an it up until that point, and then actually calls you by your name for the first time. So, yeah, sign of respect there, and our statue is solid, which means we've collected all of the chalices. Yeah, boy. Let's pray to our own statue. Hello. Right, okay. So the last person to appease us, or appease, is Megwin Stormgren.
Show off the Daniel in the table.
You're still safe.
I did, but I'll do it again.
I have a gift I can give to you, but sadly, I can't say how useful you will find it.
Yeah, I showed it off before you came into the stream, but I will show it off because there are other things on the table as well. So yeah, you get 3 energy vials here, which I assume is so you don't have to backtrack to any other levels. But if you've lost enough health where you need them, you probably need to backtrack anyway. But I'll collect them anyway because they're a thing. So that's our full health. Otherwise, I can't understand why you'd need them. But right, yes, okay. So no. Oh, okay. Hold on. No, we can do it from that side. Dan. Yes. Someone pointed that out when they pulled the textures from the game. They found a texture of the word Dan and couldn't work out where it was in the game, and then realised it was carved into the table. There are other things carved into the table, but I don't think they're words. I think they're just patterns. It doesn't look like anything anyway, because they're all the same. So yeah, but yeah, it's funny how Dan is carved here, and then from that seat you can see your statue directly across the way. So you walk directly from your seat to your statue. So that's nice. So yeah. Only thing left to do now is defeat Zarok and live up to the legend. They hoped I did well. Which I did, so there you go. Oh, technically we haven't got all the weapons, but there's one weapon you can only use in the final level, so they only give you it here. So this is the only level other than Dan's Crypt where you can't get a chalice. Technically you collect the one that's in the Hall of Heroes, which is the one you're using in the final level, and that's not well explained. So yeah, 20 chalices. If you use the cheat, you get 21 for some reason, but whatever. Yeah, so what was I going to say? Yeah, there's no chalice here. There is the reason why you're able to summon soldiers in the final level is actually better explained in Resurrection, weirdly. But yeah. Also, the final battle in Resurrection is way more difficult. There are more stages to it for a start. They throw in like groups of random enemies to attack you, and then Kardok's 2 stages on his own, and then Zarok's way more difficult. But yeah, I'll show you that in October, which is coming up in a few months, obviously. Now, normally when you hold on, this auto activates, doesn't it?
We never thought you'd get this far. Your final encounter with Zarok awaits beyond this point. He has surrounded himself with his unnatural bodyguards, but you may yet even the odds by calling upon the lost souls collected within your chalice. Place the chalice on the shield at the heart of the arena. Good luck, Sir Daniel Fortescue.
Cheers. Yeah, it doesn't actually... Yeah, you haven't actually got a chalice with you, but somehow you put one in the centre when you actually go in there. I can only assume it's the one from the Hall of Heroes, but... I don't know. Now, you know when you normally talk to a gargoyle, they slide you to one side to talk? For this particular one, they don't, because it'd slide you off the edge of the level. So, just to show you how much money I've got left, I'm going to fully charge everything. And we've got 1,116 gold left. So, it shows you what excess of gold you get in this game, doesn't it? It's ridiculous. Right, so... Oh, actually, we could have bid the Horn of the Train as we came in. If you use the teleportation cheat, there are platforms on the outside of this castle, because originally this was going to be climbable for part of the level, and you're going to have to climb up there to access the fight. They reused that idea in MediEvil 2 when you have to climb the castle as one of the last levels, and that is a difficult level. So yeah, there are platforms up there with texturing that you can stand on, but you can't actually reach them because they took out the bottom ones. So anyway. I love how he stands to one side. There are 2 chests here that you could easily miss. You do actually need... Well, you don't need that one, but you need this one. Good lightning. So you can have a look around the arena. There's not much to see. There is a balcony there. But yeah, you just need to go to the centre and put your chalice on that you don't have in your inventory, that for some reason all of a sudden you do. Why not?
Sir Fortescue, my old nemesis, so we meet again. I see that a century spent as worm food has done nothing to diminish your naive obsession with the freedom of Gallowmere.
Now, this is the bit of the game that screws you over if you don't have enough life bottles. There is a way to glitch this so only half the soldiers come out, but I don't know how to do it. It's really complicated. Anyway, it's about opening the menu on the right frame and all that crap. But yes, these are the Phasgals, which don't get named until the Resurrection and the remake, but that's what they are.
Prepare to attack, my warriors. I want the dogs gnawing marrow from those bones within the hour. Ah! What is that, Fortescue? Your lucky cup?
Do you know one thing I did forget to check, actually? Yes, it is my magic cup. Yeah, all those grey, weird shadows that are coming off the beams there shouldn't be happening, but again, emulation.
For the honor of Gallowmere!
It says the Phasgul's named like a trapeze act. Yeah, it's really funny. Right, so this is what the good lightning is for. Now, this bit of the level in Resurrection is a lot more difficult because you can't just do what I'm doing here. It doesn't auto-lock onto the nearest enemy. You have to let go of it each time to recharge another soldier, and you can't just recharge them in small bursts. You have to stand still and charge them sort of fully each time. So basically, this is Dan's retribution? No. Sort of living up to his legend by sacrificing himself to save his teammates, because they're really weak compared to the Phasgul's. They can kill them, but it takes longer. So basically you're transferring your life energy into them, and you can tell if they're getting low on health because they change colour from green to orange to red, to yellow and then red. Redemption, that's the word I wanted. Yeah, well done, Akari. Oh, yeah, if any are running really low, they start shouting help. I mean, you can just run around and charge over and over again, but it takes a lot more health off you, so try healing the ones that look injured. In between life bottles charging you, you actually get a couple of seconds of free energy, so use it. Right, yeah, like this. So while it's still charging, use as much as you can, because why not? Right, the Phasgul's are starting to die, which... there's one that's red. There we go. So you need to keep as many alive as you can for a particular reason, which you'll find out in a minute. Obviously anyone who's played this game before knows already, but they start to gang up. The Phasgul's will gang up on your guys if your guys start dying, so you have to be careful of that, because there's no way... There we go. And they all turn into Ric Flair. Woo! Woo! Now you can walk around during this bit, which means you can collect the energy vials. It doesn't matter if you don't, because you can collect them during the next bit of the level, particularly if you get lost off camera, which I have done before. Yep. Okay. Luckily the camera changed on that one, so I could see where I was going. Okay. And full health. Nice. Cool.
You always were fortunate in battle, Fortescue. Let us see how you fare against my champion, the late Lord Cardok. He eats people like you as calcium supplement.
Calcium supplement. That has got to be one of the coolest models in a PS1 game. A guy on a horse with necks on fire. It's like something you'd see in a Rammstein show. They do use fire a lot in their shows, so yeah, I can imagine them building a horse with a neck on fire. This is the part of the battle I save the lightning for, because I don't think I ever use it throughout the game otherwise. First of all, we've got to find him. He is protected from all attacks right now, so I will use this to charge up the lightning and then hack through his HP like that. You can use, say, the magic sword, like this. Technically, you can kill him before he enters the second stage of the fight, which I think I'm about to do. Okay, I might let him get into the second stage of the fight just to show off what it looks like, because frankly that was, yeah. So basically he loses his ability to protect himself behind his barrier and charges up like that, which is a cool looking build up for an attack. And then he starts firing projectiles at you, more projectiles. So yeah, he's almost dead anyway though, so goodbye. But yeah, I just thought I'd let him do that second stage of the fight just to show it off. Wait for it.
Bugger. Right then, that's it. I've just about had enough of your meddling.
That's a emote on our Discord for anyone who hasn't realised the word bagger.
Where is that spell?
All these sound effects are taken out of the remake, which makes this make no sense.
No, not that spell.
You're just hearing his voice line, which makes no sense.
Oh. Oh, not right now.
Joke about the fact that Zarok likes sheep, perhaps.
Aha! Now I have it.
He's going through his repertoire of Christmas jokes, like Richie and Bottom. And the ultimate show of what he's become, he's turned himself into a slippery slurpant. Slurpant? What? Serpent. Slippery slurpant.
None shall defeat the mighty Zarok. So prepare to die, Fortescue.
I love the fact they got Paul Darrow to make chicken noises. That's great. Right, so anytime he's glowing blue, he's basically invincible, and when he's not, he's not. So basically you just spend a lot of time. I've never worked out if there's any better way to do this, but basically if you constantly run away from him, he can't really hit you. And every so often he gets bored and tries to strike you, which means you can attack him. Which means you can either use a projectile, or if I can get this right, I can do a shitload of damage to him. Yeah, look how much damage I did to him on that one attack. The dragon armor just does so much damage per second, it's insane. The music here is good as well. His attacks do a lot of damage, so any other weapon would do less damage. The magic sword's probably your best bet. If you want to stay away, maybe magic at longbow. As the fight goes on, he does tend to protect himself for longer, which means the fight lasts longer. Oh, almost killed him there. Another second. Oh, hold on. Okay. Yeah, now this is the second stage where, yeah, if you touch him, you instantly die, and the lightning bolts set you on fire, but if you're wearing the dragon armor anyway, obviously he can't, because you're impervious to fire. So he will do that every second time now. So he will take off his armor and attack you, so you can attack him, and then the next time don't get in too close, because he's going to summon that fire bubble thing. Let's use the magic longbow, because I did say, didn't I? Just to change it up a bit. See how much less damage you do rather than you... I could have killed him there if I'd used the dragon arm, but I'm just proving a point. So this time round you can't really hit him. If you're very, very quick with only the crossbow, you can hit him before he charges his barrier. Nah, I didn't get him. If you're facing the right way, you can hit him with a couple of crossbow bolts. And as he's coming out of it, weirdly. Like that. So yeah, I just thought I'd show that off. Yeah, let's finish him off with... I don't know, does lightning do much damage to him? I've never really tried. I'm on fire, which I guess doesn't really matter. Oh. I don't think lightning does too much damage to him. I must have tried it at some point and decided not to use it again because it's a bit shit against him. It certainly doesn't damage him while he's going blue, because nothing does. I don't know if there's a way to get him to attack faster in this mode, but I don't know, he just seems to take ages to take his barrier off. Yeah, the lightning does fuck all damage, so that was pointless. Yes, let's be like a real knight and finish him off with a sword. Keep away from him there. Because otherwise we finish the cutscene in the dragon armor, I don't think it looks as good, so... Like one more swipe of the sword and he's done, so... I could try dancing around him. Well, it doesn't... Oh, hold on. Maybe that is a quicker way to activate it. Huh, there we go.
Curse you, Sir Knight. I am finally defeated. Yet if I am to fail, then all shall perish.
Wait
you
for
are
it.
doomed, Fortescue. You will never leave this domain.
You'd think you could just use magic to teleport out, wouldn't you? But the squeak noise he makes. Weirdly, that's the best noise in the game, I think, other than dunk, dunk, dunk when you hit in your head. Yeah, sorry, I didn't read that comment, Akari. They made Kardok a centaur in Resurrection. Yes, they did. That's the fight where you can use the sideways jump to escape his attacks easier. That's the one time in the game where the sideways jump actually makes a difference. It's the squeak that makes it, yeah. Do you know what? They took the squeak out of the remake and then had to put it in an update. Also, the sound that his head makes when it thonks against the low surface they took out as well. Idiots. They had to put that in an update as well. Yeah, for some reason the remake totally ruins most of the scenes in that level, because they take out all the sheep sound effects and stuff. But yeah, maybe it was thought of as too risque, who knows. I think it ruins it, but... We killed Zarok, so all the souls that he's stolen are returning. Oh yeah, and I forgot to mention, by the way, that explosion, the eagle saves us again. No explanation of what that eagle is or why it exists or anything. So yeah, don't think I can explain that. The Mad family get their souls back. And as the sun rises, Dan becomes weak, of course, because as Zarok's magic's wearing off, he hasn't got a soul to return to him, so... One final look around. I love the sound of that eyeball going back into his head. So, if you don't collect all the chalices, the credits would start now, but because we collected all the chalices, we get this extra scene. Now, we're coming out of the door, if you look at the top of the stairs, where Medwin's statue was. Now, there's nothing behind there, so I don't know how we got in, but don't question it, I guess. All the statues are alive. And then, for some reason, Dan decides to do this. Ha, he doesn't have a bottom jaw. Or indeed a stomach to hold the liquid in, so I'm not sure. Yeah, anyway. And then it pulls back and shows you that the Hall of Heroes was on Earth, which doesn't really make sense because it's not on the map, but let's not question that either. Or indeed how that happened. A Sir Dan-shaped cloud. Yeah, the end! And we have to do the credits because, well, you know why. But yes, Paul Darrow will be credited in the credits, obviously. There is Morton the Earthworm, which was the original render that was going to be his own level. Kari says, odd in the remake that he doesn't have the headrest there when he lies down. Yeah, it is weird. That's a very early mock-up of one of the zombies. Chris Sorrell and Jason Wilson still answer questions online about stuff. Apparently James Busby, one of the programmers, they didn't get on with because there's a message hidden in the code for this game called, it says something like Busby sucks eggs or something, and yeah, in case he found it, they didn't make it too offensive, but yeah, it's in the code of the game. There's a photo that you can find of all the MediEvil crew in the 90s, and of course all the men had long hair because it was the 90s. Yeah, so there you go. I don't know too much about any of the other people that worked on this game. I know Helen Lederer voiced one of the witches. Andrew Barnabas and Paul Arnold, Bob and Barn they're called, their group, they did the music for this and the Resurrection version. The Resurrection version was all recorded with a full orchestra and everything, so that's really nice. Yeah, so some of the art coming up on the right is either from the game, obviously, or it's like the art they did before the game was designed, so it was like storyboard art or whatever. There's someone called Dave Bobby Dazzler there, which is always amusing. I don't know what that's supposed to be, it's onion-headed, but... that's a design for the graveyard. There are storyboards for some of the levels that didn't make it into the final game online. If anyone wants to check them out, you can check them out on the MediEvil wiki, I imagine. They are Hell and Nether, Paul Darrow, etc. Good shot of Cardock charging up there. I don't know what that's supposed to be of, but some sort of pre-art or something. Calvin T. Monkey, Chunky Chimp, the programming chimp, Mr. Pumpkin, hey, Rachel the inflatable doll, and the Mogul Tandoori. This game is dedicated to the memory of Mr. Apple. If only we'd never removed his magic hat. So, yeah, thank you, Kobe. That is my avatar, and indeed a couple of emotes on my Twitch channel and on the Discord server we run, because I love Mr. Apple. Our Discord server is now called Mr. Apple's Disc Orchard. So that's fun, and Yakobu helped me come up with a name for that, so thanks. For some reason, I just want to show off a very quick thing here. If you hold down all the shoulder buttons, it makes the rain stop. Hold on, got to stay on the 2. There you go. Absolutely no idea why that happens. Doesn't do anything other than stop the rain. I found that out by accident one day. So what was our final completion time? Despite the fact that it didn't record the time for Zarok's lair. Oh, just over 6 hours. I think it only counts time in not paused and not reading books, so the time of the stream is actually 7 hours 49 minutes. Wow, just gone over 7:50. What else was I going to say? Oh, yeah, so the story of Mr. Apple, I'll just throw this in quickly. Mr. Apple was an apple that someone brought in for lunch one day while they were working on MediEvil, and they didn't eat it. And someone thought, oh, that's funny, we've got an apple on the desk. Oh, I'll make a little blue tack face for it and a little red hat out of origami paper. And they put it on like a shelf or like a high space where it could sit there. And everyone thought it was funny and everything. And it didn't rot. And one day they came into work and it had fallen off the shelf or wherever they put it, and it was on the floor and the hat had gone off and it had rotted. And they put it down to the power of origami that kept it fresh. And that story was told to us by, I think, Jason Wilson, who you saw in the credits a couple of times, who worked on various things, because he was in the office a lot, so he knew that story. And that became such a fan thing that it's got Mr. Apple's got his own Wikipedia page and everything on the MediEvil wiki. And what was the last thing I was going to say? In the remake they hide Mr. Apple in every level. Well, not every level. I think there's one level where he's not in. But the only way I was able to find them all was by literally looking up a YouTube video of someone finding them all. Because some of them are so well hidden, it's ridiculous. You don't get a trophy for it, there's no unlockable for it, nothing. And I tell you, the first time... let me tell you, I was turning into Rodney Dangerfield again. The first time I found a Mr. Apple, I didn't know they were hidden in the game. So when I found it, I went, oh, brilliant! Because you can destroy gravestones in the remake, and I destroyed one and was about to walk away and went, wait a minute, and looked back and there was a little 3D model of Mr. Apple on the floor, and I thought, oh, that's brilliant. And then someone else pointed out, yeah, there's one in Dan's Crypt as well, because this was at the time when the full game hadn't come out yet, it was only the demo. For some reason, they decided that the Dan's Crypt and the Graveyard was a good show of what the game's like, which it isn't, because Dan's Crypt's got no enemies in it, and the Graveyard's only got zombies in it. See, the original demo goes up to the start of the first boss fight, and later on they updated the remake demo to have those two levels in it, but by that point the full game was already out, so it was a bit late. If you play the timed demo of the remake, you can unlock a gold armour, which not only wears your gold armour, but makes you pick up 10% more coins, and the prices in the shop are 10% more expensive. So you use it to pick up money, and then take it off to buy stuff. So yeah, no such thing in the original. The reason why they included the helmet in the remake is because the Japanese version of this had a helmet you could wear, and no one really understood why. However, the helmet in the remake makes you take... It's a cursed helmet. It makes you take twice as much damage. So it's like a hard mode for the game. In the Japanese version of the original, it was just the helmet, and you put it on because Japan have got a funny thing about skeletons and death and stuff like that, so they didn't really want a skeleton as a main character for a game that was supposed to be a hero, which is possibly why MediEvil 2 never came out in Japan, because the first one didn't sell well, I guess, because it had a skeleton as a main character. But yeah, you can take the helmet on and off in the PS1 version. It doesn't do anything, but it's nice to have. And I think Dan got given... In some of the release information, he's got 3 fingers, but in the Japanese version, they gave him a 4th finger, because having less fingers is a sign of being a Yakuza member, which obviously they don't want people to have. So
yeah, the same with
yeah, the same with the Simpsons as well. Most of the Simpsons have got 4 fingers in the Japanese version as well. Because again, same reason. It's usually the little. They consider the little finger missing because that's what you get cut off as either punishment or atonement in the Yakuza. Apparently, it doesn't really happen anymore. They tend to just go, if you're going to leave the Yakuza or piss us off, they kick you out and make you. They go, give us some money and we'll let you go or whatever. Because they don't really want to be seen to be cutting people's fingers off anymore. Because it's a bit, sort of too far. Even for modern Yakuza, so when you see it in the Yakuza games, it tends to be in the earlier ones, because they were still doing it at that point. Hey Z, hey, finish the party, I'm very fucking drunk right now, I can actually listen to the stream now. Again, good birthday, yeah, you've just joined us, we've just finished. Sadly, sorry about that, but you got to hear the story of Mr. Apple and the Japanese version of this game. Is there anything else I normally say about this game that I haven't said yet? There was a removed enemy in the Sleeping Village level in the beta version called Uncle Mad, who was another member of the Mad family. He was like a turret enemy that only sat in the corner of rooms and threw alcohol bottles at you, a bit like the boss in Crash Bandicoot that throws bottles at you. But because he was clearly drunk and they were alcohol bottles, apparently the rumour is that they'd have had to have put the rating of the game up, because technically it would have included a drunk person and references to alcohol. So they took him out. They reckon it was because he was a stationary enemy and he was too easy to defeat. But yeah, apparently it was to do with that. But they took him out anyway, because they'd have had to have put the rating up to, I think, 15, something like that. And they wanted the rating to be as low as possible so more people could play it. So, which is funny because the rest of the game's got worse stuff in it, but whatever, including the word bugger. But there you go. That's fine. I'm surprised you were still live, to be honest. It's 7 in the morning for me and I ain't getting no sleep. Yeah, it was a very long stream tonight. I started at about 9, so I've been going, if we wait another 4 minutes, I've been going 8 hours. So yeah. Yeah. So yes, thanks to everyone who joined me for my birthday. Yeah, Ikari, Greybeard Gamer, that one message from August Lambassador, which was a great name, but he never said anything else. Z, hello. Yakobu, obviously, for being co-host on my birthday. Helene was in earlier. Orb was in for a single message, just to say happy birthday. Neo was in earlier. Catatonia. And there was actually so much chat tonight, it's cut the start of the messages off, which it doesn't normally. But I think there was some other people that came in early on. Jezza certainly did, right at the start, just to say hello, and then he left, I think. So yeah, I think that's everyone that came in tonight. Yeah, on Tuesday back to Yakuza 3 probably. Because then we'll take another break from Yakuza if we're still playing it by October, which we may well be, to do Halloween games, which will be the remake of this and the Resurrection version. I might do the Resurrection version first, because Yakobu hasn't seen it before. At least I don't assume he has. And then we can do the remake as well. And I've got games that specifically I saved for Halloween. There's a game called... what is it? can't even think what it's called, but it's the one with the big dice in it. It looks really interesting though, and it's got the style of MediEvil to it, even though it's not the same sort of genre. And everyone that's played it says it's good. Yeah, Pumpkin Jack. That was literally what I was about to mention. Pumpkin Jack is another one that is very, very influenced by MediEvil that I'll play again in October.
Is it Psy?
No, it's... Let me find my full game list and I'll just scroll down it quickly. Because I've got a full game list on the Discord if anyone wants to see it, in the room called Secret Streams. Which one is it? So, Let It Die is another game that I've saved for Halloween, and I got it because it was like £2, but afterwards found out it's a clone of Dark Souls, which is not a genre I really enjoy, so I might end up checking it out at least, but I really don't think I'd get that far into it because it's just not my sort of game. Lost in Random, that was it. It's called Lost in Random. So it's got the art I saw for it is this little girl with a sort of a toy, and she's got a giant dice that you basically roll the dice in the game to make decisions, but it's also, I don't really know a lot about it. I didn't want to look too far into it so I didn't get spoilers, but yeah, Lost in Random is another one we can play. So yeah, that's at least enough to last us the month of October, and then we can go back to Yakuza 3 if we're still playing it, because I don't know how long Lost in Random is, so I'd have to play all the short games first and then do that last, because I know how long the rest of the games are. So I think I could probably do the remake probably in a full stream if I started early. I think possibly the same with Resurrection. Pumpkin Jack is a bit longer, so that might take 2 streams. So that's 2 weeks. And then that leaves 4 streams for Lost in Random. So we'll see how far we can get in Lost in Random. And if it's really fun, I'll just carry on playing it after October and finish it, and then we can go back to Yakuza 3 maybe. Depends how much of it there is. I'll have to look up how long the game is on average. Because if it's only like 2 hours long, then obviously we can do it in a stream. But I've got no idea what sort of game it is, or really how long it lasts on an average. Because I just want I don't want the speed run time, because that tells you nothing. Because the speed run for this game's like an hour or something, because you skip half the levels. But yeah, it'd be interesting to find out how long that game is, and therefore, yeah. And we've just passed over 8 hours. So that's probably the end of the stream. I'll see if anyone else is online worth raiding. Nope. We've actually gone so long that I think Weird Paul started and ended a stream during me playing it. Yeah, so I'd have raided him otherwise, but that's cool. Yes, so thank you for everyone who's still here. Frankly, I'm still awake enough to carry on playing whatever, but it's totally up to Yakobu. I imagine he probably wants to go.
Well, yeah, I had lunch and then I want to go out today.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's entirely up to Yakobu. I'm honestly awake enough to carry on, because whatever, but I don't mind ending now, because it is pretty late. And I felt more tired when the stream started than when I am now. Because, again, playing your favourite game probably wakes you up a bit, I imagine. But, yeah, if you're watching this on YouTube, then, wow, I can't imagine anyone watched this entire video, because it was 8 hours. But, yeah, this is going to be the longest video I ever upload, I think. Still not the longest stream we ever did, though, is it?
Nope.
Nope. There was a stream of Yakuza Like a Dragon where at one point Yakobu said, are you ending soon? And I went, don't know why. And he went, well, you have been streaming 10.5 hours. And I went, what? And looked at the time, and it was like 7:30 in the morning, even though I started at 9 the previous night. It was really funny because I didn't feel tired, and I was so into that game. It was brilliant, that game. Yeah, we'll be doing another playthrough of that at some point in the future after we've done all the other Yakuza games, I think, to fit it into the story after 6. Because it will have more impact the second time round, because we'll know who the characters are. But it was fun anyway. So yeah, thanks for everybody who joined. If you're watching and you haven't been on our Discord or whatever, then let me know if you want to be on our Discord. And Akari says, good night, people. Which means I now have to put this emote in chat along with this one. people. Yeah, so see you on Mr. Apple's Disc Orchard. And see you again on Tuesday for Back to Yakuza 3. Honestly, I want to genuinely say more than usual, thank you very much for everyone who turned up, because, you know, birthday stream. Obviously it hasn't been my birthday for the last 5.5 hours, but still, we started on my birthday anyway. So yeah.
Quite indeed.
What was that, sorry?
Quite indeed.
Quite indeedy. Indeedy, Bombidi. Yeah, so, yeah, thanks to everyone who came, and, yeah, I should see you next year. If you want to see MediEvil again, see you next year. If the stream's still going by then we'll do it again next year, because I've done this... Oh, that's one thing I never said, actually. I've played this every year on my birthday for the last, 5 years, maybe? It's sort of a traditional thing now. Next year I might try and do that, daggers and, small sword thing, because honestly, if I'm going to upload that to YouTube as well, I probably need to make it a little bit different to this one. I wanted to read all the books on stream, which is why this took so long. It's funny how much extra time that adds, because I normally finish this game in about 4 hours, and we went about double just from reading books and hearing people talk. So, yeah. But yeah, so yes, good night everyone. Good night. Great stream.
Yes. Good night.
Right.
And happy birthday.
Oh, and happy birthday to me!
Yes.
End.